and the results are in, and the guy that they hate most on planet, I'm not even joking. I would imagine some of them go to therapy over this. I know, I've witnessed this, that families stop talking to each other. I've had my family that stopped talking to each other. I've always played the high road thing where I'm just like, oh, I dislike both of them equally. And then everybody gives me a pass. And so, like, at family events, I don't go more difficult on one than I do the other. But I'll ask questions, to stir the pot a little bit. But I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I don't catch the strays that you would expect. But the title of the room we just changed: Unpacking Why Kamala Lost to Trump. I want someone to take a shot. Why do you think she lost? Things I heard, because she's a woman, her status quo. What's the real reason she lost?
She's a cooking-ass Indian that was raised in Canada. I mean, does there need to be any more of a reason? Like, America's not buying this bag of freaking spoiled garbage.
Because, Mr. Mojo, I must unburden what has been. I mean, like, that shit got real weird, okay? And if that didn't do you in, the stuff about the yellow school bus, I mean, she had some that was just like, what? And then for me, it just was a little scary. It was just like, what? And then for me, it just was a little scary with our open border and knowing that she had lied. And it wasn't even locked up. Fuck. I mean, if Hillary Clinton would have been a bad first lady president, this one, no way. Not holding the coast to the nukes, man.
Kitty, let me ask you a question. I want your expert analysis on this. Kitty, let me ask you a question. I want your expert analysis on this. Do you think if she had said that she washed her... Kitty, can you give me your best impersonation when she was thanking a union member?
I probably will do a bad one right now. I'm trying to think of that one YouTuber chick. She did it awesomely. Like, it was her laugh. Her laugh terrified me. That was the one that stuck out in my head. It was like that cackle. No, I don't. I really don't think I can.
Hello. Oh my God.
Or somewhere in Africa. I'm just saying.
All right, hey. I'm not gonna do too much of this weird shit. So.
No, you want to ask the next?
I'm gonna have it. All right. Let me see where the button is. There it is. Sorry, Kitty. You gotta.
So, in every election, there's some vulnerability that the politician has to show that connects with the people. I mean, Obama took a minute, but he found hope and change. She was unable to show any vulnerability, any way to criticize Biden. And yes, she only had 90, 120 days, whatever. But there is, whether you like Trump or not, and I didn't vote for him, he was authentic. People sensed what he spoke was what he believed for the most part. And he connected with enough people. And Republican messaging has always been, if you could keep it on the border, if you could stop the steal, which was a hoax, even their criticism of Obama, still, it was messaging. You're eating the cats and the dogs, got to some people. And the Democrats were all over the place.
initially when she got announced, they propped her up for a good few weeks to try and hold on to what momentum they could. However, they had all the media and even fake polling in their favor, and she never had a chance. She never had a chance, and neither did Biden have the chance either. He never recovered after the pullout of Afghanistan. It was just a dwindle of support, because when you talk as much shit as you do about Donald Trump in his first 4 years, his first term, and then you deliver Joe Biden, this senile segregationist, and that's the best the Democrats could have. Of course, they're going to have people that are not enthusiastic to vote for him or are willing to switch their vote. And what happened, and Trump benefited 2 times from running against the first 2 women, which they're just not. He benefited big time from running against Hillary and Kamala, which they don't have the it factor. And I don't know how else to describe it than that, but they're bad at what they do.
How are they going to regroup? Like, what do you think they're thinking right now? Like clearly they lost. Do you think they
actually, as long as the person is strong. So in order for them to be able to recruit, they need somebody with strength, conviction, clarity, somebody who can really hold up the banner very high.
Do they have anybody that fits that description?
I would have a clue.
Yeah, it's funny because they would probably come up with names, and then the names that they would throw out, most of the people in this room would laugh. Like if you do Gavin Newsom, for example, right? I'll tell you this: if Gavin Newsom were to run, holy shit! If you think Harris lost bad, it will be even fucking worse.
And he's really tried to like step away from the Democratic Party in a lot of ways recently in his podcast.
Yeah, I think he's trying to position himself. In fact, I think he had set himself up to be a backup plan. They actually thought they were in good footing when they had Harris run. But what was really odd, one of the strangest things that we saw in the last cycle, was when DeSantis and Newsom had a debate, a public debate between governors of two different states. These are people that both have presidential aspirations. Like, but yet, why are they debating each other? The hope was on Newsom's side was that he wants to get national attention and to just simply say, actually, you don't even have need to spin in a deep red, but you just like all of the purple areas, and when you're looking at like, okay, these are the states that have to win. You just throw all your money into, do you want the nation to be run like California? And then you just show the fucking the things that are going on in California. I don't think he can survive. This would be another situation. I remember before the election when some of you guys were talking about, the Democrats are going to, Brent was on here, he would say, the Democrats will hold the blue wall, that's how they're going to win. And then after the election, he denied ever saying that. I don't think in any of those states, the swing states, if you guys remember, I said that Trump was going to sweep all of the swing states. I said it, I was correct. Even Republicans were like, no, you're being too optimistic. And I was like, no, I'm reading the tea leaves here. And I called it, and I will call this, and I'll call this from a distance. If Gavin Newsom is the candidate, I don't even care who the Republican is. Gavin Newsom will lose by a wider margin than Harris lost to Trump.
I don't know about a wider margin, but it's the entire West Coast that copies, the failed policies in California can be used as an example. And you know that, Roger. I know you know that. I think that Gavin Newsom can actually debate. Gavin Newsom is a shapeshifter. He, can portray his politics as being good and better than they've been worse. And so it depends. But I think he can actually debate. And that's one thing he has that is better than others.
He's also handsome.
Newsom would have to try and come to the middle just a little bit. You saw when he just was recently interviewed Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk was on his podcast, and he came out and said, well, probably men in women's sports isn't a good look, or maybe we need to change that. He got scored by the radical leftists after that. I think the Democrats are in an issue that they have. It's a structural issue where the radical left have taken over the party, so much so that if you try to run any type of moderate positions, they true colors show. They made it maybe to too many people. I think there was definitely an agenda of letting in these millions of illegals was to swell up the census for 2030 to try and put more House seats in these deep blue states to give them better leverage for the presidential elections into the 2030s. And now, if Trump's able to, not only did he thwart it, but now reverse it some and pull back on that some, it's putting the Democrats in even a bigger hole now than they knew was coming. They could tell that they were starting to lose support from Black and Hispanic voters, and they were planning to replace them with new, at least a new census block, and then eventually a new voting block over time.
Okay, so let's do a thought experiment. Let's pretend we're a room full of committed Democrats that need to win in 2028. What would we do? Knowing what we know, because we're all so smart, what would we do if we were Democrats who wanted to win?
I would talk to the governor of Michigan, see if I can get her for a candidate like that.
So a candidate, yeah, and then Naya, I heard you say something off on a fringe issue like the trans thing. I think that amongst the majority of people, you don't have to be a diehard Republican to just say, hey, guys are pushing that issue a little too far. It affects far too few people for them to continue to push that issue. It's not gaining them any support. What I would say is on the abortion issue, I disagree with you. I think they should absolutely continue. Maybe they can shut up about it in states where they know that they can't win. But now that it's a states' rights issue, I think they should absolutely put that to the top of the agenda in the states where they have the support. Because in some of the states where they have the support, it's like 70-75% that they have in some of these states. And so I think it would be crazy to stop talking about abortion.
Even when Trump was on the ballot this last time, more states passed pro-abortion laws than not.
Yeah, I think that's a good one for them to continue to do. But I think they need to get strategic, right? They need to realize that, like, if those symbolic, like, hey, we're going to fight the power, like, dude, fighting that fight in the states that truly want to disallow it, like, I think they should surrender that. And I think what they should do is continue in the states where they're strong. They use that messaging for fundraising, right? In the states that you know you're going to win anyways, you only talk about it because it helps you raise money, but then you spend the money in the purple states where that issue plays well and you need to win. In the states you're going to lose, don't worry about it.
I would fire the media haters like what they're doing right now. I think this is going to benefit the Democrats in the long run. Getting rid of Colbert, putting the View on hiatus, this
precisely the guy that you can have go to town hall meetings, and there's nothing that a Republican can say to him that he wouldn't have a witty retort for. And if you can't get him, what I would do is I would highly recommend they hire him as a consultant to work whatever candidate you have to prepare them to how to communicate. I think Bill Burr would be the perfect candidate for the Democratic Party.
I'd rather have Mayor Pete again. I'm sorry. Rhodes Scholar, military. He also goes on Fox, talks in their camp. He's more eloquent, and that would be my candidate.
Yeah, that's who I think it'll be. Is he's the only one in 2020 that actually showed having the ability to think on his feet during debates.
Are you talking about Buttigieg?
I mean, now, granted, it's an awful roster. It's an awful bench of politicians. But in 2020, Buttigieg was the best quote-unquote politician, right? Politician. Yeah, Bill Burr would probably mop the floor with him in relatability, being able to, share a beer with him, things like that. Do you think they could pull off just propping up someone that has zero instincts in politics? Could they really prop up like a comedian and run them? Like, you have to have a little bit of instinct.
Hold on. If you think that Burr doesn't have good instincts, I would argue that you haven't listened to him. He's one of the most quick-witted human beings on the planet, and he actually pays attention to it. Absolutely not. But as far as a spokesperson, to be able to take the arrows that get thrown against him and fire them back, like I don't even think Trump could handle that smoke. I think that's the one guy that I see that seems to side with Democrats more so than Republicans, and I think he would probably piss off a lot of Democrats too. But I genuinely believe that is the person
It takes more money to give him name familiarity. He is known immediately as a candidate. Buttigieg has already spent that money to a degree and is better known. I think that you almost have to lose your first election to get people to understand you. You forget that Trump was known in New York. But The Apprentice introduced him to the rest of the country, highly edited, well-run show. And that brought him billions of dollars. So,
I think you have to look at that wild card, which is the independents. My state, 30% of the votes were independent voters, and that's really what has to be appealed to. I think when you talk about the purple states, Pennsylvania, which was the state that all eyes were on in this last election, when Trump first ran, the Democrats in Pennsylvania had close to a million. It was like 900,000 plus advantage over Republicans in registration. As of recently, it's about 170,000 of an edge, Dems over ours in that state. I mean, the registration for Democrats has just shrunken dramatically in the swing states, and in some of them, in a lot of them, the Republican registration's gone up, or if they just stay as independents. So I think that's the thing that you have to really look at.
Abby, you're aware that right now the defective Republicans make up the majority of the quote-unquote independent side, and many of them are that the Republican Party has lost their way. Some against Trump, some, even though they're for Trump, this time they're still against the Republican Party.
Clearly, because they came out and voted for Trump, it would make sense. At least in my state, we just kept seeing all these rural counties voting. We couldn't figure it all
falling asleep.
It's a hard question. Deciding, they should ride so early. But I've seen the midterms too.
But here's what's fun about doing it. Normally, we sit around and we talk about how bad they are. I sit around and talk about how bad those sites are. But for the room that's here, a lot of the people in this room either voted for Trump or lean in that direction. I think it's a fun thought experiment to, like, if you were on the other side, what would you be thinking? What would you be doing? And what's amazing is if you go and listen to the other side, they're not having any of those conversations. All they're talking about is like, why do they still like Trump? He's a bigot. He hates foreigners. He hates women. He hates gays. Like, he hates blacks. Like, they can't get out of their own way with their own retarded conversation that they have in their head. Like, all of these things that they're saying right now are the same things they were saying before the election that led to a disastrous performance. Like, they've literally learned nothing. Nothing at all.
I guess the only way you could probably fix the Democrat Party is you got to fix it at the grassroots level, because they have been twisted up left and right with one fake outrage after another for the last decade. And how do you unwind that mental health issue? I try to bring this up, and people think I'm trolling when I'm saying it, but there's significant mental health issues. And look, I think there is on the right as well. And how people on the right were treated under Biden's administration, how they've been treated over the last decade with losing their jobs and families falling apart, things like that. So I'm not saying it's unique. How do you fix the vote?
I just think they need to be honest with themselves. Like, I mean, like, to me, like, the post-mortem should be an exercise in asking the honest questions. Why did we lose? And in order to ask it honestly, you can't just live in that same deranged state of mind that you were in that led to the disastrous finish. You have to clear your mind of all that shit. And you have to just look at what does the numbers tell you? What does the math say? When you see groups that traditionally vote in larger numbers for Democrats breaking towards Trump, those are things you have to ask yourself. Why? What did he do that resonated? And more importantly, what did you do that did not resonate? If you can't lock down your base, if you can't get them to turn out, and worse, they're turning out for the opposition, you have to ask yourself why. English, please.
What did you say, Stu?
My fault. I need more.
Oh, okay. What do you have to say about the conversation with Stu?
Fuck commentators. I like Shane. I like him. Hold on. Do you think she washed her greens in the bathtub? That's right. You do.
Wait, Stu, where are you from?
Massachusetts. hold on. Everyone look at this guy's PTR. His fucking face is fat as fuck. That is definitely you. You fat ass. You're fucking fat ass. You're fat ass little bitch. You look like Snuffle up because you fat elephant. Jesus Christ.
Hey, you guys are giving him a hard time, bro. He's outcast, nigga, dude. He's out of nature. He has a frog in his head.
What's wrong with his face? What's wrong with his face? Did he get like stung by bees and was allergic to it?
Wait, wasn't it a lizard? Not a frog. Oh, I'll have to look at it again. Hold on. Oh, no, it is a frog. You're right.
Can we have like a good debate on like what's a better color?
He probably fucking ate the frog. Fat fuck.
I was just inquiring because I was trying to figure out how we initially said, oh, I didn't realize I was I'm like he had an English accent, but then he switched to an American accent the second time he came on mic. So that's what I was trying to figure out.
So this is Alan Dean, the resident racist of the map, said Roger wouldn't last 1 hour in Boston. Well, I've been to Boston. I'm not impressed. Unless you're ordering a lobster roll, their food fucking sucks there. I'll tell you that. And like the idea that you think that Boston is tough, I have news for you now. I don't think that you would walk a single street in Oakland, California. That's where I grew. So Alan, why don't you go to Oakland and then tell me how you do?
I don't know. Having sandwiches are pretty delicious. But that wasn't Klaus their best.
Boston. Oh fuck. Boston's supposed to be tough now. Fucking kidding me.
Boston's a fucking rat hole. I mean, unless you're like in the downtown, like historical areas. I mean, that's kind of pretty, but the rest of fucking Boston shit.
I like the Daniel Hall.
The way, I think Massachusetts has the #1 school system. I think Boston has the #1 school system.
Who told you that idea?
No, I think I was looking it up before, and I think they have, because I know Nevada's like 49th.
These, like, that should be 50th.
Yeah, Will should be 60th, but no, yeah, I think Boston's #1, so they are smart. So we gotta get wrong. I think you're just talking about like the rich white yuppies and like Massachusetts, because Massachusetts has like the highest median IQ and also have like some of the best schools, but yeah, that's just all the rich old white people. And I don't think it's like Southie boys and shit that they're factoring there. No, that's not that.
There's a guy in the chat by the name of Matt Cool is gay. And he's
I don't know,
he says Roger
think she does some lives in the same city as you?
Each thing lives where?
Where you live?
No, it doesn't.
It does, same city.
No, it doesn't. I promise you. I'm no longer in California.
No, you're in Seattle, right?
No, I'm not in Seattle. I'm outside of Seattle.
But I mean, Washington State.
Yeah,
And he lives in Washington State.
Are you in Bainbridge?
No, I wish I was in Bainbridge. If I was in Bainbridge, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. Bainbridge or Mercer. If I start, if I'm ever living in one of those fucking places, I won't have time for you.
They have a bar downtown in Seattle. I want to say it's called Mod Spirits. That place is probably the best time ever.
There's actually a place that I like down there. That's a dive bar that's got a bunch of fucking pinball machines. And to me, that's the best spot down there. The other spot that's cool is the Crocodile. The Croc used to be the place where a lot of those grunge bands first came up. Yeah.
So now,
If you were to catch me out of the house, out cavorting with hoodlums, it would probably be hanging out at a casino and sitting at the craps table. That's where you'd find. Moshi says Kamala would have let Iran get a new. Yeah, probably. She would probably also cheer on the destruction of our allies.
I don't think she would have been around by the neocons.
No, look, if Harris won the election, I think she would have went on a tour talking about women, and she would have talked about DEI, and I think she would have tripled down. She probably would have created a multi-billion-dollar slush fund to give to Black Lives Matter. I think it would have been a disaster. I think we dodged a bullet. There's nothing redeeming about her, in my opinion. Nothing.
She's loyal to her bosses. Hey Roger, so if we can get immigration under control and the way it looks at progressives and liberals, the way they're breeding, how long do you think it'll take before all the people in Washington, Oregon, and California die out so that conservatives can move in there? You think it take 100 years or less?
I don't know. Let me tell you.
I love those places. I'm just saying the people there, most of them suck. I love to be there.
The people, like the island of Bainbridge, so these places, those people are not liberals.
Oh no, I was just specifically talking about the liberals.
No, hold on. Those people are, they're the limousine liberals.
They're not real women.
What's a liberal? Tell me what's a liberal.
They want to control you. They want you to be poor. They want you to stay over there. Oh, no. For instance, it's like the rich people in California. They'll say stuff like, oh, feed the homeless, or the homeless and the poor show up on their doorsteps now is a problem. It's the same type of thing. They just want to control. They want to control the state.
What should we be doing to those neighborhoods?
Those two you guys paint with a very wide brush, okay? We have military in Washington State. We have conservatives and farmers in Eastern Washington. We have one county that has a lot of population.
David, you pay attention.
Okay.
You're I was paying attention to everything. I said, how long until the liberals die out? Hold on. David's making a point here. You guys are missing it because you guys just want to be trolls. Look, David's one of the good ones. He's one of the most honest people on this app when it comes to this shit. You know, when his party is fucking up, he'll call it out. When the other party's fucking up, he'll call it out. I wish you guys could learn to respect people a little bit more when they speak. What David's trying to tell you, he would educate you if you guys would clean out your fucking ears and just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. There's 39 counties in the state of Washington. There's only 3 of them that add up to over half of the population of the state. And the majority of that is one county. So you take Pierce County, Snohomish County, King County, you have Seattle, and then you have Everett and Snohomish, and you have Tacoma and Pierce. That makes up the western. There's a couple purple counties, and then the rest of the state is all red. It's a very, very diverse area whatsoever. So whenever Gavin Newsom passes in California, they just go and they pass in Washington without even thinking about it. They're just like, oh, California did this, okay, we'll copy the spread. If you look at north of Snohomish County, if you look at west of King and Pierce County, if you look east of all of those 3 counties, with the exception of Spokane, which is pretty purple, and the exception of the St. Clair counties or Vancouver, whatever county it is, those are the only, those are 2 purple counties. So you have 3 deep blue, Skagit sometimes is purple. For the most part, there's 2 purple, 3 blue, and the rest red. And believe me, the people that are red are redder than a lot of the fucking people that claim to be diehard Republicans. Yeah, I've been all over California, Oregon, Washington. I'm sorry that you guys just recently lost Sherry's. I love their fucking diner and their very fucking pies and all that shit. I mean, they're delicious. But I've been all over Eastern Oregon, Washington, Eastern Oregon and Washington, all over the entire state of both the states and Northern California. And I'm completely aware of that. I was just asking you, Joe, how long until the liberals die out? So, once the liberals are gone, then you don't have to deal with this fucking, psychopathic fucking libtards in, places like Seattle.
The whites die out. It's not just the liberals.
No, I was just, in all seriousness, maybe I live in Oregon, Washington, because a lot of yummy fucking black people that are like, hi, how are you today, sir? You're like, what the fuck? But, no, I'm just saying, the prettiest places in Oregon and Washington, in my opinion, are
Why do you want those people to die?
I don't want them to die out like somebody murdered them. I'm just saying, how low do you think it will be for their reproduction rates are so low that they just disappear? I've always said
I would hope that the liberals never disappear just because I would hope that the progressives would find a new place to go.
Oh yeah, progressives. I meant libtards. Sorry, I should have said libtards.
This is going to be the downfall of Republicans. You guys just can't even fucking read the fucking food. If you don't know the difference between a liberal and a progressive, it'll be to your own.
Wait, were you talking about 1980s liberals or something? Today's modern liberal?
Today's modern liberal. That's the point. The only liberal on this fucking app, the only true liberal on this app is more. For whatever reason, you guys are stuck in 30 years ago language.
here's the thing, like, dude, if we could get immigration under control, we could stop all the fucking Venezuelans and fucking Mexicans flooding into fucking Oregon, Washington, and California, and then eventually the fucking far left fucking dies out, and then we can pull the fucking Hispanics back over to the conservative side, which even though a majority of them are, as long as they're not on social government benefits and shit, you know, we can pull them over to the fucking right, and we can make fucking California, Oregon, and Washington great again.
Which is true. Our elections are so. I mean, we have people running who are outright communists. Then you have the progressive libertarians. Then you have a normal Democrat who is branded as a Republican around here. So you don't have any balance. If you have 40% of one party rule, Democratic rule, 40 years of it, everything is corrupt. The court systems, the people who are appointed, and it's like endemic. And I've lived here 73 years, and things used to run. We used to have checks and balances, but we don't. So I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's taking too long.
So much of that. Well, this is back to the question I asked earlier. How do you fix these voters? I mean, for the better of America. I mean, it's hyperbole to want to think that they're just going to die off. They're not. We're going to, you know, coexist with these in our country for the rest of our life. And Kevin, Joe, non-binary, Peter, non-trans people are having babies, so they will die off eventually. I'll probably die today. That's the problem. Like, you start talking about immigration. I'm sorry, and Brandon Ball is criminals. The immigrants I know work hard and pay their taxes. The trans people don't matter as far as population. That's the fact. So unless you said it for hyperbole, that's not going to be the reason we're going to make changes. Yeah, I agree. All the trannies and all the gender fluid people are going to fucking die. They're not going to repopulate. They're not going to have kids. If best they adopt, you know, that's. You know what's interesting is that most people, when they look at politics on a national level, like there's 435 people in the House, there's 100 people in the Senate. If I was to go around the room and ask people to name all the people in Congress that you can think of, like you only know the loudmouths. And by the way, the people that you don't hear of, their votes count just as much as the loudmouths.
I don't know the loudmouths. I actually, Dave will tell you that I know the opposite of that. I know that group in the middle.
She's not perfect on the issues that I care about, but she's incredibly reasonable. I met her a couple of times, and I can tell you that she is as frustrated with the Democratic Party as anybody in this fucking room. She's got her head screwed on straight. Like, I don't think her politics, you know, like her and I have a lot of differences, but she gets it. She's fucking non-woke. She opposes a lot of the crazy gun legislation. She's reasonable on, you know, on moderate decisions around abortion. You know, she's not a fanatic on either side. Her party criticizes her for it. The other party, you know, thinks that, you know, that she's still, you know, opposition. I think that she's somebody that nobody talks about, nobody hears about, because she's in a district that doesn't have a microphone in her face every 10 seconds. And she's somebody that's incredibly reasonable. She's a Democrat. She's one of the few blue dogs that are left. I don't even think they talk about blue dogs anymore. She's also part of the problem solver caucus.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if she's a problem solver.
Yeah, she's part of the problem solver.
That caucus is great. I mean, that I could rattle off the names of a lot of the people in that caucus. That's kind of who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
And
I would recommend meeting with her, Abby. I know the issues that you care about most, and or at least some of them. And I don't know if I've ever met a Democrat that's sat in Congress that's as reasonable as she is, especially in 2025. She's somebody that the next time that you're doing the rounds, go out of your way and go talk to her.
no, I'm just looking now to see if we endorsed her. those moderate Dems are kind of beside themselves. They don't know what to do. They get bombarded by their constituents, complaining, and they're kind of throw their hands up. So a lot of them have, they don't know what to do. They get bombarded by their constituents, complaining, and they're kind of throw their hands up. So a lot of them have, reached across the aisle more so. And we see these votes that are the controversial votes, but there's just like a lot of other law going on and a lot of committee work where these moderates are getting stuff done.
There's any chance that some of these moderates will join the American Party? That's funny.
Now I think that they're like my closest friend in Vegas is also my member of Congress. I talk to her about it all the time, and she is happy being a Democrat. She doesn't want to leave her party. She's like, as Roger talks, like a blue dog. She's an old school Democrat, and really believes in it. Just wants to, engineer her party to get back to which, her vision of it. And I don't think that they want to abandon the party. Now, if the party, if that, as you were saying, the tent stays small, and she's not really, that they're pushed out, then maybe they would look elsewhere. I don't see them becoming Republicans. Like, you see the people that switch parties, it's always interesting, but I don't see that.
I think if there was a viable way for her to win office as an independent, she would leave the Democratic Party tomorrow. The only reason she caucuses with them at all is because you need to run under one of them. And I think that some of her positions puts her outside of the norm of Republicans just enough to push her into the Democratic camp. But Joe, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask both Mojo the cost income rose and Abby, the person you were referring to. What is like a stark contrasting idea that, lack of a better term, blue dog Democrat today, or someone that's outside this radical woke leftist, what positions do they hold that are different? I mean, the best I got is like Manchin, Sinema, not wanting to use the nuclear option in the Senate. Do they actually have policy differences?
She spoke out against relief for student debt. That was one that I can remember. She breaks with the party, I would say, a good couple times a year, and every time she does, like, I have a lot of people that are like, hey, check this out. She's like the one Democrat in this state that you should pay attention to. And she's in a unique spot where her district is and there's enough Republicans that like her, enough Democrats that like her because she's got the D, and the independents are really.
My friend is Susie Lee, and she, during the Biden administration, I don't know what you would call this. I mean, I guess it's natural resources, because we have water issues where we are. So, it's a big constituent there. But school choice is another one. I mean, I can go through it. She's definitely straddles the middle.
What's the reason you think we don't hear about, I guess maybe they're not good clicks and not good views for media, or do they try not to get more national exposure because it could end up backfiring on them if they ever do want to get into
It's a matter of she's not in a major metropolitan area. She covers a big geography, but it's
aspirations moving forward. There was talk about a Senate run, talk about a governor run. Like, what's the latest?
She gave a speech the other day. I was just going to ask if anyone saw it. I didn't hear it. They had shown some of it on the news.
Didn't hear it. Last I heard, she was flirting with the governor race.
That would be the only kind of history that a vice president and a presidential candidate would then run for governor.
I don't know the statistic. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah, it just seems like typically like you move up or out. You don't move up and then move down.
I bet she went California too.
Interesting. If they ran the right person, they can get a Republican governor of California. Yeah. A Republican could win. People, I mean, it's changed since, but you gotta remember, once upon a time, and it's not that long ago, they had Pete Wilson as governor. And Pete Wilson was like, he was pretty conservative. Arnold. Well, yeah, you gotta go a little further back than that. But
I got Duke Mason.
Governor Duke Mason, yeah.
Yeah, the first Armenian governor.
I think Pete Wilson was an interesting one, though, because when Pete Wilson was in office, he was the governor. They passed a bill to make illegal like a crackdown on illegal immigration. The gay marriage stuff didn't pass. Affirmative action didn't pass. And so that was like, I want to say that was like,
Are you talking about like Proposition 8?
there's been a couple of them. I'll go look up the numbers. There's three big ones when he was in office that all like made people think like, what? I thought we're supposed to be liberal here in California. And Pete Wilson was like, they were waiting for some of these things. One of the things that people forget is that some of these issues happen. You get big money against blocked it. But the voters themselves wanted, in '94, they wanted to, essentially defund illegal immigrants, and then, '96 they came back with, making, banning affirmative action. So a lot of people don't talk about that, but that was in the '90s that, that the voter support was there to, shoot down support for illegal immigrants and to shoot down affirmative action.
Wait, did I hear that the California schools are all Asian?
What did you say? They're all Asian.
No, I said that the population at UCLA was it has a very high Asian population there because they didn't have affirmative action in the state. And what I was saying was Berkeley, for some reason, after took three kids from the top school in San Francisco, and then after the case came out, now accepted 28. But UCLA did not follow it. Affirmative action.
So they've really been discriminating quite a lot.
Well, UCLA didn't. Berkeley clearly did.
You said there's a lawsuit. Is it a lawsuit against them? Or?
No, it wasn't. It was the Supreme Court case. It was the Harvard case, the Asian, I can't remember the name of the group, the Asian something society versus Harvard and North Carolina.
But Berkeley just switched their policy year to year in response, but managed not to get sued.
Berkeley wasn't added in that lawsuit, but that lawsuit ended affirmative action on admissions in colleges. But apparently Berkeley was following the affirmative action when UCLA, as by example, wasn't based on the population. But that case, that's one of the things that's coming up now with Trump in his demands with Colombia and his settlement with Colombia. When you read the settlement, it's not just only about protesters and the anti-Semitism issues. He's trying to force them to comply now with the admission program and accountability of the admission program, that they comply with the Harvard decision.
They don't get included DI or BLM because they're a minority that actually works to get ahead more so than others. And there were so many Asians that qualified to go to Harvard, they would have had half the students Asian. And then they had big special restrictions that were higher for Asians because so many qualified.
They have a personality score, and then they would say Asians have low personality.
Yes, thank you.
And it was North Carolina also, same thing. But now, I don't know, I haven't read whether Harvard's trying to find an end game around this as well. But for Columbia for sure was. So that was something that was caught. But it'll be interesting to see how it changes things with admissions. The Asian community sued, the Jewish community was hurt very much also during these years. And the population decreased
essentially, in California, affirmative action does not is not allowed in universities or unemployment. That's why they switch it to these DEI conversations to what they look to do is create policies where they're not looking to do quotas per se, but they effectively try to do the same thing. What they'll encourage people to do is to run employment ads that are like gender neutral and shit like that. It's all crazy to me. I don't know why we can't just say hire the best person.
So, maybe you think about the story in 2009, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 only on the case is called Ritchie versus DeStefanos. And it was all about these firefighters. They held like this promotional exam, and they were going to give a promotion to these firemen. And when no black candidates signed up, they canceled the offering the promotion because it would have only been a non-black candidate that would have received it. And so they ended up getting sued over that when that all came out. I just think we would be living in a world today if the Supreme Court was just one vote different that would have case precedents that if businesses did not promote someone when they said that they were going to, all because it wasn't the preferred race, that's how close we were, one vote off. Makes me think about that every time this conversation comes.
You know, when the affirmative action ruling came in initially, it was Sandra Day O'Connor wrote the opinion, and it was supposed to have a life of 25 years. Like, that was the outlook for it, that it would need projected 25 years for the country to correct itself in the school system. So it wasn't in perpetuity that we would have affirmative action. And that's one of the things that came up when they argued the Harvard case. But she was a Reagan appointee, by the way.
You would look at all the things that Reagan got wrong.
Yes, unfortunately.
Reagan's one of those guys that I think that everything about him is exaggerated. Like when people like ask the question like, oh, how would Reagan handle this? There's almost this like exaggeration that like, oh, Reagan didn't mess around. You wouldn't want to mess around with Reagan. But dude, when Marines were killed in Beirut, like the way Reagan handled that, he was such a fucking pussy. He just cut and run. Just literally cut and run. Reagan is. There's some things that I really liked about him in terms of being a communicator. Like I thought he was good at that. And I think he sold the idea of the Republican Party better than anybody, maybe ever. But in execution, God, some of the things he did were so ass backwards. Like when he was governor of California, like he did more to harm gun rights for Californians than any Democrat in the history of the state. So, yeah, I got a real mixed opinion about Reagan. I have a soft spot for him in some ways. I think his delivering speeches and Noonan, helping him with some of those speeches, some of the best delivery ever, but sometimes he did some real fucking stupid shit that nobody really holds him accountable for. Like, I don't hear people talking about, like, what a fucking sissy he was when the Marines got killed in Beirut.
Do positive political actions not resonate as much as poor political actions by a politician, say, decades later? Because there are some glaring issues Reagan did with the insurance companies, allowing them to run the federal flood program. However, the government couldn't do that anyhow. There's a wide variety of different things that he did that even a lot of, everyone has like their special interests. It's like this, if you're going to be the Republican Party, why would you essentially create a fascist flood insurance program? And I just think that sometimes you recognize this stuff more so than the positive he did, because tearing down the Berlin Wall and essentially ending the Cold War was a super positive thing, and maybe he got a lot of benefit because of how significant that was.
Yeah, so you gotta give credit to all of the people that helped in this thing. I think that book is a big part of what helped Russians as well as other Europeans understand just how fucked up Russia was, or the Soviet Union. But Thatcher, Reagan, and the Pope, they kind of held strong. The collapse of the Soviet Union is a big fucking deal. Can you imagine the times that we're in today if the Soviet Union hadn't collapsed? Oof.
No, I can't. I cannot imagine that world. That's what I was saying. That's so impactful, and I can't see it, but I can definitely see a lot of issues on some of Reagan's actions, the stuff that went bad.
I mean, about him?
Yeah, it's a good movie. Did you like?
I did. I liked it.
Mojo, I know you're a movie critic. What did you see, Reagan?
The one with Quaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Just okay. I think a lot of these political dramas are pretty bad, because you have to pick if you're going to be. Are you going to do an impression of the person, or are they going to make you look like him with makeup? Are you going to just try to sound like him, or are you going to just be a fucking actor and try your best to capture the essence of the person? And if enough time goes by, you can make a real biopic where you don't have to do the impression, you just simply have to capture the essence. And so, too many people that are alive that remember Reagan to really be able to put your acting chops on and do it the right way. That's my opinion.
Did you see? It's interesting you say that, because you made me think. Also, the movie Golda came out, and Helen Mirren, was amazing. Really looked like her, had all the affect of the character, and so it's funny that you say that, because people have played her before that didn't fully match her, but more the essence. I'm not sure which is better.
I definitely think Helen Mirren's just in a different acting class than Quaid and Sig. That being said, talking about political biopics, I think Gary Oldman's portrayal of Churchill is one.
Oldman also did an amazing job. You said Gary Oldman, and I perked right up. He's my favorite actor. He's on my bucket list of people to interview. But he also did an amazing take on Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, Gary Oldman's one of my favorites as well. An underrated gangster flick, State of Grace. I thought that was the movie where I literally was like, I think this is my favorite actor.
Yes, I've seen every Oldman film. He is the bee's knees, as they say. I just love that man. Here's a really sad but fun fact about Nye McGee. I used to run the Gary Oldman fan club many, many years ago. That's how crazy insane I am.
Nice. You know who my favorite actor is now?
Keanu Reeves.
No, come on, for fuck's sake. Do you know who Stephen Graham is?
Let me Google him. Hold on, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
The name sounds familiar, but let me look.
I know Abby, if she doesn't know the name, would know him from Boardwalk Empire.
All right, who did he play?
He was the guy that played Capone.
Oh, okay.
And wait, he just did a dynamic performance in Adolescence. Did you see that?
Yes, amazing. He's amazing. He's also in The Irishman. Have you guys seen The Irishman?
Definitely saw The Irishman.
Yeah, I think Stephen Graham right now is the best actor right now. That doesn't mean that, like, I think he's better than peak Daniel Day-Lewis or peak, Gary Oldman. There's a handful of people that I think in their peak were better. But right now, I can't think of anybody that is better. The only people that I would even begin to say that, like, okay, that's a tough one would be like somebody like Christian Bale.
Oh my God, I swear to God, I was just about to say Christian Bale. Yes.
And then the underdog would be Sam Rockwell.
until I just drop out from the marriage.
I hear you. This will invigorate people. So Steve wakes up and sees the title of the room, he's gonna get excited. Dr. Adams is back.
Adams, have U.S. race relations improved since 1960s?
Well, like I said, I feel like Martin Luther King ran away, and
Wait, why do you keep saying this? I heard you say this in another room. What's up with that? Well, are you trolling or do you really believe this? I'm so.
you don't believe that Martin Luther King.
No, I love to put on a tinfoil hat. No, listen, Adams. I love to put on a tinfoil hat every now and then, but I need to understand why I need to wear one.
What do you mean?
I've never heard this theory before that MLK Jr. is alive and you're hiding out in Florida. I've never heard this until you said it earlier.
Right? He's literally in Pompano Beach.
But what, where are you getting this information from? Why do you believe this? If you believe this, why are you just drunk?
So, again, Martin Luther King wanted to get away from black people. He wanted to live his life, right, in Pompano Beach with his white wife. Why is that like a conspiracy theory?
Adams, I effing love you. I don't understand. I'll roll with it. I've never heard this before. I think it's hilarious. Okay, I'll just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? It's 2:14 in the morning. I'm on a back.
Okay, so do you have evidence that Martin Luther
Because of government intervention and government money with dad, they directed that the staff kill him, smother him, suffocate him, off him in the hospital, and say the assassination, the gunshots were the official cause of death. But she claims, the nurse allegedly claimed conspiracy. But your theory is just super delicious. Wow.
Listen, I'm not trying to break up a happy home, okay? At the end of the day, Martin Luther King is alive. The man who lives in Florida, and, he has white children. It is what it is.
Wait, does his family know? Just like, Hollywood knows. Well, there's a secret that Denzel Washington has a secret family. It's an open secret, I should say, but does MLK's family know? His wife, his children. Do they know he's out in Florida with the white wife and the biracial babies?
Of course.
Somebody in the chat said he lives with Grand Cartel. Oh my word. Is the T-Mobile guy there too, Sean?
How old would MLK be if he was still alive today? 96.
Wow. 96. Adams, so 1860 to 1960, how much progress do you think there was in terms of race relations in the U.S. from 1860 to 1960?
I mean, no. It's crazy. I got a BMW for my 60th birthday. So, I feel like racial progression in America is, it is what it is.
I feel like this is the issue that people
its proper perspective. But the other side is like equally as disingenuous in the fact that they accept, they don't accept the fact that progress has been made, or just how much fucking progress has been made. I think both of those positions are fucking weird. I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging the history and acknowledging the progress. I think that's the conversation. I certainly don't think that's ever really happened here on Clubhouse. Like when the issue comes up, you just get people. America's always been racist. It's still racist. It'll always be racist until the white devils are dead. Is America racist? Yeah, people really believe America's racist. I think we're the least racist country in 2025. I don't think there's a single country that's less racist than us in 2025. Go ahead, Edward.
I'll make it really quick. My opinion is they don't like to acknowledge that progress has been made. How else would you be able to keep black people in a perpetual state of victimhood and using oppression as a crutch? If, black folks, especially Democratic black voters, not all, they think the white man, boogeyman, is hiding in the bush. Now they claim that, he's going to take them to concentration camps as part of Project 2025. So, of course they can't talk about the progress.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've never met a person that actually thinks of other people as property. Like the idea of that is just ludicrous to me. Like I can't even fathom it. To say there hasn't been progress from the period in time when people thought of other people as property. And that still goes on in this world. Yeah, I've never met anyone in our society that actually thinks that way. And it's just, it's one of the most far out ideas I could ever imagine. And I can't imagine it to consider other people as property. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that's really the sign of we've changed drastically.
Got it, Stark. So let me ask you a question, Joe. You support the British?
The British, like the country or the people?
Maybe both.
Not really support the country.
Got it. So, do you take into the context that a lot of those people are enslaved?
Like the general population, not in the sense of being thought of as property unless we are commodities in the financial system.
Got it. But at the same time, British people have to bow down to a king, right?
To a certain degree, they signed the Magna Carta.
What do you mean to a certain degree?
But yeah, to a certain degree, they still adhere to it.
Right. So, do you feel like this is the same reality of people in America?
No, not at all.
Got it. This is my point. So, it's very crazy for people to assert a certain type of notion as to, how Europeans and this European construct as to how people should feel in terms of gradually moving us into communism as opposed to, the American everyday fabric that we live in. And it's funny that at the same time, you have a lot of freaking Europeans that come onto the stage, come onto this app, and they have to bow down to a king. Do you see the differences?
Well, rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth II. Adams, listen, I've interviewed, this has nothing to do with anything you stated, but just to kind of speak because many of the members deviated from their original mission. I'll give you a direct quote of one member told me. He said a lot of them just got to the point where they wanted to smoke weed and bang white girls. rights movement. Part of the civil rights movement, you have a lot of black scholars who agree or who debate that, we know black folks were fighting to, or I should say fighting. They were protesting, demanding, advocating for, to have, to sit in safe spaces with white folks at the church, and sit next to them at the coffee house. But also, and this is not debatable, they wanted access to white high interracial sex. This is why when I hear people talk about race wars, especially on X, with white folks and white men specifically, the incels, and they're trying to convince their followers that black guys, especially the so-called black nationalists, are pushing for race wars. And I'm like, are y'all insane? Black people, especially black guys, are not wanting no race wars. They're not wanting to lose access to white sex. So have race relations improved? Absolutely. Black folks can have sex with white folks now without being lynched, hanged, buried, and burned. That's progress. And I'm not even trying to be funny. But you speak to some of these voices in the community, and that's all they talk about. That's what's important to them. White hot interracial sex, not losing access to it. So I would certainly call that progress. And I'm not even going to try to be.
Very clever point.
Also, speaking of progress, Adams, you asked me if I've been to Africa. No. But you also know something? You'll find a lot of black Americans don't want to go to Africa. And a lot of TikTok videos have confirmed that some black Americans, when they move to some African countries, they can't wait to come back here. Of course, we have some that thrive there. They go there and they thrive. They're doing quite well, building up businesses, homes, et cetera, et cetera. But I've seen too many videos across TikTok of black Americans going to some African nations and complaining about, not being able to twerk, emancipate, malnutrition cows, not having access to, colorful Takis and candy-coated dill pickles that they could stick peppermint canes into. They're very spoiled with our Western ways. I call that progress. They don't have adequate electricity and water flow. They have lizards and snakes crawling in the bed with them. That's what they say. They're ready to come back home. They recognize the problem. They flee America due to racism, they claim, and lack of opportunity because they're black. They go to Africa and find they're worse off, and they're ready to come back here. I call that progress.
So, do you feel like LARPing as Black Americans, it's progress?
Wait, say, you cut out the first part, which.
So, do you feel like a lot of people on this app LARPing as Black Americans? Do you feel like that's progress?
Well, for them it's progress because there's something about the Black American experience that they put on a pedestal that they think is better than whatever's going on in their own in Tetherland, right? So they'll LARP as us, while at the same time claiming that we have no culture and have contributed nothing to American society. So it's progress for them. I suppose to some degree, Black Americans could be flattered that many want to copy our culture and claim to be us, while at the same time mocking us. But we know what that's about. It's just jealousy to some degree because they're not us. And they understand our influence and how cool we are with so many things. Listen, I saw a video the other day. Black folks created a dance to the theme song of Law and Order. Okay, if we're not God's gift, I don't know who is.
So Law and Order.
Yeah, it's a viral TikTok dance, the Law and Order theme. I mean, who does that? Us. We're so colorful and so not serious at times, but that's why I love us. Progress.
do you think it's going to take for people to accept the progress? What I mean by that is there's the people that are on Clubhouse, and I don't know how much of society they want to.
Roger. Africans and Caribbeans have to stop LARPing as Black Americans. That's the first step.
Who's the LARPing? Who's the LARPing?
I mean, like Lonzo, for example. He's LARPing as the Black Americans, gassing up Black people.
Isn't he Haitian or something?
Right.
Yeah. What do you think it would really take? Because when I hear people say, "Oh, well, there's a debt owed and blah blah blah," it's like I don't think if that bluff was called, and let's say somebody did write a check, I think the first thing that would be said, no matter what the denomination is that it wasn't enough, or how can you put a dollar amount on those lives? And it's like I don't even think the thing that they ask for, that some are asking for, I don't think that would solve anything. I think that at this point, people just want to have something to complain about. And I feel like if reparations ever were paid, I think it would. I think they'd lose their minds over it, because then they wouldn't have this thing to complain about anymore.
Listen, I think there would be an increase in violence, black on black violence. We saw it during the COVID checks. If memory serves correctly, didn't Trump give us some Trump checks during COVID? And I remember so many stories, not a lot, maybe a handful of stories of family members. Imagine if we received reparation payouts in the form of financial, right? I predict we would see an increase in violence, because those who didn't get a check would have beef with family members and friends who did receive reparations payout. And when they went to, ask for a handout, hey, let me hold 500, let me get 1,000, and they don't receive any money, or they don't get the answer that they're looking for, somebody's getting shot or choked the fuck out.
So you don't think that Black people actually receive reparations during the Summer of Love?
What, in the form of STDs? No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
No, as far as, the amount of money that was subjugated over to the Black community, you don't think that Black people actually rendered reparations during the Summer of Love?
Are we talking Summer of Love, like Woodstock, Flower People, Flower Child, 60? Because if so, I'm not familiar with these.
No, I'm talking about people making $80,000 to $90,000 a year in, janitorial companies.
Well, I think, Adams, I don't know, sir. I can't speak on that. You know what I'm saying? I try not to speak on things I don't know nothing about.
And why it was crazy. I got rear-ended by a woman in a Nissan Altima. And, she had no car insurance during the pandemic. And it was one of those things where she was just like, I'm getting my PPP loan money. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, what is this direct supporting?
Well, listen, you mentioned business. I'm all for reparations payouts if it's in the form of helping small businesses or helping Black businesses, building up Black businesses. I wouldn't mind reparations payouts, in the form of free education. Maybe it could be allocated to in the health medical industry somehow to solve some disparities. And they're always claiming Black women are dying the most in childbirth and heart disease and ovarian cancer and this, that, and the other. I wouldn't mind money being allocated to
you don't feel like when you're ready to have reparations?
That we already have reparations? Is that what you said? You broke up.
Of course.
I suppose in some way. I mean, I would really have to think about it to fully answer the question. But I don't know, Adams, to be honest with you. Hakima's giving me the coon eyes. I don't know. If we have received reparations in some form, I am open to listening to ongoing debates about why new reparation payouts are deserving for, these new age blacks. But I would have to hear more about your opinion, because I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest with you.
I have a quick question. Sorry, Joe. What's the proper dollar amount, and who should?
Yeah, proper dollar amount. Oh, go ahead, Joe. I don't know if that.
No, I was just gonna make a point to what you said. Go ahead and answer his question.
I can't put a dollar amount on there, but who should it go to? If I had to say, I would pick. If my grandparents were still alive, I'd pick them. Or my great grandparents, I would pick them. I think the elders should get the funds. Those most closest to the last, those most closest to in the family tree to.
So the next of kin.
I feel like my grandfather would be upset. Like she was upset. 6 different kids with 5 different men, and again, she had the land of a whale. To be able to make herself be able to take care of herself. In a later part of life. So I mean, when you want to look at reparations, like what do reparations look like?
Land distribution. That would be for land distribution. So a financial handout, right? I'm for land and education. Reparations and land and education.
So should Roger actually, pay for black families to have families?
Well, I'm interested in the fact that there's about 40 million Black Americans, and if we were to honor the field order that said 40 acres and a mule, what's interesting is that we can come up with the 40 acres. Interestingly enough, in the 28% of the land across the U.S. that is owned by the federal government, you can come up with it. What you can't come up with is 40 million mules. So there is no 48 million mules. So we couldn't give them the mules.
Well, after the mule is the house.
Look, I've done the math on this. It's only about 16. I think it could be 13, between 13 and 16 million. 16 comes to mind, that are descendants of chattel slavery, because there was a significant portion of black immigrants that came in the 1900s. So now it depends on if you want to group it in between, descendants that lived under Jim Crow era, as well as, or just descendants of chattel slavery. So that's your distinguishing mark right there. And this idea has been sold and repackaged and rebranded before. LBJ, when he sold the Great Society and the reforms to the schools, at that time that was a form of reparations. He at least sold it as a politician, and I think it continues to get repackaged and rebranded. Where we're at today is, people want to pay that check paid out, but I agree with Mojo that in the sense that there is enough land, and I would prefer Americans to own that land rather than or the states that the land is in, rather than the federal government. Now, not all significant places, bases, and Rocky Mountain National Park. There's some parks that are definitely worth saving. However, there's a ton of land with energy underneath it, and so this area is undesirable to go and locate to. So if you could open it up and allow the land to be leased, and a portion of question.
I think it was a good question that I even asked the answer is not. Like you say, out of the 40 million black Americans, only 16 million are descendants of child slavery, and the rest came in later and had Mississippi. You made it up. They never had.
No, two-thirds of black Americans today are not descendants of chattel slavery. I'm not making that up.
Where do you get that from?
I have studied this. I've gone through this before. Do you want me to get a source? Yeah, okay.
This is crazy. There's not many blacks in Africa that we were talking in the 60s and 70s. Those are not the people we're talking about. Only 40 million black Americans are descendants of, by and large, descendants of child slavery.
So, Akiva, what number do you think the U.S. government should pay out that would make Black America say, okay, we could?
I have no idea what number it is, but another thing he said is like in 3 generations there will be reparations again. Be branded like as if we already have one round of reparations and we're working on the second round of reparations. Like Craig should have saying that we have reparations because of summer love and that silly shit. I'm not no big reparation, but I don't think I'm gonna pay it. I mean, don't give me the last that we got it was most of us not even descendants of slavery. That shit is nonsense.
But do you think that there is a number that would cause the majority of Black America to say, okay, cool, everything's good now?
Maybe everyone would be happy with it.
I mean, just a consensus. Yeah, of course, you're going to have outliers.
But it should be a number that we reach where it should be.
Do you remember when they came up with the number of like 6 quadrillion?
We have more money than it is in the whole world straight.
Yeah, it was 43 times the global GDP.
That's ridiculous. But like some kind of money you spend, like tax breaks, education, land, combination of those, not to make every black person rich like you go 10 million.
GPT, because I was curious, just give me a number. What would be satisfactory number? ChatGPT says $350,000 per person per Black American, 40 million descendants of slave people.
So, one of the organizations that's done that, they've calculated the labor, they've calculated the interest, they've calculated all this stuff. They came up with the number of $151 million times the 40 million people, and it comes out to something like $6 quadrillion.
Yeah, that's insanity.
like, some black woman that like went to community college or healed, and she got like 5 minutes of education, and all of a sudden she wanted to wear reparations and decided she was going to go save the fucking world. Oh, we got Alpha and ASR up here. They were squabbling in the fucking chat. I wonder if they got anything to say to each other. It's difficult to find a specific number of actual descendants of chattel slavery. How would you, like, what would be the cutoff? What if it's like, what would actually be the qualifying factor in Cuba?
It wouldn't be hard to figure out. I mean, they have ancestral records. They have plantation records. There's the Freedmen's Bureau documents. The government knows who the descendants of chattel slaves are. They might not keep the paperwork, but they know. It wouldn't be hard to figure
And exactly what you're going to see, because this is the other thing. I think if you could find an estate that you could prove that its wealth was derived from this labor, and then prove the descendant, then maybe you've got a case. But like the idea of like you're going to get the taxpayer dollars to pay for it, like I don't buy that at all. And like I've heard too many people in Clubhouse just generically say, "Oh, white people owe," and it's like, let's say if they was a family that had this wealth, how much of that wealth might have gotten wiped out over time? I mean, like considering everything
nation moving towards two societies, one in black, one white, one black, separated. White America have never fully understood what the Negro can never forget is that white society is deeply implicated in America. White institutions created, white institutions maintained, and white society condoned it. That was a few years after the Civil Rights Act that Lyndon Johnson promoted that commission. It's saying that white folks are hypocrites. You built your whole nation on lies, and your highest government recognize that racism is complicity in society. So let's talk about the fact that we have 13, 14, 15 million people, right, with our years later, we need a Civil Rights Act. That means your laws are nugatory. You don't pass any laws based on egalitarianism. You pass laws just to make people think you really care about it. You wouldn't need a Civil Rights Act in the first place if you follow those amendments. So what does it say when your highest branch of government is admitting the complicity of white folks in government? Being racist. Still obtains if white folks, black folks are still fighting to be enslaved with white folks.
So, do you live in the U.S.?
Yes, my person.
Okay, so you're not a slave.
Yeah, so I don't identify my body because I know my ancestors was. I went to learn that we identify by we didn't speak this language. We had different words. If I make it unfinished, we had a different way to conceive reality, different moral system. So we didn't go around identifying with any personality. So one of the problems is that you strip people from their autonomous value system. You strip people from a way of accessing the hundreds of thousands of memory they had before. White folk went and stole their history. So now the black elect United States king, like the factory of your own babies, with a foreign language and a foreign value system, we wonder why they collect us backwards.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Not yet, Alpha. Alpha, no. This guy was cooking. You'll get to respond, but let's let him cook.
Yeah, so imagine Chinese folk invading the United States right now. They forcing everybody, white, black, this with Chinese, they give up their autonomous values. But they will not see how they can disalienate the mindset of Americans. Well, if that's the case, then you see what's going on with the black elected United States. You see, so
Okay, let's pause there. Alpha, go ahead. Rip.
First of all, I hope everybody's doing good. Good to see you, Roger. I don't really take sociologists first and foremost to be doctors of anything. Sociology is a very poor discipline, and a poor discipline at that, for trying to understand anything about human beings. At best, the sociologist can do is just observe social cues, social patterns that are usually not replicable in a controlled environment, in a controlled experiment. Even worse, when they try to re-observe it in real life. Why? Humans change. Why? Big question. We can go into many hard sciences to explain this, and we'll still come up with provisional knowledge, which means that any conclusion we derive from it is provisional at best, that they cannot be taken as definitive to try to answer any of these major and complex questions that we try to answer on these applications, that we do so pompously. Second, the idea that my body contains certain wisdoms is very essentialist. Last time we checked in the 1950s when we did the first heart transplant, and nobody's body's knowledge, quote unquote, was transplanted to somebody else. The person that donated the heart did not transfer any of their, quote unquote, essence into the other person. That itself just destroys this convoluted gobbledygook. And of course, when we speak about the fact that it will take into consideration, if we're going to apply the logic of everybody in the present is guilty for the past, then how far do we go back? That needs to be understood. How far do we go back? Because do we go back through the quote-unquote racial ancestry and DNA of every people of color quote unquote, I hate to use these terms, but these terms have become popular, so I'll use it for lack of a better term, to go back and say, okay, your family comes from, let's say, a particular province in the Congos, and at some point before the slavery, you were conquered by such and such people. Should we go and prosecute them as well for conquest and deprivation and whatever they cost, or is it just specifically to target the United States of America? If that's the case, then it becomes very clear that the idea is not justice and the purpose is not justice. It's revenge.
Yeah, so the gentleman never addressed any argument that my person propounded here. But the type of argument never argued. We call that straw man argumentation. So I'm not sure what your background is in, sir, but my background is in pure mathematics. 4.0 GPA here, summa cum laude graduate. John Hopkins University in the pure computation mathematics program. And in arguments and logic, we look at structured arguments. So you didn't address the argument. So let's talk about the American long history of 100% racial quotas in favor of whites. You know, we have a whole bunch of presidents here where the United States set up specific programs to benefit white folks at the commiseration of black folks, embedded into the program. I can name about 20 of them right now. Radio acts, the whole bunch of acts that were committed just specifically to benefit white folks. So when we talk about institutional oppression, we're looking at the structure of a society. It's funny how white folks like to talk about accountability, but never hold amenable or answerable to institutions of society that create the conditions. They do that to poor white folks too, very classes. So address my actual argument, sir. Not some putative argument I never argued. Refute it. Based on laws of logic.
Sure, based on the laws of logic. According to the laws of logic, abusing to a degree in mathematics is called argumentum from authority, right? So that itself is a logical fallacy, if you want to speak about formal logic.
You never addressed my argument, sir.
Second, I did address your argument because I went to the core of your sources. You quote from a sociologist that claims to be a doctor. Now, sociologists are not doctors. If you mean by doctor someone that this is science 101 really. If you claim that a doctor is someone who attains a PhD by publishing a thesis in about 5 years, then sure. I've read many PhDs and none of them actually hold weight after a couple of months after they're published. Really, they don't. Third, if you're going to use sources that validate your arguments, nobody's discounting that. I'm not discounting that. I'm simply saying, where do you stop? Is it only applicable to the United States or is it to everybody? And by what measure? By what measure? Because what you're saying implies that black people, or whatever you call black people, somehow are in a vacuum. They're not involved in the interactions and the complex situational cues and the life they live in society, right? Then somehow they're not there. For instance, let's say in a city, an institution was built like an education center to it. But what they do is, oh no, the black person did work there. They were involved in the institution and the processes. The same institution and the nitty-gritty that underpinned it, right, the workings that underpinned it, and the situation that that institution created is involved. But the black person there was just brainwashed or indoctrinated and did not have agency. These kinds of arguments, I'm looking at really the core principles of the sources. Because
I never argue any of that you're talking about now, sir. Just talking.
You're quoting sources to validate arguments.
So to be specific, let's quote the actual arguments. Quote, systemic racism includes the complex array of anti-black practices that unjustly gain political and economic power of whites, that continue economic and other resource inequalities along racial lines, and the white racist ideologies and attitudes created to maintain and rationalize white privilege and power. The economy, politics, education, religion, the family reflects the fundamental realities of systemic racism. This is from Racist America, Roots, Current Realities, and Future Reparations by sociologist Dr. Joe Fagan. Quote, in addition to that, which y'all need to hear, We need to talk about the
Can we
100%.
pause real quick? I think one of the fucking weirdest things to happen on Clubhouse is when people read. Can we have a conversation? Or like, cause if you're just gonna read, like, I'll get in queue and I'll just read from my favorite.
So so never mind that old citing action.
No, you can say what you want, but I want to have a conversation. If you're incapable of having a conversation, then don't have one. It's a social audio.
Isn't that
Go fucking write a Substack if that's what you want to do.
Isn't that part of the dialogue? Citing evidence to prove one's argument?
Okay, listen. Hold on. I'm gonna do what you just did. Okay. I will not eat it with a fox. I will not eat it in a box. Sam, I will eat those green eggs and ham. That's what you fucking sound like, my guy.
Yeah, but you're making jokes, sir. I'm actually adducing arguments.
No, you're not. You're reading and it's boring as fuck, and it's not convincing anybody of anything other than you know how to read. Great. I take my hat off to you. This great country of ours has educated you to the point that you're capable of reading. I love it. Sounds like progress since 1860 to me, my guy.
You know that you're not intending to the actual argument, though. That means somebody's reading level is not up to standard.
I don't want to hear people read. It's boring as fuck, and it's evidence that you don't have a fucking position. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. You just want to read. Sam, green eggs and ham. I won't eat it with a fox. I won't eat it with a box. Nope. Sam, the goddamn green eggs and ham.
You keep on interrupting because you're not prepared to engage.
I don't want to hear you read fucking tard.
Hold on, come on now, sir. You're talking to an honorable infantryman. So
listen, I'm talking to a goddamn retard is what I'm talking to.
You know that doesn't refute my argument, and it does that.
How about this? If you want to join the conversation, I'll mute myself and you can go ahead and talk as loud as you like. But if you're just gonna sit there and read shit because you don't have any fucking thing to talk about, then I'll just move you to the fucking audience. You can't do that.
This whole time, he's talking about stuff he doesn't.
Shut the fuck up. You're like, listen, nobody got to read. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, Roger, all I did was simply apply science 101. We learned this in junior classes we can be. That way, when we check the credibility and verifiability of the sources, then we proceed to construct valid and evidential arguments so that we can actually come up with solutions that we can use to solve problems. Now, we do this in simple sciences like molecular biology, like just general biology or chemistry, or even in legal situations. And a judge does not just simply look at, for instance, precedents. If somebody, let's say, committed manslaughter, the judge might say, well, the previous judge before me, common law, as the precedent, we're going to look at the precedent and then derive by adjudication. That's not going to happen because they look at circumstances. What are those precedences? How applicable they are? All I'm trying to do is when these arguments are brought up, especially against any quote-unquote Western nation, I simply look at it and say,
Alpha, with all due respect, you're boring the piss out of me too. Listen, if you guys want to talk, pause. If you guys want to have a conversation, like, you guys are doing this as boring as, like, I don't know if you've seen, like, when Jordan Peterson went on tour with Sam Harris, and they would spend the majority of their fucking time defining what one word means before, like, it's a way to avoid having a conversation. You got one of these fucking assholes on the stage that all he wants to do is read, because he doesn't know the source material well enough to talk about it, so he has to read it. And then you have somebody else that just wants to challenge, the validity of what's being said. Have a fucking conversation. You guys, the emotional intelligence of the two of you right now is like in a fucking 1 on a scale from 1 to 100.
You know how to have a conversation? Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Requires a yes/no answer. You don't have to go fucking get a book out that you've read. I'm going to fucking ask you one simple question. Has there been any progress made in race relations from 1860 to 2025? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, then you are the stupidest human being on the wrong thing. Because you just fucking failed the fucking most common sense test. If you can't acknowledge that there's been progress since 1860, there is no point in talking to you because you're fucking mentally retarded. Respectfully. Alpha. In fact, I am living proof. I came to the United States and became what I am, so if that's not progress, I don't know what is. Look, I'm gonna fucking tune out here. If one of you guys want to invite one of these assholes up, I don't know about you guys. I get bored when people just read that shit. It's fucking dumb. They don't know the source material. If they did, look, this is not a complicated conversation. There was a lot of fucking injustice that's happened throughout world history, in the United States specifically, and we can do it decade by decade by decade. But if somebody's not going to acknowledge that there's been progress made, I mean, like, used to be slaves, there's no longer slaves. If you can't call that progress, then you're a fucking retard. Period. I don't make the fucking rules. But in Roger, that's what it is. Every time they change the definition, it's never ending. And when you challenge all the definition, they just don't engage in it. And the saga continues. Well, listen, if one of us, look, if somebody just wants to read the list of grievances, right? And this is what was, oh god, the first season of Clubhouse, I'm getting PTSD. You had people that would, like, they would do what this guy did, but they'd just fucking read off some shit. And they say it as if nobody's ever heard it. You know, like, did you know that the transatlantic slave, counter slavery, blah, 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 field order, yada, yada, yada. I mean, like, they've got these little fucking talking points that they go through. They act as if the shit that they're saying is, like, maybe the information hit his deck maybe a week ago, and so it's all new information to him. But anybody that's fucking been alive and knows how to read for the last fucking 30, 40 years has heard this shit 1,000 fucking times. Like, okay, let's have a conversation about it. He was completely incapable. The level of just disingenuous, he can't acknowledge that there's been any progress made. Like, to make that argument, like, I literally, like, you have to have an IQ of about fucking 64.
get to my actual argument.
Hold on. If you can't acknowledge that the practice of slavery has been ended, if you can't acknowledge that, then I don't think you have the intellect to participate in conversation at any level.
But why don't you address my actual argument? I'm talking about the relation between slave master and slave. It's still the same.
No, it's not. There's no slaves. There's no slaves and there's no slave master.
Listen to the whole argument. Black folks have been brought here to serve white folks. They're still doing it right now, albeit in different ways. So, like I said,
Maybe you are.
you notice I didn't address the argument. You keep on making these red herrings. You're not prepared to engage intellectually about the subject matter based on the status of lives or something.
Okay.
I have feelings right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question. Has the practice of slavery in the United States been ended?
No.
Okay. Got it. Hold on. I have a follow-up question. It's a good one. I have a follow-up question. Who is your slave master?
So,
Who is your slave master?
are you going to allow me to answer some of that?
Okay, yeah, the question is, who is your slave master? I'd like his name. It's full.
I'm not talking about my friend.
Oh, so you don't have a slave master? I thought you were going to talk about the relationship between the slave and the slave master.
The problem is you ask a question to allow me to finish speaking.
Okay, got it. Well, walk me through who your slave master is.
What that means is that you're not prepared to engage in subject matter basis on study. You look at the debate, all the debate by equals, so everybody else I teach. This is stuff I got about 20 years ago. This is basic sociology. So let's stay with the fundamental argument, namely that the relation between black folks and white folks. But you're still uptaking. So instead of going on a shadow box, right, to fight for it, we're going to box it down and fight for positions in universities, jobs. It's the same type of slavery mentality. We haven't been identified for being taken advantage in the first place. For example, you could tell me why is that white folks can benefit perpetually on the backs of non-whites? And then when non-whites hold white folks benefit, now we want to talk about accountability.
Yeah, sorry. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. No, listen. You ran to this.
You know, you can answer your questions.
I'm going to ask you a question. Or maybe it would respond better if I ask you a question.
The question you want to answer.
Okay. How about
You
this?
ask the question.
How about this? Yeah. I want to move into the audience simply because the ideology that you subscribe to is so fucking stupid that if you really believe it, I want to agitate you and I want to show my control over you so that you can go into a room and complain that the slave masters were moving the slaves off of the fucking stage, because that's about as stupid as you are. What a fucking retard you are. You're just a goddamn retard. I'll tell you this, if slavery still was allowed, you wouldn't be one. You're too stupid to perform any task. Nobody in the right mind would employ you for anything. Certainly wouldn't pay you. Definitely wouldn't expect you to work for free. What did you do? You're dumb. You're a dumb person.
What you say is like his people or his
Listen, I don't need to justify this. Everybody on the app knows who the blackest person on the app is. Everyone knows that. I can Alpha, this is not the time. Listen, I'm going to give this guy one more chance. I'll bring him up. You guys can play with him. He says that, this is his claim, he says that slavery still exists. He said that no progress has been made since 1860 to today. He said there's still a relationship between a slave and a slave master. And then I asked him if he was a slave, and he said no. I asked him who his slave master was. He said he didn't have one. But he also claims that, I mean, this guy is just fucking retarded, dude. Just
fucking persuading anybody. And the reason I can talk like this, some people in the show are probably like, oh, Mojo's going a little crazy. It's going a little hard on the people that are making their Black American grievances. Look, I will hear them if they're legitimate grievances. But if you can't acknowledge that there's been progress that's been made, you are too fucking stupid to talk to. I would rather, like fucking Gary Coleman playing Arnold on Different Strokes, he used to speak to a little goldfish named Abraham. I would rather go to my aquarium, speak to my goldfish, because I will get a better conversation from my goldfish than I will talking to these fucking retards on the club.
Do you think talking to Abraham would be better, or just smashing your head against the wall?
To figure out how to put the triangle in the triangle hole, circle in the circle hole, and the square in the square circle. I don't think you can handle that. I think you're that dumb. In fact, I wouldn't hire you to push the fucking jizz mop at the Peep Show. I think you're that stupid.
I do think he was referencing me about vaccine injections.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just a fucking idiot.
Right, just like one person's not on that profile pic right there, I could go for a ride. Don't know about that too, right? Y'all just talk that some white boys. You know, some of us go patrol the streets looking for y'all. You ain't really about that stuff. Y'all talk so much. Because then when that black man come talk to you, y'all run on the streets. Like the needle.
Yeah, sorry, you're a bitch. You're always been a bitch. You always will be a bitch.
Two white boys running from that black man ASR patrolling the streets. And when that black man gets shot,
What you mean?
he start crying about something, right?
Yeah, do your rounds in the green zone, you fucking pussy. Guard check, bitch.
Yeah, and we $1 million for that. Johnny Cochran's farm.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. So this retard is a gangster in the street, and but he's kill mathematics summa cum laude. Like, dude, you're a fucking retard. Nobody's afraid of you. Like, if your physical presence is as dumb as your fucking intellectual prowess, nobody would be afraid of you. You're a mental midget. You're literally retarded. Literally retarded. Nobody's afraid of you.
I have a question. Is financial servitude a thing today?
Hey, by the way, I love the idea that he made threats of violence on an audio app. I don't know if he knows that that's against the law, and I'll bet you if he went to jail over those threats, he would just say that that's systemic racism.
Wait, does he realize that the feds monitor these apps too?
He doesn't know anything. He's a fucking retard.
I mean, if Snowden showed us anything,
They'd probably put this little fucking bitch on the fucking girl side of a prison.
Look, Roger works for the Mossad. You come in here, you make money for him. So, I wouldn't stay here if I was you.
I mean, this app was made by an Indian and a Jew, so
These guys are tapped into everything. No Diddy. What did you have to do to brother like that, Roger? Why didn't you let him come loud?
That guy's a fucking faggot. I wonder if he realizes that about the fact that this is streaming on YouTube, and that the app works with all of the 3-letter alphabet, and the number one thing that they look for is threats of violence. I mean, I wonder if he knows that. I wonder if he read that in one of his books.
wait, was he talking about ancient Egyptians or what?
No, he's just a fucking retard. Oh, now he's claiming he never made a threat of violence. He actually said he was going to look for us on the streets.
And when a black man comes to you, you come to me with violence and I'll shoot your ass. I mean, that's
What are we doing on the streets anyway? We're not on the streets. We're family, man.
I mean, can we talk about the fact that he does not recognize that there's been any progress made in race relations in this country?
You know,
Like,
Roger.
that is the stupid. The only thing dumber than that would be the people that deny that there was like ever an injustice that took place. I mean, there's two types of ignorant people on this topic. There's the people that make it sound like nothing bad ever happened. Those people are fucking retarded. But the people like this guy that fucking pretend that there's no fucking progress. The fact that he's got a fucking smartphone is evidence of the progress. I mean, like let's think about this realistically. He's got a fucking $1,200 minimum cell phone in his fucking hand, and he says that there's no progress. Wow, amazing.
One thing I always like telling the Muslims when they threaten me is that I'll shoot them with an IWI, which is Israeli weapons industry. You know, it's X95 to 4, and then all my 5.56 get dipped in pork bark.
Yeah, it's funny. He showed his nature though. He couldn't participate in a conversation that was clearly over his head because he just doesn't have the scholarship to have this conversation. And then once he realized that he was, just out of his depth, he decided to make threats of violence, which can be punishable by law.
I mean, I do feel bad buying a Turkish handgun, you know, on the, like, support the Turks, but they build some pretty good shit.
Look, Kalatz is just mad, all right? Because look, Kalatz, he didn't get his share, so no, there's been no progress, all right? Roger ate his share.
Oh, if anybody was wondering, it's a Canik TP9 SFX. It's competent.
Look, he's a mathematician. He'll figure it out.
God.
Yeah, Terrence Howard is his ASR's hero.
I'm looking at his silly profile here. 2nd Platoon, Bravo Company, Bulldog. So let me get this straight. So the country that he lives in is so oppressive, but he went to fight in the military. Like, well, you can't even make this shit up. This guy's as stupid as the dude that said that he was a black nationalist, but he worked for the KKK. I mean, this guy is dumb, beyond dumb.
Wait, do you think it's as dumb as Victoria saying that she worked for 3 U.S. president?
It's pretty fucking up there. Yeah, he's pretty fucking dumb.
Or that she briefed them in
administration in the hospital. Which one makes you a slave? Exactly.
You know what's interesting here too is if these claims of his military service are accurate, like if he's honest about that, which I doubt. He doesn't seem like an honest person in general. But if those are honest, then it just makes the feds easier to figure out who this fucking clown is when they come to knock on his door. And then if he's lying, then he's just like stolen valor. So either way, this guy's just a bitch.
You think he's one of these retards that served this country, but then says, if those fucking feds show up at my fucking door, I'll blast them motherfuckers through the door. It's like, wait, what? You're part of the fucking problem.
Let's bring this half-wit back up. Let's have a little more fun.
Mid-wit.
Same thing. Bring him back up. Somebody invite him.
I sent them in.
There's the half-wit.
I noticed that when the black man speaks, the cowards get disappear. I might make no great stories, y'all. I posted a link in the chat of my person patrolling the streets in Los Angeles looking for those Inglewood pigs. That's what I did. I ain't making any threat stories anyone here. Stop moving the goalposts. Secondly, some of us really go out there and protect the masses, white and pale faces alike, black and pale dark faces alike, no matter what. But some of these gentlemen are refusing to deal with the argument. I this argument intellectually, he told me stop reading. Which one is it? Because when I propounded the stats, you didn't want to hear that. When I gave you my own argument, you didn't want to hear that. So what I'm trying to get at is that you're not dealing with the subject matter at hand. This ain't no fraud here. Some of us know the subject matter like the back of our hand. Attend to the argument at hand. Now, you can make equivalent arguments about classism, which were what white folks are mostly suffering from in terms of finances. We can do all that too. The point is that no one made any threats towards you. Cowards. You feel threatened because you're not engaged intellectually. Right? Deal with the subject matter. The
So
subject
what
matter
is the
is
solution? Look, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say America hasn't changed a bit. All right, we're all racist. We're all brainwashed. What's the solution?
the solution is get rid of the power elite. They don't care about pale face and dark face. Yeah, they killed that white boy, honorable white boy, Huey P. Long, because he wanted to redistribute the wealth amongst the masses of poor whites or poor blacks. In that share wealth program, you know, the namesake of Huey P. Newton was after a white man named Huey P. Long. They murdered that white senator because he was talking about redistributing the wealth amongst poor folks. They killed him. Let's talk about how
you're saying socialist policies, but we need Marxist activism until we establish an ideology or an institution that slowly withers away the state that is simply overarching or overreaching everything. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that you have two people groups against one another. Pale face, dark face, Republican Democrats, they keep divided. That's the whole function of this whole thing. So you understand that. You understand how all of us men enjoy privilege of women who live in a sexist society. Because we got male predicted female. These are class privileges. You understand what racism is about? It's not about being rich privileges to be considered negatives. So how is this about power?
We don't use that language in this room, sorry.
Oh, you see? So the truth is that they pay all of us against one another. So there's nothing wrong with being truthful about these institutions and see how these privileges fit. So I can't understand. My person would see unjoyed or unearned privilege for being male in a sexist male superior society. That means my person is sexist. I mean, I hate women. It means that I enjoy unearned privileges for being male. Say no white folks. Say no classes. That's what I'm talking about. And the only way you deal with that is looking at a holistic thing. You see, so
How can you imagine all of those to achieve the equality so that it prevents any kind of these?
Anybody trying to do that, sir? It ain't murdering. Anybody wants hurt that, they keep on murdering and killing. That's the whole point. They killed that white boy out in long because we're trying to do that. So there's a need to have this place. Whether it's racism, classism, whatever, they need to have it separated. You know how to get upset with each other? Why am I excited? Identify with field. I'm looking at the solution. The solution is rationality. They got to look at the structure because they don't care about any of us. When these robots get in place, people, they don't care.
We have to remember that the totalitarian ideologies, as well as the dictatorships that they established in the Soviet Union, Mao's China, and Pol Pot, they all believe that rationality is the way. And we know how that ended, right?
Well, they imply that rationality is logic. It has nothing to do with feelings. It has nothing to do with sound judgment. It has nothing to do with feelings. It implied. I'm talking about holistic. Acting holistic, like ancient cultures, act as one. When you start doing that, you don't have egotism. You can do the interest of the majority before the interest of the minority. You put the collective first. If you serve the all first, you'll serve everyone. That's an ethical thing, people. What I'm talking about. You got to fix the ethics of the United States. And then you get out of the middle constitution. It's following the lie. You got to fix the lie first.
So you're a communist?
No. So you're limited Western Europe. You know, outside of Western Europe, you had other systems that think about holistic, like Omar to a dome. You consider that a digital?
So you're a communist?
No. This predates communism. But I know that your worldview is limited to the West. And that's the problem. That's why you have problems with repressing your woman. Traditional black societies move from teach people how to raise according to the Prince of Peace and moral obligation. We had that system, but those are witches. Those are original value systems, original religions. When they were stripped from us, we lost the way to civilize our people based on our original values. So we have to fix our behaviors first, and then we have to fix our mind. So one way to do that is go back to the sciences and utilize the technical languages like mathematics, the ontological, computer science, environment. There's no field involved. Why people have issues with controlling feelings that we can master in science. So we have to fix our thinking first by being rational.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said, okay, wait. I agree that black folks, if I heard you correctly, black folks have a problem with their feelings.
No, I said black folks have an ethical problem.
Oh, I thought I heard you say you need to mask the feelings through science. So I misheard.
Well, that's part of the ethics. Ethics is about mastering the feelings and improving the laws and principles.
So why would we mask the feelings?
I said master.
Master, okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I told you it's late. And
No, I understand. So when we master our feelings, we can live according to the laws of truth, laws of righteousness, laws of correct wisdom. We're not living like they're living like animals out of our feelings, like the people that enslaved us. So we stripped that ethical system from us. We stripped the means of we had to civilize our people for hundreds of thousands of years. So we become like one layer. So basically what we're saying amongst the black in the United States is an effect of a triple value system when they were blaming to the same thing with poor white people. You strip them from their original culture, or especially the Irish Italians to put this black culture. You won't like doing that way. It's not about it. You can't have a religion that teaches you that you are the I am that I am. That's someone outside. You can't slave people, right? So in this traditional African system, we look at things holistically, poor whites. That's not how we talk about this. They kind of elevated individual as individual. We all share the same breath. We speak the same language. Our body here, the same collective group, one entity. That's how the ancient got around it. And if we introduce that, we can go back to putting the all first. We put the all first, and we put everyone first.
Last question for you, sir. Do you think Trump under Project 2025 is going to round up Black Americans, put them in concentration camps, and send them to prisons overseas, Africa, Nigeria, etc., etc.?
Well, I have no clue about what Trump's going to do. What I do have a clue about is the candidate selection process betrays that the United States has been sold out by a small class of power groups who include the masses and towards that policy. It's just a figurehead, a scapegoat. I have no part in these politics, but I see how the elites utilize scapegoat from presidents to play stuff. And this is consistent with Eisenhower's law, with Kennedy's law, about secret societies and so forth, in terms of conflict. So these presidents sits a candidate or figureheads. I'm not blaming Trump for any of that. I look at the larger picture. So he may be doing it, he may not. One person's too many to know him. And if he is, we have to look out.
I think every black man in prison for nonviolent crimes should be immediately released so they can help control the streets to keep us safe from Project 2025. So we don't go to the fields or wherever we're going. Because I'll be honest with you, if there's an option to go to the field or be the New Age house ninja, I opt to serve massive lemonade on this Sunday because I'm not working in the fields. You think I will have an option? That's a rhetorical question. I'm done.
Well, my whole point is that both pale face and dark face are, even though it seems that way, all states for the masses are all dark face and pale face. Somebody got to look out for dark people. They try to get us into it.
Why do you call us dark face and pale face?
Well, we can be pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark, whatever categories you want to say.
Oh wait, so when you refer to pale face, are you referring to white folks or light skinned
I'm
folks?
referring to a way of referring to two categories. It's also pale face, non-pale face, dark face, non-dark face. Whatever way to exhaust the matter.
Okay, I said that was the last question, but I swear this is it. I'm not trying to be funny.
Wait, hold on. Before we go, NY, like, is he actually having a conversation here, or is he just naming members of the Wu-Tang Clan?
No, I'm utilizing pale face, non-pale face to map everybody that they saw. That's what I'm saying. Mutually exclusive, yet joint exhaustive category. You see how we do that? It maps it. So the power league got pale face and dark face and non-dark faces on the plantation. That's what I'm saying. We all need to come together. Overthrow the Wizard of Oz. You can tell me nothing. I said, we already know about this. That's what Malcolm X was trying to do. They murdered him. That's what JFK was trying to do. They murdered him. Let's see him happy.
Wait, why do you think JFK got killed?
All for like exposing the power league, trying to destroy the CIA. You know, those secret societies here. He was also moving towards unifying the people to come to peace. He wanted the war crusher, against the war. Unified, they tend to kill him. You can't have people unified.
So you're pro-Kennedy?
No, I'm pro-truth. And I know what the Kennedy was trying to do when they got that island tied with the Irish people. They murdered. They tried to
Look, bro, Roger's not gonna get it. He doesn't have a degree in pure mathematics.
don't have to. You got enough brain to understand that they divide this people. They're fighting over Republicans and Democrats here for the same people. It's absurd. It's like the prosecutor, the DA versus the state wanted the defense attorney. It's the same institution. It's absurd.
So where do we go from here?
You gotta change our values. You gotta have a constitutional convention and a fundamental value system. You gotta start from the beginning. Can we you targets them. That is women's rights. You mentioned that.
So what are you referring to? Let me ask you this. I don't want that at all. I want us all to be individuals.
There's no such thing as an individual. How's your person speak this language as an individual? It's a shared phenomenon.
No, language is a social construct, just as race is. And you're putting a huge emphasis on race, and I put a huge emphasis on a different social construct.
Because I think race is a biology. Racism is the function of that pseudoscientific term that is being got by powers. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that notion of individuals chimera. Nothing about your body as an individual. Your body is a collection of atoms. You share a language. You share a brain. That's not individual. That's connected. Nobody succeeds or fails outside of a brain. So what's individual about that? You can't get a meaning without looking at it.
I really hope that we can deregulate the drug market as it pertains to advancements with psilocybin. I think that new schizophrenic drugs would really help you.
Well, that is a refute argument. It's called argumentation. That means the structure of the argument is necessary for.
I could have been referring to myself. Maybe I'm the one that needs help.
But you move on with the point. You know something they don't say. When you say something, just refute the argument. That's how you're going to train. It's how you fight.
Interesting.
You know how much genius you got in this room right now? You can take over the planet.
black as a girl?
That's what Stalin did, bro. That's what Stalin did. Destroyed the very idea of individualism by re-educating everybody and controlling everything and subjecting everything to
That's what I'm talking about.
teach out of order.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just made my 2 points.
I'm talking about that.
ASR didn't Mrs. I back your ass up so hard that I'm really surprised that you're not on the mic and even talk about this shit.
Actually, the opposite happened.
No, Mrs. Aya is an actual legit mathematician, and she said that a lot of some of the shit that you're saying is in the right direction, and she said she understands what you're
On the stage.
Well, not only she didn't say that, she said the opposite. She even talked about how they were hating on her for being a woman. She even said this big thing she wouldn't know because a lot of it was abstract mathematics was applied. So now you're lying.
she tapped you.
Hold on. If I may finish now, you're lying.
You took a vote on it.
If I may finish, now you're lying. And the homie was shocked by what I said. It was applauded. So the problem is you're lying to the audience about what happened that day. She didn't say any of that. In fact, I know said my sister person so the relation in the chat. So now when you're lying, trying to scratch the reputation, that's what happens when you don't have a reputation. So the woman said that she didn't understand a lot of stuff I was saying because she's not studied in that mathematics. She know the Deontay logic, the whole God, and some of this things.
Sorry, hold on. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't understand a lick of what you're saying. All I know is that when I asked you a direct question of, do you think that race relations have had any progress since 1860, your answer was no. When you said that, it didn't matter what else you said because I'm just dismissive of you in this conversation because I don't believe that you're being intellectually honest.
Yeah, because you're not looking at a natural argument. You're going off the field. So as a black man,
Jimmy Cash, all these people.
as a black man, we're great.
But hold on. My feelings have nothing to do with the fact that a 5-year-old can know that if slavery has been ended, that would be progress on race relations. So, listen, the fact that you can't acknowledge the progress, there's no point in talking to you because you're not even connected to reality.
When you say can't, that's a term of global logic. You say it's impossible.
ASR, what is 1 times 1 equal?
So I'm answering one question at a time. So when you say can't, that's jargon of global logic. I never said it's not possible. So people like, you're not speaking correctly. I said that you don't have the same framework. So as a simple slave, I can understand that this is not my personal value system. So the only progress of my person is for black liberation, not participation in the backward system. You assume a framework that I don't have, and then because you don't understand it, you call my person whatever. That's a limited thing, and that shows that your range is not far and thin, sir.
That's fine. Listen, I'm perfectly okay with you. Hold on. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Okay, there you go. I'm perfectly okay with you believing that I'm the one that doesn't understand what's happening here. I'm okay with that because you're the person not connected to reality in any way. So I don't care what you have to say. Period.
Well, then you're demonstrating that your argument is on good faith. You don't care, and that's the problem.
Oh, well, no, you were the one that broke good faith when you answered the question about dismissed you as somebody that I don't want to have a conversation with because you want me to be honest and I'll just tell it the way it is. You are simply too stupid for me to talk to. It's a waste of time.
But calling me stupid doesn't attend to the fact that the Kerner Commission, which came from the highest branch of the government, said the same thing in the 60s. White folks are complicit in creating a government. They maintain it. The government said this. Lyndon B. Johnson said this about the white American institutions. So if my person is stupid, then so is Lyndon Johnson for saying the same thing.
I agree. We finally agree on something. Let's just leave it there. We got to win. Lyndon B. Johnson is an idiot.
we agree. Let's take that point of agreement, and we'll just say, hey, look, we agreed on something.
But it was his commission.
We just agreed on something. Why do you want to walk it back? Why do you want to ruin the agreement?
I didn't walk anything back. You're not listening. I said it was his commission that he can vote that determined that. These are hundreds of people who did a survey.
Did you know that LBJ had a nickname for his penis? That nickname for his penis was Jumbo. Did you know that? Little trivia, presidential trivia.
You know that he was being investigated for that murder before he became vice president?
Well, hold on, let's not move so fast over this. I just said that the former president of the United States had a nickname for his penis of Jumbo. I don't think we should just move on so quickly. We should can we just let that one soak in for a second?
Yeah, no homo.
Yeah, let it soak in for a second. LBJ called his penis Jumbo.
And that's the man he wants to listen to.
Little trivia.
Wasn't he also was LBJ that said he wanted that he would have black people vote Democrats, or those N-words vote Democrats?
Listen. I want to have a good faith conversation. Can we invite the other people that have joined the stage to jump into the conversation? We've got L and the Black Sea and Phantom and Bazooks. Who is this? Melly Mel. Yeah, so if anybody wants to jump into this conversation, the question of the room is, have U.S. race relations improved since the 1960s? I would argue... Hold on. No. Hold on. I would argue yes. But we have people on the stage that don't even believe that they've improved since the 1860s. That's the weird thing, right? I would argue that maybe they've taken a backslide over the last 10 years. But since 1960 to now, I think it's pretty indisputable that they've improved. And from 1860, there's only one human being on the stage that thinks that they haven't improved one iota since 1860. But if you guys want to jump into the conversation, please do. Now's good.
I just want to make a little observation just from my profession, right? When you refer to yourself as my person and myself, but not my person, that is something you would want to look into. It's called DPDR. I don't know why you refer to yourself as my person. You are you, aren't you?
Because I never referred to myself as my person.
Oh.
So we'll be clear. My identity by implication doesn't change. We call that necessary truth. It's still void of that changing factor, energy movement. That's spirit number one. My non-identity will be the body I'm housed in. That's my person, spirit. So why would I go around identifying with something I'm not?
You were on point.
And what is Roger's identity?
So
what is his identity?
All of our identity is that which perceives. That's consciousness. It's immaterial. So you're not the body you're housing. You're the entity that's conscious of the fact that you're person in the body. That consciousness is your identity. Your non-identity is your body. So you look at your hand, that's not your identity. That's your energy vehicle.
Can you imagine this guy at a fucking bar trying to fuck? Great. This is bad now. With a few drinks, this would just be fucking...
What I'm saying is,
Mojo, his biggest problem is that he won't give up on trying to convince you that he's right.
Yeah, so...
Because he's such a fucking narcissist.
The problem is, you won't attend to my actual argument. But
nobody gives a shit about your fucking argument. That's what we're trying to say. We're over here like, hey, no, and you're like, oh, I know you want it. And it's like, no, we don't want it. It's like you're giving rapey vibes. Fucking chill out, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about your goddamn argument. It's fucking stupid.
So, and that's the whole point.
Sorry, God. Sorry.
That's different from one
also that.
So you choose to be pissed off.
You're still being rapey right now.
Hold on. Everyone meet up. Everyone meet up. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we've been introduced to the dime store version of Terrence Howard. That's the only thing that's computing right now. But carry on, ASR. This is probably amusing for someone. Go ahead.
No means no. When y'all say the dinosaur version is, Terror Towers are, Terror Towers is a genius of a man.
I'm sure you would believe that.
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see any problem with Terror Towers. And you know what?
I know.
You know what? Johns Hopkins University didn't see problem with ASR too. That's why they accepted my person to it.
You see that profile pic?
You mean
Hold on.
so
You see that profile pic? You see that
well, you need to tell me with a degree in pure mathematics.
Hold on.
You actually
Hold on.
So Johns Hopkins University doesn't think ASR is crazy with that 4.0 in pure mathematics.
Third person shit.
Yeah, so the Johns Hopkins University has no problem with ASR.
But Johns Hopkins University cannot validate you because they're part of the racist institutions. They are one of them.
I'm talking about my person.
Oh, shit.
Hey, you see how that works? I'm not.
Roger, Bob. Good seeing you. Good listening to everybody. I'm going to go slug it out, man, in bed. So I'm going to go to sleep. Everybody have a good
Alpha, do you feel like you've been violated?
In so many ways, if I was to count it, I'd probably end up in jail myself.
Well, hold on. Alpha, can we at least acknowledge that we've accomplished something? We've been on this 4 or 5 search for the stupidest person ever on Clubhouse. We finally found him. I mean, look, this is good work. We finally found the dumbest person on Clubhouse.
I must admit, you find crazy things in Roger's rooms, man. Have a good
night, man.
I feel like we need like a spray bottle filled with water to spray the ASR.
I was really uncomfortable when he was going down this track of referring to everybody as pale face and black face. Like, that was very weird.
Boy,
Made me very uncomfortable.
Because he's a racist piece of shit.
No, I said pale face and non-pale face, and dark face and non-dark face. Those are category terms to refer to all people. Mutually exclusive, jumping the dumpster.
Which category do you think I fit into?
So what I'm saying is that,
Which category do you think I fit into?
well, that would be non-dark face.
Non-dark face.
That's what I said. Non-dark face and dark.
I resemble that remark.
Oh, that's a personal problem. Yeah, I've been fruitlessly trying to get ASR to be upset. It's not working.
I don't care if you're upset or not. I would hope that you're not upset. I would think that people that are as delusional as you have access to good medication that would keep you from being unhappy at any.
Think about peace when you get to the world. The peace is the only immovable reality in the universe. Everything else is.
Do you have anything intelligent to offer to this room? Anything?
Yes. We identify with our gift and the potential to achieve. We identify with that which is unlimited, which is peace. So why not teach people to be rational, based on times and optimize our conditions and success?
Why don't we teach people to attach themselves to objective reality? Wouldn't that work better?
No, you're not supposed to identify with anything that's limited like objective reality. You identify with that which is unlimited.
Okay, got it. So this is the core problem, that you are not connected to objective reality. Your reality is subjective, which is why you're just making up a bunch of horse shit.
Well, actually, I'm referring to the science of formulative environment. Tree of life, that's what my ancestors utilized to conceptualize the world. So this is a science. This is how the ancients and my ancestors and our values saw the world. So this is actually science, not bullshit. Expression. violence is on one meeting.
I don't know what you mean by your person.
So, by my person, I refer to a spirit that would die, she had no body. That's not my identity. I am a spirit number one, the observer. Yeah, I just don't get the science.
Some people should be institutionalized.
Right, it's a book, no, but
I have to tell you, I was just thinking about this, Rich. That goddamn Ronald Reagan closing down the fucking mental institutions. That son of a bitch. If Ronald Reagan would have kept the mental institutions fucking whole, maybe, just maybe, and get the help that he needs.
Dude, I met four people in a group yesterday, and I felt really fucking bad when I told my dad. But I met these people, and no joke, they had a sub-70 IQ. Just fucking inbred hillbillies from somewhere in Indiana or some shit like that, or Illinois they're from, but they were out here in Texas living. And the father and the mother smelled so fucking bad. They smelled like homeless people. But they weren't homeless. They were just such inbred hillbillies. And I called my dad afterwards and I said, I feel so bad because I don't need this. I don't want to need this. And I do not need it in the racial meaning. But I agree, and I hate saying this, I agree with Margaret Sanger when she talked about eugenics, and that some people should be sterilized and shouldn't be allowed to breathe. And I mean, the same thing goes with institutions. I don't want anybody to be institutionalized, but there's too many people that get his heart just fucking run around, and it's scary. Because, he can get this convoluted fucking idea in his head someday that, I need to go shoot up a fucking church or a fucking mall or some shit, and if he believes in his identity and all this fucking crazy shit, what's gonna
I don't know.
stop him from making it up?
Have to look at this. Quick question for you. Do you have any affiliation with BHI?
no. BHI is not.
Yeah, he believes like the ancient Egyptian shit.
But hold on. There's no people ancient Egyptian.
Kemet, yeah, you were not.
I believe ASR is actually an opportunity. I see those. In fact, on national television, it's also the opposite you're talking about. It's going on.
Disability. Hold on. No, ASR, quick question. Are you on permanent disability?
My person,
Are you on permanent disability?
I got shell shocked.
I'm on permanent truth telling.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring this everywhere.
Do you receive government checks for permanent disability every month?
ASR have received a lawsuit multi-million. What are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about the fact that you're doing things. I think a wellness check is in order to figure out if you're a danger to yourself.
My actual doctor.
Mostly society.
So you're talking about stuff you don't talk about. So my doctor say the opposite, and John Hopkins say the opposite. What y'all talking about? Imaginary stuff? Y'all making up stuff. So y'all stuff.
I'm talking about the last time I heard somebody this fucking crazy. They were babbling to themselves at a fucking BART station in San Francisco. They were one of those fucking crazy people that carry signs.
You notice how you have your tenants of majority? You talking about my person that he's just outside your banking range.
You were absolutely correct there. No, you were absolutely correct there. I'm going to give you the point. This is completely outside of my thinking.
This is basic logic.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so why are you making a joke? Your person being exposed as the joke.
Okay. This is fine. The punchline of a crazy man's joke. I'll accept my fate. Okay.
should win an award for, like, I don't know what they're putting, like, what kind of crack they're putting on the bait of the title of the rooms, but it is like fucking, it attracts all the fucking retards. Like, do you remember, was it yesterday, the day before, that I got into it with Ike and Concrete? Yeah, Ike and Concrete. Now, up until this ASR guy came along, those people were competing for being two of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life.
Good line side.
That guy's actually, like, he giggles, at least he's happy, so I'll give him a pass. The other one that's really, really dumb, and I mean really, really dumb, is King Solomon. Yeah, that guy's a fucking retard. But no, the room that I went into with Ike and Concrete, they were having their argument about Hegel. I listened to it for a few minutes. I could decipher pretty quickly that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Got them on stage, asked them a few questions, got them to both acknowledge that they've never read Hegel, and the conversation was really over. And then Chillism never fails to disappoint you. Like, if you think that was bad, then you had guys in a 45-minute heated argument about what Hegel, greatest contribution was. Two guys that had never read it. If you thought that was bad, the conversation that immediately followed that was they were talking about, would you rather have sex with a gorilla, or this was, they were asking me if you would rather have homosexual sex or sex with a gorilla. That was their conversation. That was their follow-up conversation to two people arguing about Hegel for 45 minutes and never read it.
That argument is, would you rather commit bestiality or homosexuality? The argument is, which one is more immoral?
Well, they have this other guy that he's got like some weird accent, but his name is like Huey.
He's South Africa, is that true?
Yeah, he's an interesting one. He said that he would rather fuck the gorilla because the gorilla has a smaller penis. So this is like the kind of conversation that they like to have.
They do have really small penis as intestines.
Yeah, no, but why are they talking about this stuff?
So I would explain why, because Nathan makes the argument that by having sex with another man doesn't make you homosexual, and that there's nothing wrong.
Well, if you don't like it, hold on, a couple things. If you don't like it, doesn't make you homosexual. I mean, like, because there's things that it's more of a power thing, rather than homosexual.
That's actually what I brought up about, does it make him gay if he's raped in prison?
No, that's called gay for this day. That's a whole different thing. It's a whole different animal. Phantom, you were trying to jump in. What's up?
No, you good. You good.
Oh, you don't want to talk about gay for this day? Like, what's up? Our conversation is happening. What's happening?
I'm good.
It's like, man, I ain't getting on the gay shit. Anyways, topic of the room. Have U.S. race relations improved since 1960? Does anyone think that they have not improved? Okay, so I assume everybody in the entire room agrees they have. Okay, lot to talk about. Oh, Liam asked a good question. Does it have to be a male gorilla?
That was another argument.
That's fascinating. What about a spider monkey? They're kind of cute.
I can fuck a spider monkey. A female one.
Here comes Issa just in time.
Hello?
Hey.
Why just in time?
Oh, we were talking
Are you
about.
talking about brunette, intelligent, beautiful women?
No, actually.
distinction is between whites and blacks, as if no other race exists.
Isn't that only on Clubhouse?
Well, Clubhouse is a collection of the biggest idiots found anywhere on planet Earth. So yeah, I think we're gonna skew towards the dumber people. What do you think, Rich? Average IQ for Clubhouse?
Depends on the room. That's in the 90s.
What's that?
Depends on the room.
I would say, it depends on the room. I would say, on average, probably in the 90s. But I would say there's a lot of rooms that skew into the 70s and 60s.
Interesting.
Are you doing a sociological study, Roger? Why all these questions? You're very curious tonight.
Yeah, I've had a lot of caffeine.
Oh, she missed ASR, so she's not.
I missed the what?
You missed ASR. He's not an audience right now. He's the one blasting the chat.
What did I miss about this person?
Super, super fucking low IQ. Just dumb.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this new community? On the what?
I think that they should be allowed to have a community. If you buy private property and you want to invite people to stay on your property and you have rules for your property, not much different than I have rules in my house. I think you should be able to do that. I just think it's a very stupid way to organize. If you're going to pull your resources together and buy a piece of property, I would think that there's much more intelligent ways to organize that. If you wanted it to be thriving, you probably want to have some diversity in terms of knowledge, skill, and ability, right? And those, if you had tradesmen, skilled tradesmen, that would probably be good. People that understand agriculture, if you're gonna have land.
He didn't talk about the Spanish people, did he?
That's what I was about to say. You're just talking about Mexicans right now.
Right, because I was gonna say, I was interested in learning. I had two questions for him, but I because of my day and where I wasn't able to kind of fully participate in the conversation, but I did tap in and listen for a little bit. But I was gonna ask two questions. One, why did he not talk about the Spanish people and anything of what he was saying? And I wanted to know if it's because he's going to utilize them to help build this place, right? Because we know that a lot of Hispanics are really big into, doing the contracting and,
Gardening,
getting,
mowing the lawn.
all of that, those type of labor. So that was my one question. And then my other question for him was, well, I actually have another one too. My other question for him is, okay, so now your community is all established, everything's up and going, and families are flourishing, and the children are coming of age, and now they're done with college and ready to move into their own family lives. Will they be able to marry out? Could they marry somebody who is outside, a black person, Spanish person, Jew? Can they marry outside of the community and still be?
I think he kind of addressed that, and I hope there's a recording of it, but there was something said about they would reevaluate their membership because you have to get accepted.
Did Curtis ask him, do you know?
I don't remember who the person was. Somebody asked the question that was right on that topic.
Okay, so then that must have been Curtis, because I texted him and he was in the middle of talking while I was listening, and I was like, ask him this question, and then I couldn't talk no more. I had to go.
Yeah, there was a vague answer about first of all, when you first sign up, the membership has to be approved, and then let's say if you grow up in that community and you decide to fraternize outside of this community, they would just reevaluate whether or not you're a good fit for the community.
It's like a cult.
I mean, I'm okay with them doing that though.
And I was wondering, the only other question that I was gonna ask is if somebody who is everybody identifies me as a white woman here on Clubhouse. So I wanted to know if I identify as white, can I participate in the community if I identify as white? Doesn't matter. I've already filled out my application and they've contacted me. I have an upcoming meeting next week. And I was told that I'm getting 40 acres minus the meal out of this, so I'm super stoked. You know what, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, maybe if people would accept, like, you know, acreage in a hamster, we could probably make hamsters happen, or mice, because they multiply really rapidly. So we can come up with.
I'm so lost in this conversation.
I'm anti-rodent. I will definitely not accept any mice. I'll take a horse instead.
ESA for reparations for African Americans.
A mule, okay.
I can care less about reparations, but if it was to be given out to a hamster.
There you go. We're giving out
They're no different from a rodent. They're no different from a rodent. It is a
I wouldn't
fat
do that
mouse.
to a poor hamster.
It's just a fat mouse. It's just a fat
And
mouse.
they die faster. I when I was a kid, I had pets of weird animals, and hamsters died relatively quick.
That's because you didn't take care of them.
No, that's not true. No, hold on. Respectfully, I took great care of all my animals, and hamsters just don't live. They just don't live as long as like rabbits or rats or mice or any of them.
I had a rabbit for my little boy when he was younger. So I have 6 children, and my oldest is what I'm talking about. But when he was a little boy, I got him this big, fat, chunky rabbit, and it was so adorable.
Rabbits can get
a lot.
I had a rabbit too, and the rabbit would. I tried to like domesticate it and like let it loose in the living room, and it would always like run up to like wires, like the wire of the TV or whatever, and it would try to eat the wires. And then I was just like, you know what? Fuck this! I'm gonna get rid of this fucking rabbit. And so,
what did you do?
Well, I put it on Craigslist. That was the thing. No, hold on. This gets worse. I put it on Craigslist, and I just said, hey, I'm giving away a Hispanic guy pulls up. And, like, the way he grabbed the rabbit out of the cage, like, he just, like, fucking just, from the back of the neck, just pulled it up. And then he goes, he confirmed, he goes, free? And I said, yeah. And then he's thank you, and then he's going to walk away. And then I'm telling him, like, hey, the cage is worth far more than the rabbit. And this fucking guy was just like about to eat the rabbit. He saw it for free, and he fucking came and swooped up the rabbit. No, he was
Mexican.
Hey,
he was a Hispanic guy.
Not too much. My grandmother used to make fried chicken all the time. And one day my dad comes in and he says, "You know what you're eating there, boy?" And I said, "Chicken, why?" And he says, "Nah, you're eating squirrel." And kind of find out my grandmother used to fry up squirrel thighs, and then squirrel legs, and then also rabbit legs. And she would fry them in a cast iron.
Squirrel thighs.
Dude, it was fucking good. Like, rabbit legs just taste like fucking chicken, especially if you prepare it right.
It's greasy.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is venison.
So there's actually a trick to get rid of the greasiness and the gaminess, is to take it and put it in a like Pyrex glass bowl, fill it up with ice water, and then put it in the refrigerator overnight, and then all the gaminess and the like oil chicken.
I'm actually disturbed by what's happening in the chat because
I'm missing it.
Did you burn him?
Did you have like a prayer ceremony or like?
Yeah, my brother and I used to say nice things about him, and then we buried him.
Wait, Issa.
That's way better than I did. So I had this fish, and it was a cool fish. It was like a little beta fish or whatever.
Did you flush it down the toilet?
Just listen. So, I had this beta fish, and I'm like, oh, like the little jar that it came in was super tiny, very tiny, and I had like a little plant thing or whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna buy this huge bowl for this fish so we can have lots of room to swim around. Like I'm like a few days go by and I'm noticing like the fish are dying, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what it is. And so I'm calling like the pet place, and I'm like, I have this certain plant. If I take a picture of it and I bring it in, can you tell me about it? And so they were like, yeah, so I come in with this like picture of the plant. I'm like, oh no, we have those plants too. And I'm like, yeah, because like, I got it from a fish place, and this is what they gave me. So anyways, fast forward, now I'm down to one fish in the bowl. So I keep on replacing, these fish, and I'm like, this is crazy. This blue fish is like I don't know how he's making it here. He was murdering all the other fish, and native fish really aren't supposed to be in the same bowl together. And so I was like, that's completely wild. So the bowl was dirty, like after all these, these murders that took place in this bowl. And so I have to like take out all of the stuff, and I took the fish and I put him in like another glass or whatever. And I asked my son, I'm like, can you clean out the bowl for me? Because he was already standing at the counter. And I said, can you quickly wash this for me? So he actually uses Dawn soap, washes it really good, and then rinses it out, and he gives it back to me. He's like, here, it's clean. So I'm like, not thinking anything of it, and we put the fish back in the bowl. And I wake up the next day and the fish is floating on top of the water. And there's like, what I noticed that I didn't notice before, there's all these like little bubbles at the top. So like Dawn, he probably choked on Dawn in the bowl, which was horrifying. So anyways, this was the fish that like my daughter liked, and so we had to do like a fish funeral, and I had to like a whole out in the backyard and stuff, and like said some like nice things, and then we drew some pictures of the fish and stuff. But I will never do that again.
Hey, son, did you see this squirrel rabbit and y'all eat fucking iguana in your country?
Wait, hold on. We gotta let this sink in. Angel's story. This is wild. So, Angel, do you have fish now?
No, I have not had a fish since then. It was a lot.
If you didn't have fish, would it make it angel fish?
Did you have a name for your fish?
Beluga. I think the name was Beluga because it was blue, but my baby named it, so it was named Beluga.
We were talking earlier about the fish on different strips. Gary Coleman's character Arnold had a little fish named Abraham.
should say. Well, anyways, chicken can bite you.
Look at Hope with the chat. She's talking about cocks. It's amazing.
Cockpits. I just had a bad visual. But, so this person, like, got, like, right in between, like, the thumb and the index finger, that little soft smushy part. This, like, freaking bird, like, attacked its arm, its hand right there. And it was pretty bad because it was, like, a hole inside that part, that, like, you know, that little web in between. And I thought it was pretty gross. They were pretty vicious animals. Mine are nice, though. I think it's also how they're kept and they're taken care of. Mine actually love them, and I don't have names for them because I feel like I did start naming them, and then I would come down the yard, you know, the next day, and I would be pointing at the ones that I thought I named something, and my kids are like, "No, we named that this," and I'm like, "Okay, I give up with the names." So yeah, just waiting for people to come and adopt them.
Almost like the headless chicken, and he got the kernel of corn stuck in his head through his esophagus, and he died in 1947. And it wasn't actually a headless chicken. He missed with the axe when he was coming out with it, and he chopped like half of his, he cut his whole face off, and he got like half of the brain, but the other half of the brain was still functioning. He missed the jugular, the carotid artery.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine if that was like an actual thing, like men?
Oh, I thought you were talking about chicken through.
No, I was in the chat. Sorry, I wasn't really on the stage. I just
Are you trying to picture men fighting with your cocks?
I was what I was thinking about was like, can you like actually imagine if like that's what men did to like compete for women?
I don't think the Asian men would do very well.
They would fight. I don't. Sorry.
Oh, it's talking about like them little motherfuckers. Fuck, yeah. The Asian men in the States are slinging dick.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
And I wouldn't. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, the conventional wisdom will say that this for the men. Tall, skinny white guys tend to have the biggest cocks. I can't tell you how I know this, but I can just tell you, tall, skinny white guys, largest cocks, history of mankind. Period.
I just wonder what the competition would actually look like. Like, I envision that there being like this table that like you know, like the penis gets measured on or something, but like not measured, but like just laying it there. Like they have to like slap it down, like as like, you know, like, this is the largest I can get, or like the longest I can get, or like something weird like that.
What about this? How far it can shoot the semen? That would be good.
There you go. That would be actually like that would be weird to like actually have to like watch that in real time.
I mean, you gotta get some real torque going, you know, but there, yeah.
It wasn't
But I would imagine
my
that.
house. It was a friend of ours' house. My girlfriend and I were doing some stuff, and she lit on the ceiling. And I didn't realize that she called, like, her friend called like an hour later screaming that I had to come back to her fucking house and clean the fucking cum off her ceiling.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
As you should. As you should.
You know, hold on a second. I'm sure they're having you clean your semen, but Hope is asking, what happens if tall, skinny white guys become fat? Do their cocks shrink? Here's an interesting story that I learned. So apparently, if a fat guy loses 30 pounds of fat, they will regain an inch of cock size. So if a guy's got like, if a guy's 90 pounds overweight, they can grow their dick like 3 inches.
Cock size? Do you know how many men would run to go lose weight if they knew that their penises would stretch longer?
You know what it was? Do you remember when Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew used to do their fucking radio and TV show? Do you guys remember that? It's
I think I'm too young for it. I'm still very young. I'm very
stood.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 50. Like at this point, like I'm like any day now. Like my dick's gonna stop working. Like everybody tells you after 50, like you like start running into problems.
Wait, you're
Right now,
really 50?
yeah.
I never knew that. This is my last year in my 30s, so I'll be joining your crowd soon.
Well, did you know that the
as an older person. So I'm
Get a boob reduction.
really, I had none. There's nothing
Why, Roger? It doesn't matter if.
John, listen, I'm just telling you, like the people that get the hunchback typically, they either have really bad posture, or an accident happens, or it's a result of gravity taking over because they have big boobs. So,
Well, I don't have the third thing you said. However, I'm very aware of my posture. So like, especially on the days where I find myself sitting down a lot, I intentionally make sure that my back is straight. When I drive, like I drive with like my chair like all the way back, like it's straight. I look weird, I know. But anytime that I can get some straight backing in, I do so.
yeah, and it's worse for women than it is for men, in my opinion. The beauty standards for women are crazy. Like guys can like get like a dad bod and still like fucking just still survive.
I don't really understand what a dad bod is. Is it where the guy becomes like he looks like he's pregnant?
It's like you can tell that they like drink some beer.
You ever seen Bert Kreischer?
Yeah, that's
No.
it's just look up Bert Kreischer. He does all his shows with his shirt off. So like a dad bod, like they still have like some semblance of like a masculine figure. Their chest, their shoulders, their arms. They're not like super fit, but like you can tell that they've done some things. They might lift some heavy shit periodically, but then they got a little bit of a belly, so they don't really look fat. They just look like a normal dude. And it'll progressively get worse if they don't take care of it. But like in that dad bod like transition phase, like dad bods are like a desirable thing to a lot of women out there.
No,
Why? I'm not sure.
No.
Alright, Angel, so imagine like a dude who was really like athletic when he was younger. He's like, the jock and shit like that. And now he's put on some weight because he's got kids. That's a dad.
Yeah. I looked at this guy that you referenced, and this is not cute. I thought a dad bod was like a guy who was like used to be like really in shape.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he's no longer. But I thought like he was no longer in shape, but still had like a slim look to him, not like
No.
Alright, look at my PTR, Angel. That's a dad bod. Like, you could tell he was in real good shape.
That's what I was just looking at.
Yeah, now he's got a pot belly because he drinks so much beer and eats nachos and shit.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's sexy or not. I don't know about that being sexy.
Women about what they're into, what they're not into. Women are insecure. And, like, women, especially if they start getting a little bit of fucking, like flab, they know, like, a woman with a little bit of flab doesn't want a guy anymore that's super big. They don't want it.
I just learned that term this year. I learned what a fupa meant, and I'm really disturbed that people title it. I never knew. I'm a mother. I have 6 children. I never knew that this term existed, and I was introduced to it this year on the application called Clubhouse, and I'm not impressed. I disagree.
Well,
it should have a different name.
You got through high school without knowing what a fupa was. We definitely knew what a fupa was,
Alright.
Our teacher
didn't know what a
here's the
fupa was.
urban
She had the
dictionary
biggest fupa
definition.
I've ever saw, but it could be a fat upper pussy or a fat upper penis area,
Well, it says the fat upper, the upper fat area that keeps the kitty from catching a cold. Use as a headrest during box eating.
Like, what I think is disturbing is the sound of this term. The sound of it is completely disturbing. It's just like the term moist. It just doesn't sound right.
You don't like the sound moist?
I don't like the sound fupa.
It sounds like Opa, like you're Greek and you're excited.
I don't know Greek. But the term fupa is kind of disturbing. And and another thing too. So when this whole FUPA episode happened, somebody had a picture of me in their phone, and they PTR'd and said that I had a FUPA. And I'm not really somebody who's like ever really shown like my full body on the app, so this was very interesting that they had this picture. And the picture that they had was literally like a picture that I had like posted for maybe a hot 3 seconds. And it was fascinating how this person was like literally like hawking my account. Wait, and like got Galaxy? This photo. Huh?
Was it Galaxy Better?
No, it was a more disturbing person on the app.
No, I don't think
probably mentally.
Disturbing than Galaxy.
No, she's probably a little bit mentally unstable. But so, anyways, I learned that she was identifying my stomach area as a FUPA, and this is where I learned the term. And I was like, "What the fuck is a FUPA?" I never knew what this fucking term was.
Was it accurate?
I don't think so. No. No.
I don't see one.
Do I have like a little like pouch? Like I've always had something like that ever since like even before I had children.
But you had a FUPA before you had kids.
Sure.
I saw a post where men were saying they were attracted to fupas, so like, you know, I think it's a thing.
Yeah,
they like it.
That's it says
hell yeah.
During box eating.
You damn right. Lift that motherfucker up, get underneath it like a mechanic.
Oh yeah, whenever I see a woman get her kid out of the car, I go, oh, at least she did something right. She's got a trophy. She might even have multiple trophies.
Someone gave me a thumbs down. I don't know who did.
Danny, were you offering your FUPA on Clubhouse?
That's a lie.
Long pause.
Is this a traumatic hamster room? Oh wait, they changed the title. Was it? Like,
That's why I came in. I was curious on what the hell happened to the hamster and who did it and why.
Angel, check the title.
so funny.
So Q, I guess you like FUPA.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Those women are down to earth, man. They're beautiful. Yes. Now, you got some women out there with FUPAs that are big girls that are like, you can tell they are extremely comfortable with themselves, the ones that hang out and party and stuff like that. They're okay, but that's not the type of FUPA that I like. I like the mom jeans wearing FUPA mom. You know, I like the soccer mom FUPA mom. I'm into that. You know, they're easier to get along with.
Pure, the chat said C-section scars and FUPAs.
Hell yeah. That's the one right there. That's it. She got juice in that tomato. As long as you know what you're doing, meaning that woman is not nothing to be played with. Now, you go out here and you find a woman that don't have a FUPA, and she got her tummy tucked, and she got a waist snatch, and the BBL, poison. Toxic. You asking for it. Give me the FUPA any day.
I've always heard the term tiger stripes. I didn't realize that people on this application have problems with tiger stripes. Now, I'm not somebody who has like what they call severe tiger stripes, so I never really thought too much of it. I thought all women were kind of like that, like they kind of like just went back to like normal after like having their babies. But apparently, some women actually don't survive that, and they remain with these like bruised, almost looking like tiger stripes. And so,
Oatmeal.
term of it,
You mean like oatmeal cookie stomachs?
no, like the tigers like on the left handle sides of it.
Nice. You talk about stretch marks after that, baby.
Oh, yeah, on the side, like on the
Black girl.
You know what I'm saying? Like on the side, like on the hips, or you talking about on the stomach?
Yeah, like on the side of the hips, yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with them neither.
Just have this acceptance of like the fact that you had a baby, like you had a whole baby, like I've had 6 of them, all introverts, and
Nobody's going to complain about that. It's when you complain with somebody who burn rubber on your stomach. When you're no longer going to burn out on your stomach.
And I think it's women that hate it. I've never heard a man say, "Man, fuck with her." I've never heard none of my homeboys say, "I ain't fucking with her because she got stretch marks," or "Fupa," or "She too skinny," or "She too big." I've never heard it. I've heard of unpleasant sex, oral, foreign sex. I've heard
spells.
yes, spells.
Sex.
Huh?
You said foreign sex? What's that?
No, boring. I got a little accent for boring. Yeah. Like, the owl or not too much or the pushback or it's shit like that. But I've never heard no one say, "No, she got too many stretch marks for me." I only hear conversations like that come from women that feel, mainly insecure about it, or it's more of a judgmental thing that the women place amongst themselves. I don't think there's a man on this stage that's going to complain about a stretch mark or two, because we not sleeping with the stretch marks. We want the pimple.
yeah, I didn't realize it was a big thing. I saw them making fun of somebody who had them, and I was like, I never knew it was like that critical.
And you said you got 6 kids, Angel?
Yes, there.
Damn.
Q says you want to send it.
We know she don't look like she had one. That like she snapped back pretty good. And for her to say that she has a fupa, I'm like, well, I can't believe that. But see what I'm saying? From that PTR foot, that's you in your picture. I don't see how anyone would complain about your body build at all. I don't. Stretch marks, oatmeal cookie stomach, fupa. I don't see nothing wrong with you at all. Gray hair, you can have a couple braids up top and down bottom. I don't see a problem with you at all. I can show you some women that are problems now, but I hear women that's built like you complain about things that I'm not gonna say you shouldn't complain about, but I can show you something that you say, okay, I get your point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess every woman has some things that they complain about.
right. That'll write it for me.
Do you know about cockfights?
Sorry, I don't know.
Cockfights.
Penis fights between two men. Alright. You know, like when two men take the penis and then they like fight them like swords, like lightsabers, like Star Wars. Okay, have you seen like a sword fight, you know, two swords? Imagine two men take their penis and they put the penis together and fighting.
Yeah, it's a new trend that's taking place to compete for women. So men are like seeing how far they can ejaculate, men are seeing how far their semen goes when they ejaculate. They're like sword fighting, they're breaking boards with their penis. They're like having like you ever see like that rope tie, thing or whatever? Like they tie the rope and then see who can like go in, like pull each other across. There's so many different like tug of war. Yeah.
The squirming one where they're like seeing whose sperm goes the farthest. That was all in the name of science, I think.
No, that was a college that did that. The sperm racing, where they was putting their sperms inside of the tubes and seeing which one can, which male had the fastest sperm cells. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's make sure Red Hat still is a Red Hat. Do you think this is a good idea for two men to fighting penis?
I still have the example.
Oh yeah, that was about the woman's vagina. You see fat.
I'm sorry, Mr.
The skin. Fupa is the extra skin above the woman's vagina. Ears, like on the bottom of her
You know what
stomach.
that is? You ever heard
It's like extra skin.
roast beef?
I've heard of roast beef before, like something you like cook and eat, but more of beef curtains.
Long labias.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Long labias, long pussy lips, all that. Just looks like roast beef.
Oh my god, I just fainted.
Just look up roast beef.
Look up blue waffle.
Oh my God. I ain't seen that waffle in almost 20 years. Do not do it, fellas, ladies. Do not stay away from the blue waffle. And two ladies in one cup. Two girls, yeah, some shit like that. Don't do that neither.
I'm super proud of my algorithm in my phone, and so I do not want it contaminated. I am very serious about the algorithm in my phone.
So, what do you like the idea of two men fighting against each other with their penises?
Poor women, though. This is how they.
Two men are competing to win the woman's courting her, loving her, they want to marry her. So the two men grab their penises and they pull them out of their pants, and then they use them like swords, and they fight each other like swords with their penises.
Yeah, there's all
Whoever
these
wins
different.
gets the woman.
Yeah, there's all these different competitions that they do. They like break boards with their penis. They have like a tug of war.
Yeah, and then you have to shoot your semen, your sperm,
And see how far
onto
you can
the,
shoot it.
like how far you can shoot it. Do you think it's a good idea or no?
I say.
just huge titties. So they wear these giant ass bras, and they'll put everything in the purse in their fucking bra. Like they'll just be reaching in and be like, "Where's my phone? Where's my wallet? Oh shit, where's my keys?"
That would probably be like a great funny show. Unloading their purse into their bras, like that shit would be funny.
Yeah, that's all the nonsense.
Right. The tangerine, like the tank titties.
No, these are like giant fucking titties. It's like triple F's.
What about these women with green titties? How would that work? With tangerine titties, a little small, the ones that's at the A's, the little, you know.
Well, it depends on yeah, you're right. Like, there would have to be I don't know, different rules perhaps. Same thing with guys with tangerine penises, really small ones. They would have to have different rules. But women can have similar competitions, how far can your shoot?
The guy at the top, old guy with the beard and the cigar. What's his name? Old Joey.
Later.
that's what I'm sitting here thinking. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, now hold on a second. Now my question to the ladies is, so you're the contender up. You have 4 men about to cockfight for you, right? And all of these men have 9-inch penises, 10-inch penises. You got to take one of them, right? And you find yourself in a situation where now you're uncomfortable. What do you do with it if you have 5 men and none of them meet your criteria of a healthy size for you to even be messing with?
You just want to ask these ladies what's a perfect size for them?
No. I'm not. No, that's not none of my business. What I'm saying is, what happens when the ladies are faced with an extremely large penis or 4 or 5 options of extremely small penises, but they still have to marry one? You see what I'm saying? If this is
standard counts. I think there should be within the competition. There should be a how long can you stay hard, and I think that will be what takes the win.
Don't let these women lie. There ain't no such thing as stupid.
There definitely is.
He's a liar. Push the damn baby out your pussy. You're like, that's stupid.
It's not the same.
Yes.
Nope.
Totally not the same. But yeah, to answer your question, I think who can, stay harder longer would be the winner.
I think that would be easy for any of us to do if we're not fucking. And the second you start having sex with no drugs, no alcohol, no influence, no condoms, that first round might last every bit of, I give it at the max 8 to 12 minutes. And that's pushing it for some. But if you're talking about just having an erection and staring at this beautiful woman, I think you can get a bunch of men to stand up there with that erection for hours. They're not doing anything. As long as they're not touching themselves and they got an erection and they have something to focus on, that thing being you.
What about men who are 50 and above? Can they do that?
I don't know. I'm in my late 30s. I ain't got nothing to do with them.
Wait a second. And the morning time doesn't count. Like, these competitions have to happen, mid-evening or something, or, afternoon. Because the morning time is just cheating.
Wait, why?
Shit.
I don't know. There's
get some pussy. I'd rather buy it.
Something special about men in the morning and their penises, they just kind of stand up by themselves in the morning.
So it has to do with the bladder?
Yeah, so that's why dudes, when they wake up, they have morning wood. It's because the bladder fills up, and then it compresses against the prostrate. The prostrate is a natural, G-spot for men, and then it causes the penis to become erect. And that's usually why you have to piss early in the morning, especially if you get hard off. As soon as you take a piss, usually, kind of deflates.
The guy in the chat says, I don't think I can keep a hard one in the company of other guys. Why not? What is so wrong with that? Is it does it then become a gay thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that are like, that's gay. If you
so you guys are technically you men are insecure.
No, that's
No, that's insecurity to me. If you automatically think that you're standing in front of another guy with a hard on, mind you, we're in competition here for the love of a woman. So if you're standing there with your penis erected and it's why get insecure if you're winning?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the guy in the chat. There's something about that that don't fit right. It don't feel right. I'm sorry.
I fucked my girl and not my wife, but an ex-girlfriend in a swingers club in front of 40 people. I got an applaud, a standing ovation. Everybody clapping afterwards. We got done.
Oh shit! I don't think I want to ask any questions.
Wait, I missed it. I was reading the chat. Apparently, I don't know why my hearing turned off while I was reading. What did you say?
Oh, I said not my wife, but the girl that I dated back in the day. Her and I went to a swingers club. I've been to a bunch of swingers clubs before, but I convinced her to go. And we were gonna like meet another young couple and shit, but there wasn't any young couples. It was just a bunch of older people. And then we were in our 20s, so what I mean by old is people like in their 40s and 50s, which I'm 40 now, so it would have been a big deal. But we ended up fucking in front of like 40, 50 people, and they all like got up afterwards and like started clapping and shit.
You could see those people watching you.
Yeah, it was like a big room area with a bunch of beds and shit. People were doing stuff in their beds and stuff like that. After we got done, people were really clapping. It made her like super nervous because she was like she was real timid and shy and shit. That was what was crazy.
Now I think that's different. Now that you mention it that way, that's something a little different. If you're physically engaging in sex and there's 4 or 5 couples in here and everybody's partnered up in their own respective corners, you can actually use the motivation of the other women moaning and the skin smacking as a thing for you to get your rocks off, or to keep going. So I can actually see that.
There was a
Sounds like a
smoking
game show.
It is.
When we first got there, there was actually a smoking hot couple, super hot little fucking short petite blonde, and then her fucking boyfriend and shit. Like her and I were okay with like swapping and shit and all that kind of stuff. And so we got there and shit. The fucking young couple that were actually there got approached by these 2 like the obese like fucking 50-year-olds, husband and wife, and they're like, hey, could you guys want to like go somewhere or like hang out or like do stuff, like they were trying to see if they wanted to like go swing and shit, and they're like, no, we don't like old people or fat people.
I was saying the judgment zone is too.
Oh my god, the fucking owners came over and they were like, y'all gotta get the fuck out, that's rude. All you have to do in that situation is just say, hey, no, sorry, not interested, and then just move on. But yeah, that everybody else is just kind of old shit. It's a problem with swingers clubs. It's usually a lot of old fat people.
Can you imagine that being like an actual game show, like where like couples were like doing what you were doing, but like they were like competing for money?
Yeah, I think they do that in like Japan, don't they? They have a TV show where people like, Japan has like a TV show on like their X-rated shit, but it's on like TV, like cable television. Yeah, but you could watch it. It's like people fucking and shit. It's like in front of a crowd. Yeah.
Like what couple can do the best? Wow,
they already. Like, look up Japanese.
Like, do all that shit.
Look up Japanese game show sex or something, and it has them like fucking in front of a crowd, and they're like getting crazy. Japan's wild.
On Clubhouse in my entire Clubhouse life.
Yeah, I stayed in.
I think it's interesting. I really do.
I stayed in one of those capsule hotels in Japan, and I was laying there, and it's just like regular TV channels, and then you hit this other button, and then it was all porn shit. I was like, what the fuck is? But yeah, Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're definitely different type of humans. Yeah. But that would be a weird ass game show. Can you imagine like what all you'd have to do in order to like win?
Yeah,
like you gotta like how do you like outbeat the other person? Like what qualifies? It's crazy.
Are you married, Angel?
Are you married?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, are you married?
No.
Oh, I was gonna ask you would you go on a show with your husband and have sex in a room with 2-3 other couples that's been married just as long as you have? There's some things that I think some stuff when you're like a private setting and there's other couples there, so I'm guilty of it. I have had I've been in a situation where I had my partner, we was in a big ass hotel room that was divided by the door that's in the middle, but each room had 2 beds, so it was 4 beds, 4 couples, and the door was open. We was in there 20-year-olds, so 20, 21, man. And we just doing dumb shit, trying to play damn, but you can, the skin smacking of the other couples You know, it wasn't nothing that he and I was
competition. Yeah, that's
correct.
So
Yeah.
wait, well, like, what happens when you lose though?
fucking goal and objective now.
It's
How I can outdo that motherfucker. If she said I had 5 orgasms in one night, that bitch is gonna have 10 now. I don't give a fuck. If I gotta fucking pop Viagra's and fucking drink Gatorades and shit, she's going to fucking have 10, and it's gonna knock her fucking off because you want to know in your mind that you're number one firstly, and then secondly, that motherfucker doesn't stand a chance, and everything she ever thought about them being the fucking best sleep she's ever had is just out the fucking window. And if there's
What
ever,
happens when you don't win?
I was I'm married, so I have to make sure. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do. I don't care if you gotta stand 3 fucking Gatorade with a fucking IV stuck in your.
See, I've been in my relationship over a decade, and so I'm just, I'm not in the whole dating thing or like couples thing like you guys are, and so it's it's interesting to hear. Again, this is the mutual, but it turned into a topic, I guess. But it's Q had mentioned like, oh yeah, like I heard something, and then I was like, I got in competition. Like, what happens when you don't win? Like,
well, I cheated sex, so I don't give a fuck about competition. To be honest with you.
how do you cheat?
Well, I'm a coffee drinker, and I've come to the conclusion I don't pop pills and do all that other crazy shit, but I'll take a medium cup of coffee before sex, and the same amount of coffee that I take down, I also take down water. My first orgasm, I'm rushing it out of there. My second, in between the first and the third, you get an urge to piss. I don't go pee, I hold it. And then I force myself to get an erection. Once you get that erection with that full bladder, it's over with. She's gonna have to fight me off of her at some point. It works. I promise you, fellas, if you're a coffee drinker, drink you some coffee. Coffee will make you go to the bathroom. You go start pissing. Wipe your
To
hands out.
like make the coffee first, like so don't you have to wait for it to like go through like the coffee process?
Correct. After you make it, but that's what I'm saying. The first orgasm, right? The first nut. That's me preparing my coffee. My coffee is brewing on that first one. After I get off, you give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go down this coffee real quick. I'm gonna take it down. Shot of espresso with a mouthful of coffee afterward with water. And I'm gonna drink it. Once I get that second erection, it's pretty much over with. Now, some people I've heard that the second erection it lasts a lot longer, but I force it up. Like you can have you can bust a whole nut with an erection and still keep it as long as you got that full bladder piss behind you.
Well,
You can keep
I can also give you some other piece of advice that actually does help women. I had seen on like a real sex talk day or whatever, one of those fucking shit. It was on the internet like way back when it was like fucking 20 years ago type shit, like when the internet wasn't even on YouTube. But I didn't see this thing where it said that you jerk, you get fully hard, and like right before you're about to bust a nut, you get your silent balls. Just stop, let that motherfucker go back to sleep, and then just start back again. And then get all the way up there, and then just fucking stop, let it go, just let it fucking relax. And then do that like fucking 4, 5, 6 times, whatever, and then just.
You know what I learned the other day? So we were talking about how I got to the topic. But anyways, so there's this lady in the room, and she like delivers babies, or is like works in like the infant, the NICU. And so she was over here, and she was like, guys can like reduce their sperm count by like actually sitting in like a hot tub or hot water before they have sex. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And she's like, yeah, like you completely like decrease the amount of sperm you have right before you have sex. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it has to do with like the hot temperature and stuff like that. The way that you can actually increase your sperm, they also increase the amount. It's obviously got 3 kids within like 3.5, 4 years of each other. So I guess.
So yeah, I was gonna say I have 4 kids that are pretty much almost like all back to back.
Yeah.
Damn, man, when you gonna play it? You was doing that thing in the circle, water.
Sure.
You alright, man. You alright.
Alright, half full of what you can say. Half full of it, half good on class.
That's very serious.
Oh, good. It's,
I was just gonna say that that you're referring to is called tandem.
this all started
And
because
I have 5 kids.
this all started because somebody said Angel has a flip phone.
My gosh.
Yeah, I was like sharing my story about somebody who said I had to I made a big scene about it.
Wow. People are so.
It was my first time learning the terms. I never knew the term before then, and that I don't ever really like the term. It just sounds disgusting on my tongue.
Yeah.
What's the word? What's the word when a girl has like a big ass, like, you know, a bunch of fat in the front, like the pelvis area. What the fuck do they call it? There's a big name for that. It's like a slang terminology for
A bunch of fat where?
like right in the front pelvis area, like right below the stomach. You know, like normally obese, like big fat chicks have like that big front foot. Yeah, this full butt. And I think you're saying full butt, but what's another word for full butt? I can't remember what's called.
I don't think nothing wrong with it. I think
Cooch. It's a cooch. Coochie.
pouch. Yeah, I found
Pouch.
pouch.
Yeah, maybe pouch.
On it.
We call it.
Anybody in here drive a Tesla?
From time to time.
Time to time?
Yeah, I don't own one.
No. The FSD mode, so that's the full self-driving mode, right? It has this ability to see, it's watching the driver. So even though it's driving itself, it's watching you. So if you pick up your phone, it can detect that you're not paying attention to the road. And I bring that up because if you are a male and you're receiving oral sex, well, it can detect that too, my guy. So, don't do it.
Cooch or mommy pouch. That's the other one. It sounds like cooch.
So interesting that one actually picks up on cannibalism. It was so weird. Wait, the phone or the car picks up on the cannibalism?
The car.
That's
Wait,
interesting.
I was going for a second. What do you got? Cannibalism.
much in your mouth like that. It's like
Also,
it's like
when a girl swallows the semen, it's not eating
that is
whole ass baby.
absolutely
It's not a whole ass baby because there's no egg involved.
well, it's definitely eating a generation.
Okay, I got another question. And you don't have to answer this one either. You don't receive oral sex, Daniel.
I
Of course,
will.
I do. Watch.
Well,
Okay. Wait, so you saying you don't want your man to eat the cat?
that is absolutely gross.
Say that it's safe to presume it's never been done.
It's safe to presume.
Of course it is.
It has, but it could have been done right for her to say ew.
No, it has not. She just said that.
But she lies.
Why would she lie about this? She has to know that her
If
opinion
she
is
said the truth, she would be a hypocrite. She knows it.
What?
no.
If she said, of course, yeah, I've had my pussy licked before, then she would be a hypocrite. So of course she would lie. She just said, no, I've never done it.
Okay, she's cannibalism.
Well, she developed that. It's a developed idea. She didn't wake up like, looking at like, a slaughterhouse of like cattle and was like, oh, maybe I'm gonna become a vegan now. Like, no, she developed this idea.
I actually don't eat
She
meat
developed
anymore.
this idea. She developed this idea, and she developed it after she's already had her pussy licked in her life, and that would make her a hypocrite if she conceived it too.
It's kind of crazy though. It's like
She's sucked in her life too, so she's also
I just don't think that anybody would lie about this.
Wait, serendipity. You don't think people would lie on Clubhouse? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met? How many Clubhouse millionaires have you met that are in their Rolls Royce like
Can I get a word in? Rich, listen. I promise you, this is not the first time that she's had people react to her like this. I can assure you, she would not voluntarily lie about this. If anything, she'd just keep her mouth shut and not mention it. Because this is not the first time she's had people be like, what the fuck?
No, I don't care. I don't care if she insists that it's her idea of dates and it is. That's totally fine. But to be a hypocrite and say that you've never done A or B, we all fucking know you have. You got 6 kids, you've sucked dick, and you've had your pussy eaten before. Just
at least one time. At least one time. Right.
So she was a teenager, she hopped to it one time.
This is just so wrong. It's just so not true.
Yeah, it's
I can't conform anywhere near oral sexual behaviors, especially when it is so close to cannibalism. Like, can you just imagine?
You're not getting
we don't always believe what we're saying.
If you're not getting, just imagine. Listen, just think of yourselves for a moment, gentlemen. Just think of yourselves for a moment. Imagine if someone they put a penis in your mouth, right? Like, and then all of a sudden, like, you feel like this drip. Like, that's a that's a generation right there.
You're gonna say that like creating pussy is cannibalism. Yeah, your pussy bleeds every month and it doesn't fucking die, and we still fucking don't die. We're still attracted to it and still fucking
Right.
It's like, but suck your dick and eat pussy's cannibalism.
But can you just imagine, like, somebody who knows somebody that has their menstrual, and then, like, their menstrual's over with, and then, like, you go have sex with them, and then you realize, like, wow, she just actually, like, had her period, like, a week ago, like, that's gross. And there's just something inhumane about that. And personally, I think about, like, okay, kissing is a beautiful thing. Why would you want to kiss somebody who was, like, down there, and then they followed a whole bunch of kids?
Pure Blood said he's eating box while she's on her menstrual. On a full moon.
The bravery.
He's got red wings all over.
Oh, that boy got his wings. Wait a minute.
Box.
This is okay.
Oh, so now I'm noting this one. Red
wings. Yeah.
When.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the same for like
I don't
down there? Do they get?
I don't fucking know her period either yet.
Well, no,
I'm just saying, is it a different? No. I mean, like a woman who goes out on a woman, does she get red wings too?
Red wings.
She gets red wings. Okay, all right.
Yes, red wings.
Oh my goodness.
Think
Now
about
we
it.
bumping
It's the labias covered in that blood, and they look like red wings.
So when the lesbians are bumping their clams.
This is exactly why this is safe not to put your mouth in places. It keeps you safe.
Cute. $100 says she's not able to, but she's like, but the IG sucking it.
I don't think she shaved down there.
She's had a dick stuffed in her asshole before, but she's like, that's cannibalism if you put a penis in your mouth.
I don't shave my legs or my armpits, but even still, it's just one of those things that it's just absolutely downright disgusting.
It's not this. Okay.
It is absolutely.
It's disgusting. It's okay. Let me ask you this, please.
Unattractively funky-ish. Like, can you just imagine? Like, you were putting your mouth.
Wait. I have a question. Would you define 69 as like a snake eating itself?
Oh, okay. So, that is weird.
Yeah, 69 where the two people are eating each other.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I almost forgot what that was. So yeah, but then that is just, you can't put
somebody invite.
Why would you do that? Like, why would you want to put your fucking mouth where you eat your food, like you kiss your face?
No, she said that oral sex is cannibalism.
But listen, most importantly, like, you use your mouth to say prayers. Like, God can't hear you if you have semen on your mouth. Like, he can't hear you if you have semen on your throat.
Girl, I have to refute you there, okay? I have to refute you there, all right? God hears my prayers just fine.
All right, let's let Tuna crash out. Go ahead, Tuna.
Yeah, you know that God also can't hear you when you're talking straight.
Also, Tuna, did you hear that? What oral sex?
Yeah, no, I got the Ouroboros reference, but a snake eating itself. I mean, shit. If any man could actually reach that, we wouldn't date.
Wait, didn't Marilyn Manson didn't like that? What was wrong?
9 3/4 inches.
I don't know how I feel right now, knowing that I have a partner that I would never get head from and that I can never give head to. So do you use toys? You got a rose?
That's gonna just mess up your whole juju. Like, you want to be able to, like, come naturally. Like, if you utilize those weapons, which that's what they are, they're weapons. If you utilize those weapons, you're going to mess up your whole sexual aura. You don't want to do that to yourself. And you don't want to abuse yourself in any of those sort of facets with these weapons that they've created.
Okay, she's telling the truth, guys. Because if she had said, oh, yeah, I have a dildo, I don't know, man. That shit would piss me off. If I got with a chick and she did not want me to, if I want to express myself with everything, if she stops me from doing that, I don't know, and I can't get no head.
We'll find it out. We'll find it out this way. Tuna, what do you think is the odds on a woman who has 6 kids back to back never having oral sex or giving oral sex or taking it?
I say that if you love her, wear her like a gas mask.
I like that answer. Okay.
I believe her.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I love my wife to pieces, but I will eat that shit like I'm arms folded behind my back at a lasagna eating contest.
I'm telling you, man, you ain't no fucking way in hell you not sitting on my goddamn face. After 20 years, we've been married 20 years, and I ain't never ate my wife foot. Shit, I killed myself. I wouldn't marry her. Fuck no.
Well, it's been over a decade, so we're doing wonderfully fine. Now, does he ask often? Very often. Does it happen? Never.
Is he blind?
No, he's white.
He's not.
Okay, girl. I'm just saying, you look like a beautifully young, and I was married for 30. Okay, so this comes from a place of helpfulness, honey. As time goes by, you're going to have to change things up a bit. It's gonna get stagnant. And the thing of it is, I feel you, girl. I feel you. I think you're being honest. I think it's just truly, genuinely how you feel. You're wrong about the cannibalism because of use their sperm, but I believe wholeheartedly that you feel right now. But I think you will change. I think you will change.
Well, I'm coming up on 40, so this is my last year in my 30s. I'm coming up on 40, and my gray hairs are coming in, and I'm not getting any younger. So I have a bucket
Don't
list.
you comment on anything if he refuses to eat the cook?
Let her finish looking.
I have a bucket list, and this oral sexual stuff is not on the bucket list. However, I do have this really, because you're like, it's going to get boring and stuff, but I do have this really cool idea of where I would like to, like, be intimate. And so I was thinking, like, gosh, can you just imagine, like, a hot air balloon?
You
Can you
crazy
just
as
imagine
hell.
a hot air balloon?
I'm a public girl. I like to do things I'm not supposed to be doing.
So I was thinking, like, a hot air balloon somewhere, like, over in, like, somewhere, like, Europe or somewhere, like, France or, like, Paris or, like...
Hell no. You said, well, a hot air balloon just went down killing 12 people. Look, Angel, let me tell you something. If you ain't never got no head and you ain't never gave no head, I'm giving you a full warning. Don't get it. At this age, almost 40, turning gray, don't do it. Because you're going to piss yourself off. Especially if you get some head from somebody that know what they're doing now. You're going to look back and you're going to regret the past 25 plus years of your life. You're like, what the fuck have I been missing?
I'm very happy.
Everything.
I'm very confident. I'm very happy. And I feel much better that when I go to say my prayers, they are able to be heard loud and clean and clear.
What that got to do with you getting your pussy ate? I'm telling you not to.
Just imagine that you're married to the old dude from Disney's Up.
Yeah.
Oh, like that old couple. They were so cute, weren't they? Aww. He like absolutely adored her, loved her. Wait, what was that last thing you said?
You know that old dude got a blowjob, at least one. Probably off the Cub Scout.
There is no way. I just can't. Do you know how much head I've gotten in my life? I couldn't imagine giving that up, being with the woman that I'm in love with who's not doing it. Like, the chances of me.
Why would you want to do that when, like, are like women that you're with, like, has a perfectly working vagina? It's perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong.
The women in the past had a perfectly working vagina. That don't mean that they couldn't suck a nail out of the wall. I have gotten some head that felt better than some. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, like a golf ball through a garden hose.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I had some ones that telling you, good Lord, make your left leg twitch. I done had amount of strokes fucking with some of the women in the past. And what I'm saying to you is, there's no way I would be able to get with a woman. And she's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Like, for real.
So I can tell you how the old man from Up definitely got hit from his wife because he was still thinking about her ass while she was dead. That's a fact. Because that bitch wasn't sucking dick, he'd be like, fuck her. That bitch sucked. She was terrible. When he was dreaming about her, he was like, man, I miss her.
Angel, my only comment, because I am a praying woman, I stay in constant prayer. My only comment to that is that Corinthians says that a husband should satisfy his needs and a wife
close with the territory. It's just basic hygiene, right? I mean, if you shower every day, then what's the problem?
Yeah, but like when I'm eating like food, there's no possible way like I can get like an STD in my mouth from just eating food. Like you would get a fucking STD down there, and that is so wild.
There was some issue.
You're not worried about your husband having an STD. No, nobody's worrying about that. But what I am worried about is that there's a world around us where people actually engage in this for these pleasures per se, you know? And I just don't think that being in participation with some of those moral behaviors is a form of honesty. I don't think that it is a way to kind of proclaim femininity. And not that I'm a feminist, but I just think that there's just something special about not having these type of moral behaviors as a woman. It just makes you more polite and it's way more attractive.
Let me ask the fellas something real quick. For food, though, fellas, have y'all ever turned down some of the
For over 10 years, and I don't shave my armpits and don't shave my legs, and I can't tell you how many times in a week that I am told how beautiful I am and how lucky I am, and how attractive I am, and how exciting I am, and how some of the things I can't say. Compliments. By the way, a lot of compliments come from this one beautiful man who has kind of accepted me, and what I'm learning is my awkwardness. I just didn't know that other women weren't like this.
Hell no, you are a beautiful, hairy motherfucker. And let me ask you something real quick. Man, have y'all ever turned down head or asked a woman, hey, you don't have to gingivitis, but you brush your teeth, you make sure you floss the book. I don't want you to get gingivitis something. Have you ever said that to a woman? Gingivitis is an venereal disease. She can have a mouthful of shit. I would think. I mean, like, shut up. I don't have facial actors with the state of and
I would expect
well, they would see how they have really fucked up kids.
there are a lot more women that have issues with men.
It doesn't surprise me when it's a chick had like jagged, broken, sharp teeth and shit. But, I would definitely turn that down. But how about it? Turn that shit?
And then, like,
conversations.
the title before was talking about like beef burns. Like I almost regurgitated when I learned that was. I damn near fainted, and I had like almost. Girl, I'm not vegetarian, but I eat has to be. I do eat lamb sometimes, but I mostly eat salmon and fish. But like if I do eat lamb, like I have to get like almost charcoal burn.
You eat like 7-day fast or something.
No, I'm Jewish by birth. I'm Black American as well, and I don't claim any religion.
Oh, so you're like one of these weird spiritualists. Okay, never mind.
I mean, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, weird spiritualist. I believe in God. I believe there's only one God, and I have an absolute soul God-fearing fear of being
So you're like a progressive secular Jew that's a spiritualist. Okay.
If anyone's keen on like wanting to do on Felicia, supplement 2-3, as the apple tree among the apple trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the in meadow like to sit in its fruit, and its fruit is sweet to the taste. There you go.
So wait, was that a scripture of a man having oral with another man? Wait, can you read that again? Sorry.
I'm just going to put some quotes in because this is why I'm not a pastor. I'm reading scripture out in public. So I'm just going to copy and paste it into the chat for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Angel, I have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Okay,
So this sweet man that you have found, which of course I congratulate you, that's fantastic that he can accept you for who you are. But let's for argument's sake say that he is uncircumcised. Would you be willing to help him with Would that be fine with you? Would you do that for your fantastic man?
He would absolutely be on his own.
Well, okay. We know. But I think, you know what? People should be able to decide what they want to do with their lives. I don't think they should be pressured into doing anything. But I do believe, you know, speaking from just the fact of being a man, that I think it's more about the fact that the woman wants to give the man pleasure without reciprocity. I think that is one aspect of it that the men feel like, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be good. You know, it's fantastic if it's good, but it's just the act itself that it's kind of like selfless, right?
Exactly.
And I think,
Yeah, it should be a little bit of like, and I get it. Like, you know, obviously we're in this modern day and there's like all of these like sexual, over sexualized formalities. But like there's something so beautiful about like, you know, just being just I don't maybe pure isn't like the best term for it, but like just being in like this pureness of like knowing that you haven't like, you know, engaged in certain like
no, I understand what you mean. And I actually respect it. Like if they want to emphasize that, you know, you have to kind of, as a responsible adult, I don't think, I don't know the state of sex ed today, but like getting tested, I feel it's a given when you decide you want a long-term partner. You know, you both should be tested and make sure everything is safe. But a lot of people don't, unfortunately, and that's why we have, you know, chlamydia and herpes and stuff like that, right? So, yeah. What happens, what gets me though is, and if a woman tell me I can't get no head because she gotta pray, well, I'm praying for some head. So we praying for two, you see what I'm saying? Me, I'm praying for two different things at this point. And that's fine. I mean, I get you. I think Angel, I think her husband paralyzed. Something wrong with that dude. Something ain't right. Ain't no, I think either he blind or something. Something's wrong.
Maybe he just cherishes his wife and wants to respect
He's
her.
not paralyzed. And in fact, I'm not going to show you a picture of him, but I'll show you when I don't post anything on here.
Just so we're clear, Angel, just like you need a little bit late in the conversation, you don't expect him to do that to you, right?
I will, yeah, and I said that I would like, I would probably like kick him in his jaw and divorce him. And
Okay, you doesn't have to do it either. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe he's scared of what's down there. You know, we don't know. Could be multiple reasons. Maybe he doesn't find it palatable. You know, I thought of that too. Like maybe because she don't shave, she got so much hair. He's like, man, I don't want to do that shit no way. I can see that too. I can see that too. But that's still, yeah, but yeah.
you guys are going to see like an image of him or whatever, but it's a shadow, and he's giving me a kiss.
Oh, he seems very loving. You know, good for you. Man, what the hell is that? Hey, no, that's AI. That's computer generated. Hopefully, that's real. Come on, man.
It's our shadows yesterday at the winery. Like, it's just our shadows.
I just think you was a hater. I am a hater. Like, she's like, oh, look at our shadows. Let me take this picture. Don't move.
It was cute because look, you can tell that he's holding my chin and he's gonna kiss me. And it's a penis-free kiss. It's, you know, it's kissing my lips, but I'm penis-free and I'm kissing him. It's been vagina-free. It's just a beautiful photo.
Good for you. Like we're looking at this from the other perspective now. Do you think maybe it's because people have been so desensitized by the porn industry? Because a lot of people have gotten access to it very early.
Absolutely. Yes, because people see my thing.
And she's a curmudgeon. That's what it is.
Wait, what's a curmudgeon? I hate when I have to Google something if I work. This is my curmudgeon. Ban prostitution, ban public nude.
it's actually a very, very safe struggle.
And I just want to say one thing too. I get like a lot of feedback from people. Like when I tell people that I have 6 children, there's a lot that kind of comes with that, right? And I have to kind of like prepare myself sometimes to like get ready to hear what people have to say. So normally it's like, oh, like you have 6 kids, man, gosh, that must be hard. Or oh my gosh, I can't believe you look like that after having 6 children. Or gosh, how many baby daddies do you have? And I like the one like how many baby daddies do you have, right? Like that was, that comes from a certain demographic of people, and I'm just like, wow, that's.
I wasn't gonna ask, but I thought it.
So then the other one is like, oh, were all of your pregnancies normal? And then I have to like reply back, and I'm like, yeah, I've had 6 normal vaginal pregnancies, and I nursed all of my children. For years, I've nursed my children.
That was my next thought.
Multiple children back to back. Like I was nursing one and nursing So anyway, it's and then I always get like all of like this shady talk and all of this horrible things said to me, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna stand in my truth, and I'm just gonna stand for me, because I realize that not many women, can stand this way. And I'm kind of really grateful about that. And I think that God has shown his light in my life. And I think that reflects. And so I'm proud of us over here.
I'm proud of you too. Shout out to your guy, because his patience is something beyond humanity. I don't think no man can process that. Not one that can see. Shout out to him, man. That shit crazy. 6 children,
You
no
would have
triplets.
gone and bought a pack of menthols ages ago, right?
Man. Well, because I know what good head feels like. You cannot. You see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, man. It's like, man, hell no. I'll be like, come on, you're not gonna beg. I'm not gonna be begging to eat no pussy, man. I can't do. I'm gonna have to pack a bag, man. I have to pop the balloon on that one, though. You had me at first, Angel. You had me. You had me. The 6 kids I can take. The no bedroom play. Fuck. No.
So the question in the chat was, is breastfeeding cannibalism too? No, it's not. Like breasts were actually like my milk. Like I could tell.
Cannibalism. It definitely is. Something coming out of your body going into another one. Yep, that's cannibalism. Yeah, what is the difference between semen and breast milk? Produced by the body, and another person is ingesting it. Correct.
Well, let me just say this. So when you become pregnant,
they're both just proteins from your body. So
when you become pregnant and you go through your, all of your, gestations of,
yeah, when your balls drop and you go through puberty, you start producing semen, sperm.
And you go through all of this, and the baby's fully grown and everything. Like all of a sudden now, like your breasts are ready. Like your breasts automatically turn on, and guess what happens? Like this little sprinkler device.
Ejaculate out the head of your penis.
What do you think? What do you think happens with the penis every 24 hours in our testicles?
Yeah, but
it's
ready.
It
doesn't matter. So listen, I just want to say something. This is the difference with a baby. Right? When you take a brand new baby and you put the baby like right by the mouth or something, or right by the breast, the baby automatically starts to do like this thing, right?
When you put the average woman next to a man's penis, they do the same thing.
I was just about to say that. When you 99%
of women, you put a dick in her face, they go, I don't want to, but okay.
But the thing of the matter is that after like the nursing session, right, the baby will then like, be full or whatever. The baby will be full and everything, and then what happens is that like your milk will then like repump itself,
Yeah.
come back in.
Fills back up.
And then
Yep.
it fills back up, and so then boom,
100%
like the
so
baby
does
is ready
balls.
again. So the difference is that once you fill back up, the woman is like gone. She's like off with
No,
the
she's not.
next
She'll
penis
just
in her
keep-
mouth.
She'll keep
And
sucking
then-
dick.
Right, but once yours is full, she'll be somewhere else doing like sucking the next guy.
No, not if you're married.
Okay.
If you're married, she'll suck your dick multiple times.
Angel, if you take a newlywed wife and you put a dick in front of her face, her nipples get hard. And she's going to get more pleasure out of that, I think, than the man will, especially if she enjoys
pussy. So would you then say a man sucking or licking on your titty, on your nipple, would be cannibalism?
Yeah.
So your husband doesn't suck on your titties? He's a bold-faced liar. You know you don't want to lie. Look at you. Look at you. Lying ass. Thinking about lying, but you know Hashem's going to judge you.
Hey, Angel, don't.
No. You gonna lie.
This is more of a natural and safer thing because my breasts don't actually insert any or anything like that.
Your nipple, when he sucks on it, is no different than you sucking on his penis or him sucking on your clit because they're both the same size.
There's a big difference because males they have the ability to be able to like stick their penis in a couple different places like anal, like vagina. Like my breasts can't do that, so they are far more.
You can be titty fucked. You can definitely be titty fucked.
I mean, the Pornhub rabbit hole to make this statement. Actually,
This is fucking crazy. You are crazy.
Alex, we're trying to show how much of a hypocrite she is.
Yeah, I understand that, guys, and it is very entertaining. So I know that, but I do have to interject some boring facts here, right? That there is a slight difference due to the fact that they are meant for specific purposes, right? So even though sperm, technically, you could eat it, it has calories and proteins. It has a specific task, right? The same with breast milk. Breast milk actually has antibodies which the baby needs to have an immune system in the beginning because they don't have one when they are born. So they get one transferred from their moms.
Yeah, that's just the colostrum. That's only the first couple of breastfeeding.
Yeah, sure. But then if the mom consumes alcohol, it gets transferred to the babies. I mean, there is some level of...
I mean, if I smoke a cigarette, I'm guessing my cum will probably taste a little smoky too.
Yeah, probably. Or shitty. Like asparagus is apparently a huge fucking destroyer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to know, but we still go on, Kate. You're making your case here. I find it very, very entertaining.
It's in the pineapple makes sperm taste better, but I believe that's more to do with Sweden's trying to
I was really waiting for Tuna to say it definitely doesn't, and he knows from experience.
I can't say that I'm a cheers connoisseur myself.
Oh, you do partake in creme de penis? Tuna boy?
Tuna always comes on here and learns that he's straight. Very good kid.
I am straight married with kids. You're missing out the magic trick where it's like, look, I'm going to hypnotize you to make you forget that you were ever gay. And someone said, no, I was never gay, and it's like, look, so it's working.
One thing about breastfeeding is that I can do this out in public and it be like accepted as like a natural normalcy, like a normal loving affection thing. Like if you were to be out in public and a woman was like, giving you head, like everybody is going to look at you and shame.
I would just like to point out that if halfway New Guinea, I don't think anybody would care, and they would all probably huddle around and just like run like him.
No, but I've just been watching the place I used to live in at Essex throw the police out of their town.
Wait, is it the Muslims? It's the
No, he's not Muslim. So he'd already attacked two children.
Wait, Somali.
Yeah, so Somali refugee.
claims that he's Christian.
Wait, then he's not Somali then?
No, but
Somali. No, I'm making a joke because Somalis claim that if you're not Muslim, you're
they don't claim it. Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. But anyway,
I mean, if you're claiming political asylum, then you're probably not too worried about whether the Somalis claim you or not. If you're saying that you have to flee the country that you come from.
I know.
He got caught trying to force himself on a 14-year-old girl for the third time. And there was a huge riot in the town that I used to live in. They literally threw the police out of the town.
This sounds very
tinderbox.
This just doesn't sound like Somalis. I can't picture like Muslims or not even if he's not a Muslim. I mean, just Somalis alone. I can't picture them being like that type of behaviors.
What?
Sorry, I was trying to get a good laugh.
That's actually really funny today. It's very, 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 very on point.
Yeah, it's very unlike them.
Anyways, guys, it's been real.
I get the impression that the international problem that we're seeing with local populations being pitted against immigrant populations is just a way to get people outraged, so that the police can remove from society anyone that might be a leader or physically a threat to totalitarianism taking over.
So, Alex, I know it's like the afternoon. It's going to be getting dark soon for you over there. So,
yeah, sure.
Because it's morning for us, but I know it's going to be coming up on nighttime. So I'll go ahead and sing you a lullaby for later for when you go to sleep. And I'll get started right here. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell. There you go.
I have to turn the volume down. I don't want my neighbors to issue a fatwa. So, but I get what you're saying.
Question for you.
Yeah. Oh.
I got a feeling this is contentious. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you guys have a fellow, I think it's Tommy. Is it Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. What's the status with that guy? Is he out of prison now, walking free in the UK?
Wait, F1, do you like Tommy Robinson?
Yes, I do.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, Stephen Yaxley, Stephen Yaxley Lennon is his actual name. He is out of jail now, and they're staging a big kick-off in central London on the 13th of September. If you want it, it's going to go really ugly.
It was not bring him out of prison, or what happened?
No, he served his time. He's out. Hold on, I'm going to
use somebody's passport or something, right? To fly to the U.S. or somewhere or something like that.
No, he was on holiday with his family in Ibiza, and an arrest warrant was put out for him for publishing details of a case where he felt injustice was being done, and he went to prison for non-publication breaches.
And contempt of court, I think, as well, right? If I remember correctly, he's been in and out for a while. But I do agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with your analysis that they're using kind of these situations to kind of silence anyone that they don't like. But at the same time, like, in all honesty, like when different ethnic groups the disparity becomes too large, then it's bound to have, conflict as a consequence, right? It's just, we can use Lebanon as an example. Before, like in the 1960s and 70s, it was called the Paris of the East, right? And now it's like almost a failed state. And I think, unfortunately, that's just the consequence of people that don't share values when they live too close to each other. That's what you're going to get. But it's also that I feel like many countries in the West have not been very clear about assimilation, right? We talk about integration a lot in Europe, but it's not the integration that we want, really. We want them to assimilate. That's really what you're looking for, that they can, blend into the crowd of the rest of the people and share those values. But that's not really what's been communicated. There's no impetus on, them to adjust to how we live. And then that's why you get the conflicts, right? So
if we're honest, there's not the welcoming integration angle. It's just that it's seen as a faux pas to say, actually, we don't want our neighbourhoods filled with people that we then have to educate as to what our way of life is.
Yeah.
We'd rather just live our way of life.
That's
reality.
That's what I understand.
Nobody wants to mention.
They all flock over to the UK, and then want to live in the UK, but they want to bring all their beliefs and change the way things are done in the UK. Why don't they just stay in their own country and practice their own?
Because there's no money there, F1. That's why. There's no money. That's why. They get free money.
Then they must realise that they are guests in the UK. They can't come over there and change everything there,
I think it's also a consequence of the volumes, F1. Like, my mother is an immigrant, but she was educated when she came to Europe, and she actually put in effort to make sure that her kids could speak without accents, that we understood the culture, that we actively participated in the culture, right? But
we're not immigrant as well.
The reality is the world. The reality is the world has changed.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, there was this understanding that every man in society, if I had dropped rubbish in front of another man, and an older man was to turn around and say, "Oi, fucking put that in the bin," that was an accepted social standard in society.
Yeah.
Now we have a social standard in society. His son was attacked outside his house. Young refugee boy at 15 attacked his son with a machete. Say that Palmerston North was the Hamilton of Wellington, but now I think that Wellington is the Hamilton of Wellington.
Palmy is shit, bro.
Yeah.
There's not much happening.
Well, that's kind of what happened after Jacinda. They will never undo the damage that they have created to their society. Coming from SA to here, there are people in New Zealand that will never understand the way of life and the exact risks and genuine dangers that there are living in SA. Because it's a bit of a paradise here in New Zealand, and so far out of the way that they're naive to a lot of the realities of living in what we consider the rest of the real world. And so New Zealand has for since the 70s, ever since the Labour Party really started to make moves. What we've seen in New Zealand is that they have been completely dependent on influxes of immigration in order to keep the brain drain from just absolutely decimating the population. Influxes of foreign money coming into the country either through student visas or through tourism or through people buying overpriced holiday property. Now that they've screwed all of that up through COVID, and we have we lost 70% of the tourist industry. Our primary industries have all failed. And the problem is that the leftists think that the solution to the medicine not working is to up the dosages. You look at NBIE this week, they put 1.6 million into a company for a girl boss who was going to go around to schools and give them science demonstrations. And my question is, for a girl boss company that is entirely publicly funded, to end up with a tax bill of $250,000
benefits of living in the nefarious system that we come up with, which is right. Everybody works. There are some laws, and all these special interest groups that want to try to overthrow society for their own special interest. These are the people who are really quite sick. Lord Leveson was tasked with coming up with a solution to the backlog, and his only solution was to get more power to lose. By August, they were supposed to lose 9 million millionaires. Sorry, about 9,000 millionaires. They've already lost 21,000 millionaires this year. And with the capital flight, that's going to create a situation where there's no one to tax. And there's just angry mobs roaming the streets.
I mean, the rate we're losing tourists to Australia is quite alarming as well.
Every time that they reported for the last 3 years, it's always been a record-breaking number.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the government. I came over literally 2 months before COVID broke out. So when I came over, it was all just in the praises. And now the dilemma's, it's only the second party that I've worked with since I've been here. So Angela Jacinda was, she wasn't good. She got all the praises and stuff, but I'm not sure what she did was anymore before New Zealand.
The danger of Jacinda Ardern was that she created this cult of personality, and rather than having a second term be a wartime effort, because New Zealand fought against the war, we're a country that our Air Force doesn't have any planes. In fact, it's even got a flightless bird as its logo. So Kiwi. So a wartime presidency was just co-opting power from using the fact that everyone else was doing these lockdowns in order to bring in some Stalinistic control of the public. The problem is that created a power feeding frenzy amongst the whites.
What you're saying is you guys are fucked with the Chinese stuff to take over.
I don't think if the Chinese do ever move on the West, I don't think they're coming to take over. I think they're coming to wipe us out.
Which, I mean, there is a military.
If that goes the wrong way, seriously, if that goes the wrong way, and China do like a Belt and Road initiative in the Cook Islands and just buy out the population there, you think it's over.
Which one do we have?
Anyway, that's New Zealand, AKA. Alex, I wanted to ask you, how much do you charge as like a body double impersonator for gigs where I want to say the Invention Bureau? You don't have to say anything.
I don't have a big enough small hat on my head for that. But
Sorry, I've got a teacup and sauce that we'll just use as sauce.
but there are some similarities actually, not only in appearance,
visit Europe, you're like inspiring me. Something about work together, huh? Always get worse. So these are all the things your travel agent wouldn't tell people and always ask me because I lived in Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines for 3.5 years. And they're like, bro, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, drugs and then review in Europe, definitely.
The treatments are different.
Yeah, but the people that you have to buy them off might take your hands off.
Yeah, second cross, people can take it. What's a finger for a GP?
I don't know, man. Like, do you think that we did this to ourselves when empires and colonialism ended up a rush job after World War II? We started throwing independence at countries that ended up as warlord-run dictatorships. In that power vacuum, you end up with this like power feeding frenzy from the incoming government that have always been in opposition, and the corruption just absolutely corrupts everything. I look at the ANC and just how they've turned everything to shit. Literally everything just doesn't fucking work.
Yes, 100%. They literally, if you look at South Africa 30 years back, during apartheid, it's literally reversed roles, pretty much. But I mean, now it's actually worse. Every government entity is a failed entity. Every single your transport, your hospitals, your schools, the roads, everything is failed in the country, and yet the politicians get richer and richer.
Wait, you're saying you don't like dialing the police that it takes 6 hours for them to show up?
The police
I'm going to take 3 hours, you're just going to have the right drive.
Yeah, KFC and Coke. That's the go-to.
I don't know, man.
It's depressing.
I just think that we've created a melting pot that is going to end up in a near extinction level event within our lifetime.
Pretty much, if you look at Rhodesia as a breadwinner, they were such a thriving country, and you look at the maps, it's a failed state. South Africa is heading the same way. They've just passed a law now where the government is allowed to take your land and not compensate you for anything. If they feel your land belongs to, they want to give it to this tribe or this person, it's legal now for them to literally take your land and give it away. You got South Africans fleeing over to the States when people tell South Africans over, it's because of the refugee status. It's not good.
Right to call out the corruption would be seen in the modern day as somehow hateful. It's not, it's just describing the reality of why these things don't work. The gag of saying, oh no, hold on, there's an ism or there's an ist that I'm going to say that you can't say that. It's like, well, then you have the failure that you're creating by these Orwellian silence traps and the tone policing.
There's certain groups of people are allowed to say certain things, but the other group of people aren't allowed to say it because
Because of this inherited guilt that has to be continuously knocked out and knocked out.
Yes. Yeah. If you, they had a guy that went out into the streets and they're asking questions that if you look at 90% of the people in the country, they all want to just live together in peace. The politicians make it out to be, it's this government versus this government group. They hate each other, or they say white people hate the black people hate the white people. I've got so many different terrorists. And Donald Trump ambushed him. In fact, the video's around. And he said there was an off for the chief, didn't know what to say.
See, it's not those extremists that you need to worry about. In SA, the real canary in the coal mine will be when the incumbent government starts having a go at the Indians. That tends to be the litmus paper for, if you have a look at Army, when he brings the Indians out of the country, that's the real tipping point.
Yeah, and I guess I'll go ahead. Just one of the groups, Russian groups that lost money with the opposition, all the Indians, because they didn't discriminate at all. And there's a huge
Which will be allowed to discriminate. These guys had like a period of history of slavery, which we called indentured servitude, but it's basically slavery. And they never got their recognition for the atrocities that were committed against the Indian. They just got on with life.
That's why I got a question for you. Do you think it's a net positive or a net negative for the country of Germany or Deutschland to be bringing in as many Muslim migrants as they did? Do you think it's helped their society or detriment? The reason I'm asking, there's a German lady, gamer, she's down in the audience, and she was up here yesterday telling us about how nice the Muslims are and stuff, and how, the bad ones are the bad ones, and we should fight against them, but, there's a lot of good Muslims. That was her argument.
I mean, if you go to somewhere, in the south of Germany, life is pretty comfortable that close to Switzerland.
Is there a lot of
sounds like so Ravensburg, you have the mosque in Ravensburg, you have what we would call integration. The way of life is very different to like simply invented in Berlin, our collective, stolen by Google, but that's how big tech works.
So you think Muslims are a net positive for German culture, the people, and their future?
I'd say it depends where you go. Immigration is a positive if you're going to add people to an already functioning society. If you're installing society by adding more people in, don't have anything to contribute to an already existing system, like we saw with a lot of the people that turned up in New York, the people that are prepared to come and actually build something new. Then my question is,
Find out more for London.
I mean, when we say the immigration started because the Romans did okay.
No, I'm saying the Muslim migration.
Muslims are amazing people.
The
I
reality,
think we should bring them all in.
the reality is that we've totally lost control of any semblance of society. There's no money in any of these systems to put the sort of radical policy in place that is required to restore balance and order.
Wait, I forgot to ask, you're moving to Dubai, right? Are you guys going to convert or no?
Well, I'm Quaker, my wife's Hindu. I don't think that we're about to give up bacon. So we're there for one reason and one reason alone, and that's the 0% income tax.
Have you seen the numbers of the people that are fleeing out of Dubai because they realize, oh shit, we can't drink and like live normal lives?
Europe's not that far away, to be fair. I'm more interested in raising our kids right, away from the ideologues, than I am about going out and getting on the piss. There are ways away from that, but sure, hypothetically, we'll talk about it. Thing is with kids, if you give them something to kick against, that's going to validate their reason to kick against it. F1, are you a dad?
Yes, 2 kids.
Bless you. Next door neighbours, they're from SA, got 2 wonderful kids, and I've got to say that they're thriving. Dad is a fantastically hard worker. Never had better neighbours. Genuinely nice human beings. Like we'd happily, in fact, when our newborn first came to the world, they were some of the first people, aside from family, who came around and wet the baby's head.
So generally, like I know a few people here, and just speaking on my own experience, like I know how hard it is in SA to find a decent job, let alone try and survive. But so when you have someone in SA working, like my employer I worked there for over 15 years for the same place. So you tend not to jump around. And then when we come over here, we used to that kind of mentality to work hard, don't jump around, don't mess around, do your work and go home. And I feel that's what a lot of them bring. There are some bad apples, but most of us really tend to, and I think that's why, because it's so difficult, keeping a job or finding a job. My experience, so that's why I think most of us, like, when we have a job, we don't muck around.
Do you tend to find that there's a little bit of xenophobia in New Zealand, though, where no, just generally towards people from overseas? I tend to feel it when you see like businesses that want to announce that they're Kiwi owned and operated in a country where you can't buy property if you're not a resident or not a citizen.
Yeah, so that's an issue we had. We actually only this year we got our permanent residence approved.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. So we now just doing the time to get our citizenship. But that was a huge issue for us. Like we couldn't even look at getting looking at property or anything until we had residency. Let alone KiwiSaver. We couldn't even get KiwiSaver until we had residency. So it's not easy. Immigrating is so hard, especially when you leave half your family behind. But we did it for our kids' future, and it was the best decision we ever did. They're doing so well. It was
so different. Like they were going do a lot of play time and outdoor activities more than they would be in the classroom. And we were like, myself and the wife were just this is how they do it here, and we have to accept it. But now that like our kids are doing so well in school, top of their class almost, and teachers love them. Very popular in school, good in sports, and so couldn't be prouder.
Good on you, man. Really good on you. I'm glad that we met.
Yeah, man, it's pretty cool. I might drop you a DM, some contact details when I have to hook up, maybe sometime in CrossFit. Have a coffee or something.
That'd be cool. Yeah. There's not a lot going on in Leaston.
No.
I'd say let it wait for this storm to blow over first. That's gonna kick us in the pants. A mate up in Auckland saying that it really is quite a big one coming through.
Yeah, I believe there's a nasty storm coming through. Because I'm in Wellington for 2 weeks, and from tomorrow there's like 100% rain, so it's not going to be fun.
Well, to be fair, that means that Newtown's going to get a wash.
Yeah, I'll just drop you a DM.
If you're stuck for something to do and you end up at Calendar Girls, let me know.
No contacts?
But yeah, I've got some contacts there. My former boss, like I've resigned now. I tried to resign from this company for like 3 years in a row. Originally we came over because on Stack Overflow, I was sat there screaming at someone that was clearly quite undeveloped as a dev, and they were asking questions about like how to password protect Excel files, and they were sharing stuff that had people's medical details on it, and I figured it out pretty quickly. And I worked out that the people that were handling the call center work for COVID, they were sharing the entire country's medical information on unpassword protected Excel spreadsheets. Like, this came out because the company, and I won't say the company's name, but it rhymes with Home Care Medical or something like that. So when I came over and built this, I said, look, basically, one, I shouldn't be able to assemble that. Two, I shouldn't be able to assemble that without setting off and explain what I've done to you, because if I hadn't brought this up, you would have been none the wiser.
Yeah. You should be in handcuffs,
so they go to put those suggestions, and 2 years later, they hire us again because the budget that they were running to fund off of was on a single Excel spreadsheet. The entire company, like $23 billion was spent. which for New Zealand anymore they're not either. So in New Zealand, we tend to consider women to be like a minority group. And there's quite a few people who are incompetent at their jobs. That's what I'll say.
trespass you for the property and say, hey, we don't want you to do that. But I go to the grocery stores all the time. People just walk around open period. And 90% of the time, the grocery stores don't say shit.
So I feel like Biden would have brought stuff like that in, thinking, fuck it, we're not going to win Texas anyway.
Oh yeah, he was a fucking piece of shit. I mean, he was talking about, like, as soon as they want to get rid of all rifles, people were like, what are you doing, fucking all rifles were like 97% of all fucking gun deaths in the United States are due to handguns. So it really would eliminate the fucking issue. Eliminate handguns, but they know nobody's gonna fucking go for that because, grandma doesn't want to give up her fucking stick unless it's 38 and she has next to her bed. That's bullshit. It's because you don't want an armed society. I mean, if you're gonna go to fucking battle, you're not gonna go in with a fucking Glock 17 or a Glock 19 to fight the military. You're gonna be with a fucking Kalashnikov or an AR-15. There's so many people, so many Americans have fucking long rifles that, it would be hard for the government to do any kind of fuckery shit. I mean, I know you guys, like, in New Zealand and Australia, even Japan and all these places, like, they were running fucking rampant in fucking Australia during COVID lockdowns. It was like, you could leave, like, if you were permitted, you could go, like, 5 kilometers or some stupid shit like that from your house. And, they tried, like, talking about shit like that here in the US, and people like, we'll shoot you guys. Like, we'll shoot the fucking police. And the police are like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. So, I mean, we were still going to nightclubs and bars and restaurants and going to the gym and doing anything and everything we wanted all throughout fucking COVID in Texas. I mean, because we weren't gonna put up with that shit.
When it comes to not wanting Americans to have long rifles, I'm British. I remember we tried that too.
Yeah.
It didn't work out so well for us.
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of fucking farmers with long rifles ran through the fucking forest and, the fucking Brits were all lined up in formation, walking along, and we're just sitting in the fucking bushes, fucking picking them off like fucking deer. The British are like, what's going on? The trees are shooting rocks at us. They hate the cans.
Was the treaty in South Africa that they actually made most of the people that sending their firearms really up. And of course, a lot of them got into the hands of criminals after being given to the police.
Well, just after the Christchurch shooter, simply manifesto to Jacinda's office with an email saying, I'm going on a murder spree now. Jacinda brought in gun control here in New Zealand, and that has been such a fantastically well managed and organised. At one point,
in Texas, right?
No, I'm in Nebraska. My daughter lives in Dallas.
I knew you were somewhere. Okay, yeah, it's your daughter.
Yeah, my daughter lives in Dallas.
Yeah. I was trying to explain to the foreigners how amazing Texas is.
Well, we also don't need we can open carry, we can conceal carry, no permit. All I do, my first gun purchase many years ago, you just get a sheriff background check, simple background check. That's it.
Yeah, see, Kentucky has constitutional open carry, but they don't have constitutional conceal. So if you want to conceal, you have to go get a license. Or, I mean, there's reciprocity. There's, from like if you have a Florida ID, current, like a CCW, current concealed weapons permit,
right?
That you can conceal carry in Kentucky in places.
Yeah, and in Texas, you just should assume that most people are carrying. They just have a daily carry and that they have on them. So, you just should assume that.
Yeah, there's that old like saying. I don't know if it's a saying. It's like a little parable story, but it says that there's a little old lady and she's driving down the road in her 1970s big giant boat car. She gets pulled over by the cops, and the police officer stops her and he says, "Ma'am, do you have anything in the car that I need to be worried about, or any firearms or anything?" And she's like, "I got a 45 in the glove box, a 357 in my purse. I got a 12 gauge underneath the seat, and I got a hunting rifle in the trunk." And then the police officer asked her, he's like, "Ma'am, what are you so," and she's like 85 years old. He's like, "What are you so scared of?" And she said, "Not a damn thing."
Exactly. That when there is a sense of, and especially if you know how to use them, right? You don't worry as much, and especially being a woman, I travel for work. I also hunt and fish. So if I'm alone, I've got my dog, I'm carrying. I do feel a sense of a little bit more security.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
I'm a millennial. I'm 40 years old, and I am addicted to my phone. I use my phone for so much shit, and my wife gets on me because she says I'm addicted to it. But I will leave my house and be like, "Fuck, I forgot my cell phone," and I'm like, "Damn it!" And I'm like, "Oh, but I got my pistol." But if I don't have my pistol, if I have my cell phone and I don't have my pistol, I'm trying to fuck around a grocery store. And then some fucking dickhead decides to get a fucking postal because he got fired last week and going with a machete or something, and just, if there wasn't any guns, he couldn't have came in with a gun.
Well, I gotta tell you, lately on my local news, it is not shootings I'm hearing about, it's fucking cuttings.
Yep.
Every night. What is going on? I'm of a certain age, I'm just gonna be honest. We didn't have cuttings.
Well, and did you see that
Michigan?
news story? Yeah, I think it was Michigan.
Wild, yeah.
And the guy went into like Walmart and he fucking started stabbing like 5 people or something.
In northern Michigan.
Outside. Yeah, and he gets outside, and they said in the news report that 2 citizens helped apprehend the criminal.
Yeah,
before the police arrived. Yeah, and they forgot to mention that it was a black dude with a fucking pistol pointing at his fucking face saying, "Get on the fucking ground."
Exactly. And the other one was the other one's a Marine.
Yeah. But they forgot, they just, fucking selectively forgot to mention that the one guy had a fucking carry concealed weapon and fucking pulled his pistol and was threatening. Like, you should have mentioned that. Like, oh yeah, armed man with a firearm stops, assailant.
It was sort of an important addition.
Yeah, go ahead, Tina.
When I hear people say stuff like, "Oh, well, if you didn't have any guns, then there wouldn't be any shootings," I'm just tempted to say, yeah, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, but she's fucking not.
Oh, yeah. But you gotta be careful because some libtard will come up on the stage and be like, "But if you went into the grocery store and the bad guy didn't have a gun, then you wouldn't need a gun either." It's like, well, what if he comes in with a fucking machete? Like they're doing in Europe, and they're doing
this guy that the guy in question that we're talking about didn't have a gun. He cut 11 people.
Yeah.
11
One
people.
died.
And one died. He didn't have a gun.
Yep.
And then, you know what? My question is, watching the video, if the man would have shot him, would he have gone to jail immediately?
Depends on the state.
Shooting him.
In Texas, fuck no.
Oh, no.
They would have showed up.
Not here either.
They would have shook his fucking hand, slapped that black guy in the back, and said, "Thank you, sir. You want a job at the police department? We'll get you a job as a sheriff's deputy."
Well, it's too bad he didn't finish him off.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Because now he's just taxpayers' money and a waste of fucking money.
Yeah, see, I'm of the mind that, and I've always been raised this way, and I had some fucking dumb bitch that I was talking to last week. On 4th of July, there was a guy that went up to, it was a black dude in the hood, and he went up into the hood, and they were doing fireworks, and he seen some other black guy that he had a beef with, and he started shooting at him, and he shot like 3 people, and then he started to like try to take off, so the police were chasing him, and then one cop showed up and like got in a gunfight with him, but he didn't like kill the guy, he only hit him like once or twice, and the guy was still shooting at him. I was like reloading, shooting at the cops. Well, like 5 squad cars pulled in, and they just fucking, they heard one gunshot, and they all backed up. And they're like, "Oh, did you see the video?" This lady was like, "Oh, did you see the video? And why didn't they shoot him in the leg?" And I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like,
wow.
It's just like, why didn't they shoot him in the leg? And they didn't have to shoot him that many times. And I'm like, this all happened within the span of like 5 seconds. It was like one gunshot. Yeah, one gunshot happened. The first officer started backed up, but the second officer heard gunshots, so he assumes that it's the bad guy, or there's a reason the first officer's shooting, and then he starts backed up. Next thing you know, you got 5 officers all backed up and simultaneously, and then the sixth one usually yells out, "Cease fire, cease fire, cease fire, stop firing." You know, they have to like stop everybody because they're all fucking amped up, and it's just bullshit. I told the lady, I said, "Listen," I said, any time that I have to pull my firearm, I am not pulling the firearm to present it. I'm not doing like that guy did in fucking northern Michigan, like pull the pistol out, the guy's been stabbing people and shit. You don't pull the pistol out and be like, "Get on the fucking ground." No, you pull the fucking shit out and you shoot that motherfucker. And you shoot to kill, because like she's talking about shooting in the leg. I'm like, no, you go center mass. You go from the groin area to the fucking neck, which is, you know, the abdomen area. And you hit the abdomen, you're trying to hit vital organs, and you keep shooting until the fucking threat is neutralized. You don't fucking try to shoot him one time and be like, "Oh, he's down." Well, there's been so many instances where police officers or people have shot people, and they're like, "Oh, he's down, he's laying on the ground, he's obviously dead." And then the guy gets up and fucking starts shooting or fucking stabbing him. It's like,
These dudes have never watched action films where the bad guy comes back for like one last shot, you know?
Yeah, there's been situations like that where the guy's been laying on the ground and he rolls over and he starts shooting the cops.
And he's not aiming for their leg.
No, he's trying to fucking kill him. But yeah,
what day is George Floyd's celebration day?
I don't know, and I hate he can get fucked himself. I hope he's burning in hell. That motherfucker was crying for his mom before they even fucking touched him. He was sitting in the car and he's like, Mama, I'm dying." They're like, he was crying for his mama. I'm like, yeah, he's crying for his mama when he knew he's about to go to fucking prison, passing fucking counterfeit money and fucking high as shit, driving.
So did he die from drug overdose or?
Oh no, they said that he had marijuana, methamphetamine, fentanyl, and a bunch of other fucking shit that he had in his system all the time, same time. And then he had an enlarged heart because he's like 6'7", and he had hypertension and all this kind of shit. And then on top of that, they placed their fucking knee on his back, and it caused him to fucking, you know, compress his chest and have a heart attack. And they were like, "Oh, they succeeded, choked him to death." It's like, no, he had his knee on his fucking shoulder blades. Like, he was trying to hit a 6'7" fucking giant. I'm sorry.
Is it too soon to stop marching George Floyd in Hagar?
Yeah, it was a similar situation that happened with this morbidly obese guy that was fighting the police. 17 different drugs, and you got heart problems, you probably shouldn't be fighting that.
So, do you think the media is such a waste that we fight folks who push it out? Do you think that even if they don't tell it out, because that's not,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, even if they don't have a gun, yeah. I mean, you're taking the chance.
I was going to say the same thing about those colors being big. Colors, you said they're moving on the street.
That's a hot take. I haven't heard of that.
You know, I would agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, I mean, you're okay with the George Floyd thing. I agree with you on that. Any person who puts yourself to the the other side is more likely he needs to sit down. Like, he's right.
Agree.
I got arrested by an officer who I have a history with, jumped up charge, not guilty. But this particular officer has somewhat of a vendetta because we've caught her out in court making false statements. She was a little bit surprised to see that the first statement that she made saying that I said something I had was actually said on a recorded phone call. She changed her story on the stand, saying, "Oh no, I remember it differently now that you've proved me wrong." To then have my defense lawyer grab the bridge of his nose and say, "Are you sure what you're saying this time?" Yeah, no, I definitely remember it. I just misspoke in my sworn statement. We're like, okay, because the conversation that you're saying, yeah, this person made these statements in, that was recorded too, and that was played to them afterwards, so they've got somewhat of me and their point about me. So I did a bit of research and I found that her brother actually died in a boating accident when he was too drunk and he crashed into the side of a former Navy frigate. And all I said during the arrest, while there was nobody trying to use the handcuffs in order to exert pain on my wrists, I said, "Jesus, you're a worse culprit than you probably was a boat captain." And I had the shit kicked out of me in the cells, like properly turned upside down, rolled into a pretzel. And yeah, fucking, alright, I've got some bruises, but totally fucking worth it. I'd go again in a heartbeat.
Actually, Hassan, I would say, like, my biggest criticism of Israel, honestly, is the disappointment and the anger and frustration in the state of Israel in not buying bombers from the United States. Because if they did have bombers, then they could have carved bomb Gaza, and this would be a lot quicker. But that's probably my biggest criticism of Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, kind of what's going to get to them. I think if that was.
No, they just they don't want bombers because they don't think so long. And like I wish they had bombers, because if they had bombers, because then they'd be part of bomb Gaza. It would just be so much easier. You would have to have IDF soldiers dying. You would have to like have this conflict continue and all this shit. Like you could just carve bomb Gaza and you never quickly liquidate it. You know? Yeah, then you could build the water park in Gaza.
I think the black man is in custom was something like
Yeah, I just think they should take it a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think they should take this long to continue on this book. Like, what did they get for the controls? What did they get? I think he could still just throwing down their tongue. I think it's like
Is there any chance that we could go to the UN for a binding resolution to change the Palestinian flag to one that uses neon colours, like with the vests that uses such sites? That way you'd be able to see them assholes from further away.
you get something on it, or you're going to get built that the Norway pipeline or whatever they're trying to put up. I am the Chinese people first and not the person. I think I can see that as a benefit. But even if you look at the US, which produces the most amount, even if you look at the US, that produces a lot of crude oil, even more than Saudi, they still have to export it to China to refine it. They're just wasting money on it. So I can see how America, or at least the West itself, is entangled in globalization, how there are consequences of gaslighting being negotiated. I kind of see that. Because I don't know, I mean, as much as you guys talk about Americans, how proud of your nation, you guys do not know what it feels like to live in a country where hyperinflation is used out of nowhere. Like you said, people have guns. They would just wake up in the morning and say, fuck it, we're shooting everything in sight. And so on from
What sounded like votes from my site. So it's basically
I'm going back to Australia.
it's a joke, to say the least. Yeah, so the United States.
No, it's not okay. I love money. I actually I'm like, there's something we use it now. What else? Victoria.
A couple, sorry. Yeah, it's a shit. I think of the Blue Mountains in Victoria. That looks nice. Just don't stop at any traffic lights. Just daytime, nighttime, just drive through them. Whether it's really free.
Yeah, you're right. Victoria is beautiful.
Yeah.
If I'm Buffalo, I saw that guy from Buffalo for the he feels safe for the whole thing. He puts this great page in ankles about 4 years. That's a spiritual movie.
It's something that's true because I've been to some already. I've been there before on holiday games, doing some tiger fishing, and I tell you what, the locals are so warm and welcoming. I went right into the township where with them, shopping, walk around the shops and stuff. You feel like the one came to me and said, you don't need to worry about a single thing. No one here will touch you. You can go anywhere you want, do anything you want. No one will touch you. South Africa, it's a different story, really.
In South Africa, if you kill somebody, you shoot the kid, or go get any brothers, you can go to jail.
Well, this is what I was on another issue. That's one of the things I wanted to say when talking about in Texas. In South Africa, the people are too scared to use their firearms because even though you can prove your life's in danger, you still have like a 90% chance of getting killed.
Well, we have, states like that in the U.S. So we have what they call castle doctrine or stand your ground. So castle doctrine means I can protect my house with any type of force. Stand your ground means that I don't have to retreat to another. If you're in California, there's no stand your ground. So if you're sitting on your couch and some fucking meth head comes in with a butcher knife and kicks in your front door, you're sitting on the couch with your girl, and even if you just sit there on the fucking table, you have to physically get up and try to retreat to like the bedroom. And if the person pursues you and kicks down the bedroom door, then you're justified in killing them. Texas, I can fucking pick up my pistol and shoot right in the door. I can even go farther than that. So in the state of Texas, I can also protect my property stuff, and that extends even to vehicles. So if I'm sitting there at 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear my car alarm go off in the driveway, I can run up with an AR-15 and just fucking light this motherfucker up, and it's 100% me. Even while he's running away, as long as he's on my fucking property, I'll shoot him right in the fucking back.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I love Texas.
We just can't even think that way because you're just too shit scared to go to jail. Like you want to sit in jail in South Africa.
Well, if you get example, the Charlie Bill attacks the France. So immediately afterwards, Carlin Texas due to the draw Muhammad competition, and then they almost fucking aren't done with fucking rifles. And if you have a Class 3 firearms license for NFA's National Firearms Act, if you have the tax stamps and stuff like that for full auto weapons, you can set out with a fucking M249, like a military style rifle that you push two fucking buttons, fucking shoots off fucking bullets the size of your fucking palm of your hand, and you load that bitch in the back of your fucking car like you're fucking running across the. They're expensive. So if you want to buy like a full auto AK or something, or a slim fire AK, you pay the $200 tax stamp. Right, probably gonna cost you a couple grand, $3,000 to $5,000, $10,000 even, depending on the rifle you buy. In comparison with a $600 rifle, you can just buy from the fucking gun store without a tax stamp, but it's semi-automatic. But you can use it in self-defense. So they set up the draw Muhammad competition, and three Muslim guys started at one side of the thing and got out and started shooting, and everybody just fucking backed up on them. And I don't even think anybody was fucking harmed. They just killed the three guys immediately. And they were like, yeah, we were set up waiting for you fucking idiots. This is why we did this in anticipation that you dumbasses would show up. And nobody was like,
Let's be honest, it's mostly the women interrupting you talking about another way, but something. Because men, I think we live in the people, they understand how many people do whatever it takes to take us down. I think it's the women. I know people are taking this because when women are given to their right, given the amount of talk and stuff, it's just kind of like that. You have a tough country, it takes you whatever you.
Listen, we got one country with the biggest GDP in the world. The rest of y'all just ought to take notes. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. Maybe have a reformation, get with the program, but nobody can figure out why they're living in third world shitholes and you talk.
I think I'm doing quite nails. We just can't only find all the voice in there. One thing is really white.
I make more money than you, sir. Respectfully, you should worship my feet.
Yeah, one thing I was gonna say is my wife's super conservative. She wouldn't interrupt me. She's a little different, but I can guarantee you one thing: somebody breaks into this fucking house, she's picking up that rifle with those 5.56s, and she's gonna be fucking set up down, fucking rage. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm as conservative as they get, but I know actually who to listen to and who not to. There's a difference, and a wise person, man or woman, discerns the difference.
Agreed.
So agreed. It's not to say I'm taking, but why do people use GDP as a measure?
It means that we do a little better here, sir. We do a little better. We maybe have a formula. I honestly feel like some of these countries that are like, women shouldn't. I'm sorry, but look at what y'all created. Absolutely fucking nothing.
It's a quantitative measure of society's output, so it's sort of a common barometer.
Why don't you assume a development index? America is stated. Because that's actually measures how better the people actually are.
Give me an example.
Not millions that make you more money.
Even poor people make more money than you, sir. What do you have?
One of the things I was gonna mention. One of the things I was gonna mention is here in the United States, anybody, it matter if you're a fucking 170 IQ fucking Benson member and you have all the fucking best things going for you, you can still live in those fucking squalor fucking mud huts in those fucking ghettos with all the fucking trash piled up and fucking sewage water running through your entire middle of your fucking city. And there's
Everything I say, it sounds like you live in Atlanta.
yeah.
No, man, I live in SA. No, I mean, these are just words at the end of the day. Look, all I'm saying is, GDP, I think, is the worst thing to measure if you're talking about success.
Of course you would say that.
Of course, right. It's the worst.
Let's pick a different measurement that doesn't matter.
So Al,
How many millions of people do we have in the United States that come from absolute worse the fucking conditions, and now are fucking multi-millionaires.
And those people are the very people who will tell you, God bless America. Yeah. It is Americans who do not understand what we have. It is always the people who come here who are like, my God, yes, I made all kinds of money. My life is better. I have freedom to actually speak like I'm speaking right now, and nobody will be knocking on the door.
Yeah, so many of those fucking Indians from fucking Andhra Pradesh and fucking Hyderabad that lived in fucking shithole squalors are now making fucking, $300,000-$400,000 a year in fucking tech.
Yeah, the Indians crazy. Okay, so just playing devil's advocate here for a moment on Elle's point, and I respect Elle. The point that's being made is that the countries with the largest GDPs are the best places to live, but
I didn't say all countries. I didn't say all countries.
Okay, because I was going to shoot that one down, because the largest GDP per capita goes Singapore, Luxembourg, Qatar, Ireland. America doesn't feature until position 9, and there are some shit countries like Macau, Brunei. Those are not places that you want to live.
Those countries are the side of Rhode Island, respectfully.
Ireland? That's
okay, they might get Pennsylvania.
No. Fucking, I looked at a thing. Fucking, what's the size of fucking the entire UK? UK's like the size of fucking, it's like the size of PA.
It's actually landmass. It's closer to Colorado.
Okay, Colorado's fucking small.
Not a big
deal.
It's really
it only looks big on the map because of Mercator projection. I was just seeing in this room if I could throw a snug premise in. Elle caught it, but the fact that Ireland's on the mix, it's all American tax haven money that makes Ireland.
Exactly.
And so I managed to sneak my premise. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know the 7,100 islands of the Philippines land mass is the size of Arizona. It's kind of fucking crazy.
When it comes to Singapore, what are we actually calling land? Is it this muddy pond over here?
I love Singapore. I fucking hate Singapore at the same time.
Listen, there are lots of great places in the world. I'm not trying to throw shade on the very lovely places in the world, because there are. The issue is the whole women should speak, the whole leads to uprisings, and the people will eventually either just fucking give up, like a lot of countries you see, you think to yourself, why do the people not rise up? They've been so whipped. They have been so downtrodden by their governments, they don't even give a shit anymore. And that's why Americans will never give up. Americans would rather die than give up their guns, because we've seen what the...
On the flip side of that same issue, though, do we have to go so far to the opposite end of the extreme that we end up with Amber Heard?
Amber could have been from anywhere, let's be honest. But, yeah.
I set up a website called amberheardsturds.com. I'm amazed how many people
so much news coverage.
Kill our newsworthy entertainment darlings. Which 7 years before that we had Harvey Weinstein and all of these monsters that had to be revealed as the predators that they were. But it ended up a witch hunt that went too far, and so they wanted the newsworthiness on both ends of that spectrum.
Also, Masanda, one of the grievances, like I said, I have a grievance with Israel about not getting bombers. One of the grievances that I would say that I have with God or Yahweh is that he didn't put Gaza farther away so we could nuke it.
You're thinking about New Zealand.
I've always wanted to see a nuke in real life, bro. I agree with that. I always wanted to see a real nuke. I always wanted Robin Island to be just so I know what it looks like. Oh shit, so that's a real nuke. Because as far as I know, I always thought that shit was fake.
Oh, wait. Are you taking the pathology opinion that a belief that you don't think nukes actually exist because you've never seen?
I mean, bro.
Wait, Masanda, what
shape?
Hold on, Masanda, what shape is the Earth?
No, man, I'm not all like a flat earth. Come on.
Oh,
Look,
what shape is it though?
I just said I want to say.
Yeah, what shape is it? Yeah, I would have accepted round. I would have accepted.
Oh my God, you thought I was gonna say circle. It's a circle, right? That's what you thought.
No, I thought you were gonna say flat.
Flat. I told you I'm not a flat earther. I'm not.
Yet you think that thermonuclear weapons are tough.
No. I said I want to stay with my own eyes. So only
honestly, listen, Masanda, if they had nuclear testing right now, I would pay for your plane ticket to go watch it.
Oh,
and I hope you stare at it hard.
I wouldn't want to with my own eyes.
Watch it with your eyes. But you know what? Better yet,
I wouldn't watch it with my own eyes.
Put your hands over your eyes. You'll be fine. I promise.
No, I wouldn't watch it with my own. I just said I would just like to see. So that's what it looks like when they were born.
Yo, Tuna, did you ever hear about the English sailors that they were watching one of the testing with their hands over their eyes, and they said that they could see the bones inside their hands as the testing went on?
No, but I heard about the
That's what I want to happen to Masanda with his essay at fucking education.
Did you see those?
Good people.
Did you see that video of those Japanese when they were turned to ashes? I would just like to see what really happened. Like they were all like pasted into the floor. Like what's that Marvel guy on Marvel? His name is
Mr. Manhattan.
Sentry. No. Sentry. He has this power to change people into like dust.
Yeah, so does Mr. Manhattan.
No, I just always wanted to say that. Yeah, Mr. Manhattan too. Yeah.
The nuclear weapons dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was so bright. The Asians are still squinting.
I
knew that was coming as soon as you started to say it.
You've seen those AI movies, videos of like, it's cool now, you can open your eyes. It's like Superman grabbing like a Chinese wood. It's like, they're already open.
There you go, Masanda. There's what you wanted to see in F1's PTR.
Yeah, but I just want to see it. Like, look, like, yeah, I know nuclear fission is real, of course, right? We use it every day. We got nuclear plants. But all I'm saying is, I
thought you were taking the Barthology opinion. He's like, I don't believe in nukes because I've never seen it. I don't believe the Earth is round because I've never seen it.
Yeah, but none of these people ever want to put money together and go to space, with their own rockets and see themselves. They all just want to live in this pseudoism.
I mean, I don't know if I'll pay for the Blue Origin trip for you, but I definitely will pay for the nuclear weapon testing. If you got that, stay within a couple miles and stare.
I've already told all these people the truth, however, unless that thing is made of graphene, I don't trust them. That's just me. I think if you try to build anything, it shouldn't be super hard. It should be something, not the average Joe, but the average graduate.
his fucking skin off his fucking dick.
No, he could even be happy. I mean, I still also hear.
No, I know, but like, the argument is like, that the average woman will bitch and complain about, the average guy catcalling them and be like, damn, you got nice titties, or giving them a compliment, even with like these modern women. They'll be like, I can't believe you're like so sexist and, misogynistic that you want to say that I have a beautiful smile, but if he looks like some gorgeous fucking dude, he's like super fucking rich, then they have no problem.
Yeah, you know what? I can't do it anymore because, I'm married and I've got to be a grown up. But I should have tried that. I should have tried catcalling women with catcalls like, I'm worth $12.5 million.
Yeah, women don't give a shit.
I always wondered, why not just go to Russia? Why not just run for constituents in Russia? Why do all that shit?
Yeah, because between in the airport, there's a prison.
He said back in the day, when he got out of Russia or the Philippines or Thailand or something, just fuck others.
That's why a lot of these wealthy Americans go to Dubai, they sleep with all these Russian prostitutes. I've seen them in my own eyes. They are leaving, they go back to America. Right? But they know what's going to, no consequences for any decision.
Dubai does have extradition treaties. Yeah, you could never skirt diplomacy. It doesn't matter how much money you've got in the world.
Is it true that the Netherlands have a taxation for those people? How can you take the prostitutes? It's crazy. But I'm just saying, so taxation in a lot of these countries, outside of the US, when people allow themselves, why do it in the US? I think it was super interesting. Maybe it was a first one.
Prostitution is legal here in New Zealand. They do charge goods and sales tax onto prostitution. So, one way or the other, you get fucked. You can hardly go through. I want to meet the dude who is seriously put into his tax return. You write it down as my former boss. He's a fantastic functioning alcoholic. Australian bloke who I've had to talk back into 3 different lifetime bans from 3 Wellington strip clubs. The last one, I've got no idea how I managed to achieve it because he got a lifetime ban again from the same place, but time because he punched a little person in a wheelchair in the face. That's a really hard thing to hear, that you're being tasked with the negotiations to talk him back into a club that said, generally speaking, we don't want clientele that are likely to punch a little person in a wheelchair in the face. That's not something that we're really up for negotiating. The only way that I managed it was to point out that there were stairs, and given the elements of the story that I managed to cobble together, the guy was
was looking at it before I made the comment, and I was like, I think I'm right. Because every time I see a white South African, they always have, if they don't have a receding hairline, they always have the widow speaks. It goes up on the two sides, and it like recedes back. And I started looking at Google images, and I was like, white South African, and I was like, yeah, I was already nearby. Yeah, it's really funny. And a lot of my German family members have been talking about.
Yeah, a lost and easy means
It's like the same. It's like the same exact book that people got on some of them were like, one of the US and the others were like, no, we're going South Africa. Because they go the same family.
But you must understand, still West African
What's that? No, it's not saying hair. I'm talking about hair.
yeah, like, I mean, in normal times, white, like John Ghana, English.
What's one starts with a B or certain borders?
I don't know, that's one of your book, or English.
English. Oh, my God. Ja, goed, makkelijk. Ja, ik is Engels, maar ik kan niet Afrikaans praten of ik kan niet een beetje.
Ik kan niet Afrikaans praten, niet. Ik kan niet.
This is a B instead of a Q. It speaks all the dates in different languages. Like I said, everybody in the Midwest used to German descent. They all have the same speaks. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I just lived in my mom. It's so dark. I just lived in your picture. Mine's about the same.
Oh, okay. That's an AI picture of myself that I made. So, pretty straight. I'm 16 years young. What is that made on? I'm not sure. I just took it off Battlefield. Sure, what it was. The ejector board looks like I'm 16.
Oh, you made them before. I don't know, I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
I was you meant
No, I was just saying that's my picture.
Oh, is it your
I always confuse you with mountain. You're not mountain, like you're the other guy. I always confuse you with. I know you're not the same. You, mountain, Marshall, and Manville. Manville. Also from Manville. Another guy equal Manville. Can't say
So, looking at the Weinstein case, he's eligible for release when he's 87, except for this retrial that he's going through at the moment. This is really the test to see whether he'll ever see the outside of a jail for the rest of his life.
I see he was out of the jail still or something like that. I don't think it was just for court proceedings or something in retrial.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, where did Roman Polanski went to?
He's in France, I believe.
Oh, he's still alive. He's 91 years old, and yeah, he's in Paris. That wouldn't happen today for his crimes.
But what do you think? Look, I'm not the way it sounds, because people may think I'm positive. But I just wonder, how do you even get yourself into a mindset of trying to tell this to the child? Like, personally, I don't know, I do find it a little bit cringy. At least, I'm saying for me, a child is really unattractive. Like, obviously it's wrong, but also the part where it's unattractive to me. So I do ask myself, like, how do you even get to a point where you attract? You know,
Sandra, imagine if it could be explained to you, then you'd understand it. If you understood it, then you'd probably have that same mental illness.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe. But,
well, no, because
I don't think it's an attraction. I'm thinking, I don't think it's an attraction, maybe. I think it's just, I just love doing this thing to somebody who's vulnerable. I think that's what it is.
So,
there's so many women in the
see,
world that you told us.
Louis C.K. had this whole bit about pedophilia where he's talking about how it doesn't matter who you are on the planet, you know that crime carries the worst penalties, and you're not going to be protected for the rest of your life. You're going to be in danger. Like, pedophiles have to know that that's the consequence for basically the worst crime that there is. And yet they're still compelled to do it. That has to be a mental illness. Not personally.
Exactly. It's like a guy got arrested for sleeping with a 60-year-old instead of a 9-year-old, which was too young. That's the world you live in.
Well, it's because his penis didn't fit the old girl.
That's the world you live in. So it's like, I think it's selective. And I think a lot of these Arabian nations, they do this and they just don't put it down on paper. I think this shit happens more than you think. Like passport bros. Sure. The passport bros. Do you think a lot of those passport bros are just sleeping with over-age girls? Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you have to really think about this. Like, a lot of these crimes are bad, you're right, but that's on developed countries. When you go to your Dominican Republic or even Thailand and whatever, I mean, those laws are not that pushed. I mean, not even going far from my country, I just heard that apparently child marriages are legal in Madagascar. But this is not something I looked out for. I just saw it on TikTok. Some guys think, yo, it's like they're able to do this.
Yeah, you got to be some kind of fucked up to be in the market for that. Like, surely since the advent of the internet, do you think that sort of backwards Stone Age sort of thinking will still exist?
Definitely.
When the internet gets into deeper parts of Africa?
No, not even that. But no, I'm saying it definitely in the sense of as long as money exists and most people don't have access to money, so by default they want it, this will always, especially for poor government, the government benefits from that. But that's what I think. People really underestimate how a lot of the world has sold itself to the world fiat system.
Well, what's the alternative? A
as an organized, workable alternative.
There isn't. I'm an analyst. There isn't. That's the thing. There is no better real alternative. People keep talking about Bitcoin, but all that does is just makes it even worse. Or less degenerates even worse. Because now you're hiding from the government. The government can't trade you anymore with your degeneracy. So Bitcoin is really what?
To be fair, Bitcoin is a huge step towards government control of all funds, because the ledger is there. It's everybody's transactions are there, and you could try to anonymize yourself by using different wallets, but at the end of the day, the transactions that you do, unless you're using a highly sophisticated syndicate of players that are going to be trustworthy in order to be able to watch Bitcoin, the ledger's there. Every transaction that's ever happened on Bitcoin exists and is publicly accessible.
Being traceable has never been the problem with Bitcoins or even cash. The question is, who are you tracing? And what, like you just said, it's too much anonymous numbers just moving around. So yeah, you could trace it. This one over here, put the money here. But this one, let's say client A, would you client B, C, D, and they all maybe make a transaction in one country. Like, yeah, basically just a facility. Most times if people are having money, it's going to be a facility. It's not going to be one person. It's going to be spread out through multiple cryptos. So, it's really hard to track. Even the same with cash, to be honest. Bitcoin just takes it to a whole nother.
Well, I'm pushing a repo to GitHub that has taken me from about 7 o'clock. Built an AI call center for a client. And it should have been done 5 days ago. It was done 5 days ago, but then client helpfully turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, it's environment. Yeah, oh yeah, no, we use Google Meet." Okay, well, boy, what do you want to use instead of that? Oh, can we still use Google Meet with Outlook? And it comes down to the fact that they're too lazy and too unwilling to have a piece of implementation software so that their Google Calendar will sync up with their Outlook program. Jesus wept. So F1, did you do the partnership visa with your wife, or did you guys apply as a couple? Nope. F1's out of the camp. F1, are you there? We can't hear you on mic, brother.
the hell's happening here? Is anybody awake?
it was amazing. They predicted you have a 6 crime that she did, and then she got slaughtered. But think of it, those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was an there, they would have used them for the election. I don't do drugs. I'm not a drug person. I don't do drugs. Sometimes people say, when you do a building, you know, drill 4 lines into the roof, and I don't do drugs equipment. And also, you know, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was in a very high position, you know, pretty much all my life, in all fairness. I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was very controversial. Do a controversial drawing. Now, with that being said, they say there were many stuff by many people. Many big people, you know, big successful people. But I just talked, when you talk about finance, I just keep going back to other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct. Because if we had it, we would have used another guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Joe. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? So my poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. People don't buy it. And he's gone, and we want to focus on anything else. I want to focus on the new.
Any comments,
Sounds like I'm listening to a 15-year-old bullshit his way through a presentation.
If you know this, like, why did he campaign on it? Like, that's the part I don't know. I'm like, oh, this is your campaign? Like, I don't remember this no last name having this as part of her campaign or Biden having this as serious. And what did he say? He said, right there, I don't draw. Well, I don't draw women. Speaking of
It's acceptable for farmers to have a year-on-year income which isn't sufficient.